立法會主席。
The President. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Motion debate on the 2023 policy address. Ms. Dory Lee will move the motion. Members have been informed that the motion debate will be held in 4 sessions. I will first call upon Ms. Dory Lee to move the motion before the first session starts. Each member may speak once in each session, subject to the total speaking time limit of 15 minutes for the 4 sessions. However, as the motion mover, Ms. Dory Lee will have an additional 15 minutes of speaking time for moving the motion and making the reply. In each session, I will first call upon members who wish to speak. I wish to remind members that when you speak in a particular session, you should limit your speech to the policy areas specified for that session, so that public officers responsible for the relevant policy areas could respond to members' views in the same session. After members have spoken, if necessary, I will suspend the meeting for 10 minutes for public officers to prepare their response. Only public officers may speak when the council resumes. If public officers consider the break not necessary, I will invite them to respond right after members have spoken. After public officers have spoken, the debate session will come to a close. The total speaking time limit for public officers in the 4 debate sessions is 4 hours. At the end of the 4 debate sessions, Ms. Dory Lee may reply. Finally, members will vote on the motion. This motion debate will last for 3 days. I will adjourn the council after the motion has been dealt with. I now call upon Ms. Dory Lee to speak and move the motion. President, as the chairman of the House Committee, I move the motion of thanks that this council thanks the Chief Executive for his address. I must first point out that the motion does not take any direction. It is moved in accordance with the rules of procedure and the convention to provide members a platform to debate the policy address of the Chief Executive. This year's policy address is the second one delivered by the Chief Executive. It continues to implement the policy blueprint on the 4 musts, the 4 proposals, and Hong Kong will prosper only when its young people thrive, as mentioned in President Xi Jinping's important speech delivered on the 1st of July last year. The policy address also follows the current government's policy direction of being result-oriented. In the face of a complex geopolitical situation and fierce global competition, this policy address carries the title of A Vibrant Economy for a Caring Community. It puts forward comprehensive and practical policy initiatives on a wide array of policy areas to uphold the principle of one country, 2 systems, safeguard national security, integrate international development, dovetail with national strategies, build a diverse talent pool, address the land and housing issue, create a pro-child caring environment, build a caring community, and so on. Following from the practice of last year, 150 indicators are drawn up in the policy address this year, including 73 new indicators and 77 indicators carried forward from last year. The indicators will help us to monitor the progress and effectiveness of the work of the government. I am pleased to note that the Chief Executive has conducted extensive consultation and incorporated in the policy address a number of proposals put forward by members, such as easing the spicy measures for the property market, reducing the stamp duty on stock transactions, developing e-commerce, promoting the new energy transport industry, confirming the construction of green mass transit systems in Kowloon and the new territories, and formulating a host of childbearing measures, such as providing a newborn baby bonus and improving childcare services so as to achieve the objective of responding to the people's aspirations and answering their demands. The aim is to respond. I am pleased to see the government of the Chief Executive in safeguarding national security and rolling out patriotic education. First, he has set a timetable for legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law. Then he has set up a working group on patriotic education to coordinate patriotic education on all fronts and dovetail with the patriotic education law of the People's Republic of China, with a view to enhancing education on our country's history, culture, and current affairs on different fronts, thereby promoting patriotism and ensuring its continuity from generation to generation. The Chinese Culture Promotion Office will also be established to plan and implement programs to promote Chinese culture and history. The Chief Executive undertakes to set up a museum to showcase the development and achievements of our country, covering areas such as its history, politics, economic development, and culture. The Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defense will be set up next year. It will focus on the history of the War of Resistance to cultivate a stronger sense of national esteem and patriotism. Not long ago, there was a motion debate in this council in implementing patriotic education in greater depth and breadth. I hope the government will listen carefully to members' views and adopt them as appropriate. I hope members will be invited to join hands with the government to promote patriotic education. I'm sure many members are only too keen to do so. The executive-legislature relationship is an important issue that the chairman of the House Committee will always raise when moving the motion of thanks each year. The chief executive takes most seriously the role of the Legislative Council in good governance. Since he assumed office, he has been actively promoting the interaction and exchanges between the executive and the legislature. He set up the communication mechanism for anti-chamber exchange sessions after assuming office, for members and officials to meet regularly, for the government to keep tab on public sentiment and views, and for members to give their views and suggestions at the early stage of policy formulation. The chief executive later suggested, and the president agreed, to hold chief executives' interactive exchange question and answer sessions for the executive and the legislature to work together in unison. The sessions provide a platform for the chief executive and members to have interaction and exchanges on macro issues to build consensus and advance the development of Hong Kong. In mid-April this year, the chief executive led members of this council on a study tour to 4 mainland cities in the Greater Bay Area, GBA. It was the largest joint study tour ever organized by the executive and the legislature of the Hong Kong SAR. It is a strong demonstration of the positive interaction between the executive and the legislature after improving the electoral system. The president of the Legislative Council led a delegation on a study visit to Fujian in mid-July this year. A report on the visit was submitted to the chief executive for his consideration. Many of the recommendations in the report were also adopted in the policy address. For instance, extending the scope of application of the elderly healthcare voucher scheme to suitable medical institutions in GBA, adopting the industry-driven and infrastructure-led planning approach for the Northern Metropolis, leveraging on our international status in maritime arbitration to expand the operations of the Baltic and International Maritime Council and the International Chamber of Shipping in Hong Kong, speeding up the development of the AI supercomputing center to meet the strong demands from the research and relevant sectors and promote in turn the development of these industries. This is another demonstration of positive interaction between the executive and the legislature. I and the deputy chairman of the House Committee will continue to serve proactively as a bridge of communication between the council and the executive authorities. Through the regular meetings with the Chief Secretary for Administration after each regular meeting of the House Committee, we will strengthen liaison and collaboration with the executive. After the delivery of the policy address, principal officials in charge of different policy areas have had in-depth exchanges with members on the various policy initiatives at and outside meetings with a view to implementing the new measures as soon as possible. I am much delighted to learn from the policy address that the administration will continue to collaborate closely with this council for better policy formulation and will explore means to take these exchanges to a higher level. Scrutiny of bills is an important constitutional function of this council. The chief executive announced a number of legislative proposals in his policy address. Some of them have been tabled at this council for scrutiny after the announcement. They include the Stamp Duty Amendment Stock Transfers Bill 2023 and the Stamp Duty Amendment Residential Properties Bill 2023. The remaining legislative proposals include legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law, legislating for cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, attracting companies to redomicile in Hong Kong, implementing the patent box tax incentive, amending the Building Management Ordinance, and so on. These legislative proposals covered a wide range of issues such as safeguarding national security, creating strong impetus for growth, environmental and ecological protection, and the well-being of the people. We can see that the year ahead will be very busy for the Council in the scrutiny of bills. I am sure members will continue to perform their duties with due diligence and perform the various legislative tasks in a rational and pragmatic manner. I hope that officials will come well prepared in explaining the legislative proposals so we can forge consensus and ensure the legislative process proceeds without hiccups. In this term of the Legislative Council, members and officials have been able to engage in rational discussions during the scrutiny of bills. Views were exchanged to improve on the bills. The administration tabled a total of 25 bills at the Council last year. 17 of them were passed by the Council last year, and the other 8 were passed or will be passed this year. This year, the administration has so far tabled 27 bills. 19 of them have been passed by the Council, including the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 to improve district governance, the Road Tunnels Government Amendment Bill 2023 to rationalize cross-harbour traffic, the Regional Flag and Regional Emblem Amendment Bill 2023 to regulate the use of the Hong Kong SAR flag and the Hong Kong SAR emblem, the Stamp Duty Amendment Stock Transfers Bill 2023 to implement the proposal in the policy address to reduce the stamp duty on stock transactions, and so on. In the remaining 3 council meetings in this session, it is expected that 5 bills will resume second reading debate. The government also plans to table 10 bills in batches for first reading. I am sure members will continue to perform their duties diligently in scrutinizing the bills, and officials respond proactively to members' views. Members of this council have broad representation and can fully represent the voices of all walks of life in the community. I'm sure members will actively give their views on the vision and measures proposed in the policy address on the various policy areas. As the chairman of the House Committee, I hope the Chief Executive, all principal officials, and the relevant officials will listen attentively to members' views and give response or take follow-up action in a timely manner. This policy address belongs to each and every citizen in Hong Kong. It outlines the vision for our future development and puts forward measures to address pressing issues facing the community. President Xi Jinping pointed out in his speech on the 1st of July last year that now Hong Kong is in a new stage of moving from chaos to governance and then from governance to greater prosperity, and the next 5 years will be crucial for Hong Kong to break new ground and launch a new takeoff. The title of the policy address this year is A Vibrant Economy for a Caring Community. It is a manifestation of the spirit of President Xi's speech. I keenly hope that the government will focus on actions and delivery of results to ensure the early implementation of the various policy initiatives proposed in the policy address. I am sure that with the positive interaction between the executive and the legislature and the sharing of a common goal of working for the overall interests of the country and Hong Kong will be able to leverage on the advantage of enjoying the strong support of the motherland and being closely connected to the world under one country, two systems. We will be able to seize upon the opportunities arising from the high-quality development of the country and unleash the development potential of the community. The future development of Hong Kong will be ever so bright. With these remarks, President, I beg to move.
I now propose the question to you that Ms. Terry Lee's motion be passed. The Council will now proceed to the third debate session. Members who wish to speak in this session, please press the Request to Speak button. Mr. Stanley Ng. President, the Chief Executive made it clear that the policy address is based on the 4 musts and 4 proposals raised by President Xi, as well as Hong Kong will only thrive when its young people thrive. These are the top priorities of the policy address. President Xi said that the Hong Kong SAR government is the first responsibility holder of the governance of Hong Kong. President Xi also said that there must be a change in the governing mindset and tap the opportunity of integration between a capable government and an effective market, and hence government management and display a new culture of good governance. Well, we look forward to the government putting forward more measures to implement the directives issued by President Xi. Under the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong, the relations between the executive branch and the legislature has been greatly improved. There are much more opportunities of exchanges between the two branches. I'm pleased that the chief executive has organized more interactive sessions with us so that we can reflect the voices of our constituencies and enhance the smoothness as well as the effectiveness of policies. I'm also pleased to see that the government has included deputies to CPPCC and NPC into the governance system. Now, I have said it before, deputies to the CPPCC and the NPC are naturally patriotic. Now, in the past, our functions have been undermined. We were even absent on efforts to implement one country, two systems. There were worries that our participation would be an interference to the one country, two system principle. Well, that's nonsense. We are an integral part of the one country, two systems, and we are the proof that the Central People's Government cares about the affairs in Hong Kong. Now, I very much welcome the communication mechanism between the government and the deputies. It will give us a bigger role to play so as to enhance governance in Hong Kong. In terms of improving district governance, the FTU and myself have given our support to the reform of district council. Reform of any political system must be in conformity with the Constitution and the Basic Law, as well as the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. We have to safeguard national security by ensuring that those elected are patriots who are capable and are willing to serve Hong Kong. On patriotic education, I'm pleased that the policy address this year has prioritized the education of national affairs as well as national security, as well as dovetailing with the patriotic education law in the PRC. Now, in his keynote speech last year, President Xi said that we have to ensure that young people are patriotic as well as deepen their understanding of the country and also have a sense of belonging. I think this is crucial for the long-term success of one country, two system, and long-term prosperity. We have to educate our young people to understand that Hong Kong is an inalienable part of the country. We have to understand the history of the country and have an awareness to safeguard national security. We also have to build national identity and recognition of the richness of the Chinese culture. We have to be confident in our country. Now, a chapter is dedicated to patriotic education. It shows that the Xi attaches importance to the education as well as the importance of passing the torch of patriotism. The chief executive understands that it is crucial to the long-term stability of the SAR. Now, all family members in the family must stand united. By the same token, all subjects in the nation must uphold their duties in safeguarding national security and supporting the country's development. Now, a Chinese culture festival will be organized yearly, and also the Chinese Culture Promotion Office will be established. We support that. The FTU has always advocated a dedicated official to steer the promotion of Chinese culture and education to ensure that the program are in line with the national policy. I suggest that the Chinese Culture Promotion Office to be chaired by principal officials to enhance steering on the promotion of patriotic education so that it can reach every corner of our life. We shouldn't just promote Chinese culture from a leisure and cultural perspective. I also welcome the establishment of 2 museums to showcase the national achievements as well as the history of the War of Resistance. It requires software and hardware. Now, as the CPPCC meeting earlier on, I suggest that we should build a national-grade museum in Hong Kong. Now, that has been lacking in Hong Kong always. Now, the War of Resistance Museum will showcase the country's spirit in fighting off external threats. We shouldn't just focus on the War of Resistance in Hong Kong. Now, the museums we have put a lot of focuses on the military operations carried out by the colonial government, while their actions were driven by selfish interest. Now, on the other hand, the Dongjiang battalion as well as other patriotic military forces were not given the due recognition they deserved. Some people even twisted their actions and compared them with the 18-day military operations in the UK. Now, besides hardware, we also have to upgrade our software, that is, training for teachers. We need to have teachers who understand deeply the national history as well as having faith in our culture. They must be proactive in learning about the country and teach their students patriotic values. I'm pleased to see that the Chief Executive has accepted our suggestion to promote patriotic education at full steam. We cannot afford a delay anymore. We must rectify the wrong values among young people and build patriotic values and create mainstream values with an affection for the country and Hong Kong, so that we can contribute to building a better Hong Kong and the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. I emphasize that we have to legislate for Article 23 in a timely manner to safeguard national security. We are pleased to see a timetable. It requires the joint efforts of the community. I so submit. Thank you. Ms. Maggie Chan. Thank you, President. This policy address is a comprehensive one. It is pragmatic, and it has comprised the views of stakeholders. This shows that the government has been listening to people's views, and it showcases the strengths of one country, two systems. I support the policy address. I have 3 suggestions to make here. First, I thank the government for accepting my suggestion to make Hong Kong a center for nurturing legal talents and to organize regular courses to train legal talents. It shows that Hong Kong is a unique place with a common law system in the country, and also decolonialization. After 26 years of the return to our motherland, we still have archaic expressions with colonial colors like Her Majesty and so on. Now, since 2001, I have been fighting for decolonialization in our legislation. These expressions remain today, and no explanatory work has been arranged for the concerning work. Now we have the reunification ordinance after 1997. But that doesn't mean that we can keep these colonial terms 26 years after reunification. I understand that we need comprehensive and in-depth research on the matter. We can ride on the opportunity of legislation for Article 23 to do that. Well, but we can amend some terms first. For example, Criminal Ordinance Section 5, the offense of assaulting the Queen, well, we can surely abolish that. I hope that the specific work on decolonialization of the law can proceed more rapidly. By doing so, we can ensure that the terms are clear and we can implement one country, two systems more accurately. This is a necessary step. Now, second, we have to promote the rich Chinese culture. Now, Chinese nation has been famous for our etiquette and our attire. Now, this is our intellectual property, and also Chinese wushu, or Chinese martial arts. It is rich in Chinese philosophy and culture, and it is a vessel containing the very essence of the Chinese culture. Now, Chinese attire and Chinese wushu are important for ensuring the continuity of the Chinese culture and boosting national confidence. We should staunchly promote the two cultural elements as Chinese attire and Chinese wushu, so that the young people can understand the richness of our culture and build national identity and cultural confidence. But to achieve that and to tell a good story of the country, the chief executive proposed to establish a Chinese culture promotion office and organize Chinese culture festivals regularly and launch patriotic education. Now, I'm pleased to see that my suggestion has been accepted. The promotion office will be tasked to organize more programs to promote Chinese culture. I suggest the office to organize more programs in relation to Chinese attire and wushu. There should be a day dedicated to Chinese attire and wushu, and there should be inter-school wushu competitions. Now, the government can put in more efforts to promote the appreciation of Chinese attire in Hong Kong. This can form part of the Chinese Culture Festival. We can make reference to the casual dressing day and so on. We can encourage civil servants to wear Chinese attire to their liking to come to work. The same can be done in school. On the Chinese Attire Day, we can educate students on the history and culture of Chinese attire. Now, we can also bring together the relevant industries as well as fan groups of Chinese attire to join in. There can be large-scale performances and competitions for Chinese attire lovers. We can also attract mainland and overseas visitors to come to the event. This will also further our position as an East-West cultural exchange center and bring more visitors to Hong Kong. Now, the Hong Kong SL government can also borrow traditional attires from the central authorities to exhibit in Hong Kong. Now, together with other GBA cities as well as Macau, we can bring together wushu and Chinese martial arts groups. And together we can tell a good story of our Chinese culture. For example, we can co-organize Chinese attire competitions with other cities, and also promote wushu performances in campuses and universities. And there can be a GBA primary and secondary school Chinese attire and wushu competitions. With these, we can bolster the national identity among young people in the region. Now, the third point, we should pay tribute to the Dongjiang Battalion. We should issue the veterans in the Dongjiang Battalion with a badge of honor. Now, under the one country, two systems principle and patriots administering Hong Kong, there is a need to recognize the patriotic veterans in the Dongjiang Battalion with an award to show them our respect. Since the return to the motherland, we haven't recognized the contribution and the sacrifices made by veterans still living and also those who have perished. Now, most of the veterans still alive are centenarians. I understand that there's still a score of veterans alive. They can't wait any longer. This is an urgent matter. Otherwise, it would be too late. I suggest the government issue badges of honor to the veterans in the Hong Kong Kowloon Independence Brigade of the Dongjiang column. Thank you. I so submit.
Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. I support the motion of thanks. The Chief Executive delivered his second policy address. This is again based on the four expectations, four hopes. Young people thrive and then Hong Kong will thrive. That's the CE's policy blueprint. This is in line with my proposal to the Chief Executive. I'm glad to see that the goal of the policy address is to achieve a vibrant economy for a caring community. That's in line with my proposal. We need development and security. They go hand in hand. Director Xia Baolong said this on the National Security Education Day. He said this, there is peace on the surface, but there are undercurrents. The roots of chaos is still there. We still need to strengthen the foundations of stability. So the government needs to fully and faithfully implement one country, two systems and maintain the constitutional order under the Constitution. And we have to practice the different kinds of principles set out in the Constitution. And we have to go ahead with the legislation execution. And we have to prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for acts that involve collusion with foreign forces and also acts endangering national security in the cyberspace. I welcome the government's adoption of my ideas. In 2024, there will be a bill on protection for critical infrastructure. We saw a spate of cyber attacks targeting public bodies. This shows an imminent need to improve the laws on implementation for all public statutory bodies and operators, owners of infrastructure. These people need the capability. The government needs to step up its cybersecurity too. We should spell out clearly that the operators and parties running the infrastructure have the responsibility to ensure cybersecurity. On the working group on patriotic education is also in my proposal. Under the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Committee, the Chief Secretary for Administration will be leading the committee. We need enough resources and have regard to Hong Kong's actual situation. Next year, our country's patriotic education law will take effect. In preparing for the legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law, we need to keep enhancing the execution mechanisms for the national security law. We need to look at the national flag and national emblem ordinance and also the regional flag and regional emblem ordinance. We need to look at actual needs and then make a decision on whether we should have extraterritorial effect for those laws. On family education and patriotic education, we need to align the spirit of those laws. That's how we can deliver on President Xi's call on the focus on family values and family education. I welcome the government's plan for a liaison mechanism with the CPPCC and NPC. We should also involve clansmen's groups, women's associations. We should put them in the liaison mechanism. We need a regular exchange mechanism with them that will help us integrate into our country's development. On civil service management and training. In the first quarter next year or before, there will be the draft of the updated Civil Service Code. In updating the code, the oath for the civil service should be further elaborated. We should show a stronger focus on the basic law. We should clarify the meaning of political neutrality, and we should spell out clearly what it means to bear allegiance to the HKSAR government. We should also review the political accountability system. We need to look at expanding the system, and we should regularize exchange programs for civil servants and strengthen the idea of one country among civil servants. In September this year, we had the torrential rain seen once in 500 years. We need to improve our joint prevention and response mechanism. We need to learn the lessons. We will have the new GBA level emergency response system. We need to work through the system to improve our capability. Finally, improving governance at the district level. We return district councils to the spirit under Article 98 of Basic Law. I encourage people to vote on December 10th so that we can choose patriotic district councillors. Once this puzzle is in place, we will see better governance in Hong Kong. I will speak later on the other parts of the PA. Thank you. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Thank you, President. I support the motion of thanks. The FEW has been calling for patriotic education for years. In the policy address, there's emphasis on patriotic education. I acknowledge this work. Under patriotic administering Hong Kong, we hope we can have more patriotic talent. Schools are where we can do the patriotic education. There will be a humanities subject at the primary level. This will help students learn about our country's history, geography, and national security. At the primary science subject, there's a component on learning about our country's aerospace development and innovation. The two subjects can help strengthen patriotic education. And this is also a change from the past where the general studies covers everything but lacks depth. For the two new subjects, the education sector has high expectations. At the junior secondary, there will be a new subject, citizenship and economics. And at the senior secondary level, there will be a citizenship and social development. The foundations for patriotic education is taking shape. But then the different subjects will come into place at different times. There will be interfacing issue, overlapping content. Are we having a lopsided curriculum and lesson times are limited? How can we have different subjects complement one another? We need to keep working on them and improving the curriculum to achieve better results. Patriotism cannot be achieved through drilling. We have to look beyond quantity. Now is the best time to review the curriculum. Let's look at the frameworks. We need clear lesson goals. Let's find ways that are easier to follow, and we need quality materials. Let's develop suitable assessment models to achieve good results upon execution. In assessing schools' performance, let's take a positive approach. Let's acknowledge the work in schools pursuing patriotic education, highlight the positives. and share the successful experience with others. We shouldn't just be fixated on the numbers. Let's look at quality. Outside schools, the government should help students learn about our country's tradition, to help them learn about national unity. The policy address proposes a Chinese culture promotion office, which will be tasked with organizing events about Chinese history and culture. There will be a Chinese culture festival next year. The event will help teachers and students learn about Chinese festivals. That will generate their interest, give them the motivation to learn about them and about country, our nation. In designing the curriculum for patriotic education, we have to have regard to local situation so that students will have an easier time learning about the material. We need to combine both knowledge and action. For patriotic education to take root, these need to be kept alive and be passed from generation to generation. I so submit. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, I support the motion of thanks. I thank the government for its hard work. The chief executive spent 3 hours delivering his policy address. This shows his sincerity in improving people's lives. This is the CE's second policy address, and the first one since normal life is back. The CE has taken on board suggestions from various sectors. It's not perfect, but putting more materials into the PA may lead to a 5-hour session. Here's how I will describe the PA. Steady progress, pragmatic, delivering what people call for. This also shows the 3 key pledges of the CE. First, safeguarding national security. Second, laying down a solid foundation for Hong Kong's development. And 3, resolving deep-seated socioeconomic issues. In the interest of time, I want to highlight some good measures. First, a clear timetable for Basic Law Article 23. That's good work. Second, a working group on subdivided units. A report will be submitted in 10 months. And 3, redevelopment for old estate. This has been something the BPA has been calling for years. And 4th, reducing the stamp duties and the suspended charging of stamp duty. This is what others have called for. And 5th, developing the silver economy. There are retirees or people reaching retirement age. It's a plan to help them re-enter the economy. 5th, nurturing legal talent in intellectual property. And 5th, better cross-boundary health care. 7, better cross-boundary health care. 8, a hub of international education. 9, international legal talent training academy, and also a university of applied science. In 2008, I joined LegCo. This is my 15th year at LegCo. In my first year, I saw Mr. Wong Yuk-man. He hurled a banana in the chamber. Since then, LegCo culture has been undermined. 2011, I proposed an amendment to LegCo ordinance because there was about the so-called referendum in 5 districts. I was smeared. 2016, I witnessed the saga about swearing an oath. Some people trampled our country's dignity underfoot. The LegCo president had to think about how to disqualify people who had no respect for one country, 2 systems and our national dignity. 2019, the LegCo complex was smashed. We were heartbroken. I spoke at a UN occasion in 2019. I said this: the people involved wanted to paralyze the legislative branch legislature, executive branch, those people called for 35+ plan. They wanted to oppose the budget. They wanted to destroy Hong Kong. I was the first one to come out to say the 35+ plan is against one country, two systems and the basic law. Neither the central authorities nor the SCR government will allow that. Now we have to improve the electoral systems. We have the national security law. The chaos is gone. We're going from stability to prosperity. But let's not forget, soft resistance is always there. We drop our guard, the chaos will come back. Just like with COVID-19, we can see another outbreak. So I fully support the legislation for Basic Law Article 23. This is completing a task that is long overdue. This is our constitutional duty. National security covers politics, public health, financial systems, and also our infrastructure. The policy address proposes legislation for the safety of critical infrastructure. I agree. This makes sense. This is constitutional and lawful. This is in line with Hong Kong's public needs. 2019, we had Basic Law 2019, Article 23, we had a gap in that law. People lost their lives, normal lives. People going to work, going to school, they were affected. In 2019, people experienced the chaos. That's why people see legislation for Article 23 vastly different now as opposed to 2003.
Macau legislated for the Article 23 of the Basic Law. They have clear provisions. They never experience chaos, and there's been no need to arrest anyone or prosecute anyone because of the legislative exercise. So legislating for Article 23 is good for everyone. In Hong Kong, we are going to enact local legislation for Article 23 that's in line with the international scene. I must point out the legislative intent of Article 23. It shows that the central authorities have boundless confidence in Hong Kong. They hope that Hong Kong will enact legislation to safeguard national security through legal systems that we're familiar with. It is to make sure that there is no local government. There are no other local governments in the mainland that are allowed to legislate to safeguard national security. Only Hong Kong and Macau can do that. So that shows the confidence and trust of the central authorities in us. So this is an important KPI. We need to do the job properly. Now, there are other countries with ulterior motives. They try to smear this fair and just exercise. So we need to explain the law properly to the public, because back then people did not realize what Hong Kong would become without national security, but I'm sure by now we all know. So I have confidence that if there is full cooperation between the executive and the legislature, and also with the community, and as long as we have patriotic, we definitely do a proper job in legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law. Now, for this, I must also give a like to the Hong Kong International Legal Talents Training Academy. Now, over the past 2 decades, I've been involved in the training of judicial officers and lawyers, especially after China joined the World Trade Organization. I've been involved in helping train the legal personnel. And then with many other experts together in the mainland, we've helped to train local people on legal knowledge. Now, Hong Kong is an international financial center. We are also an international legal hub. We are the only common law jurisdiction in the country. So I hope very much that this academy will help to train even better legal talents for the country. And I hope in future, with the KPI, we're able to have judge from Hong Kong sitting at UN courts. This is our midterm KPI. And then in the policy address, there is special mention of the training of IP legal talents, I am all for that. I recall when the chief executive first assumed his office, the Secretary for Justice asked what we needed to do, and I highlighted the importance of training IP legal talents. It's very important for Hong Kong to expand into the national market, because many people on the mainland told me in Hong Kong they could only go to international firms for IP service, legal service. So I hope we will step up training in this respect. Now, international businesses want to invest in Hong Kong, and they take very seriously IP protection. Finally, I would like to make a reminder, because of the Sham Chi Kin case, there were 3 judges who were not familiar with the marriage laws and the values of marriage in Hong Kong. The 3 foreign judges voted down the other 2 judges, including Chief Justice Andrew Cheung. Now, so there was a serious blow to us. And in future, it will have impact too on the allocation of public resources. So as the government follows on the case, I hope it will tread with great caution. It has to take into account fully the sentiments of the community and the traditional family values here. It's not just about Hong Kong, it's about 1.4 billion people. It's about the marriage. Now, I hope the SA government, with the support of all sectors, will safeguard national security better and do better work in promoting people's livelihood. And also, I hope the government will also protect Hong Kong mainstream values, that is marriage of a man and a woman. And that's the traditional we have for marriage here. So I speak in support of the motion. Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, President. President Xi Jinping came to Hong Kong in July last year. He mentioned 4 must-and-4 proposals. He stressed that the one country, 2 systems is a good system. There's no reason to change it. We must persist in this system. He also reminds us of the importance of safeguarding national security. I thank the the policy address for underpinning the importance of one country, 2 systems. It shows that the government is determined to safeguard national security and promoting the one country, 2 systems so that it can sail far, steady and far. Now, the policy address also proposes to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law in the coming year. I'm fully behind that. Now, we've seen turbulences in Hong Kong, and then the central authorities had to take action to enact the national security law, improve the electoral systems and so on, and now we are moving from stability to prosperity, and this is hard-earned. And, in the critical stage of moving from stability to prosperity, we must bear in mind stability is the cornerstone. Without that, we don't have prosperity. So that's why there's need to legislate for Article 23 while we also uphold the national security law. Now, I support the government in training young people so they will have a strong sense of national identity. They will also have a sense of identity of being Hong Konger and so on. I think young people should go and visit the mainland so they could earn first-hand experience. There could also be other activities such as mock NPC meetings, so young people can come to experience the advancement of the country. And then parents could take their children to the mainland for a deep experience, not just for leisure. And then they will learn, they will then learn to love their own country. And then now on good governance, I'm part of that, and I can see in the past year there are various measures to support SMEs, and then in this council I've raised various suggestions. There's also been close interaction and collaboration with government bureau. I can see that this term of government does focus on actions and deliver results, and it is determined to ensure good governance. So I can fully experience that myself, and I hope we will work together for a brighter future for Hong Kong. Ms. Doreen Kong. President, last year the administration introduced key performance indicators to measure the performance of different departments and the implementation of various policy initiatives. This year, the government has announced 150 KPIs. It's in line with the government's attitude of focusing on actions and deliver results. I'm sure the KPIs will help the chief executive to monitor the progress of various tasks, and it is also to build a culture of being result-oriented. But if the government only relies on but can we just rely on KPIs to let the public see how the quality of living could be improved? So relying on KPIs alone may not be enough. Now, when the government formulates KPIs, it needs to rely on data analysis to find out what are the pressing needs of the public and also anticipate the future needs of the public. So if they don't get the data right, then they will lose public confidence. Can KPIs be enough to meet the needs of the public? For example, the newborn baby bonus of $20,000. Using that as an example, is it enough really to meet the financial needs of families with newborn babies? Can we just rely on data analysis to come up with a better figure that is more convincing to the public? And also at the implementation level, the government needs to make sure the process can meet the rapidly changing circumstances. In other words, will the departments continue to do data computation and check if the KPIs are still relevant? And then the government needs to enhance transparency, and there needs to be a regular report of whether the KPIs are being met, and they have to explain to the considerations behind the KPIs and measures to improve people's standard of living. And also, we need to give more thought to prioritizing KPIs to ensure that there is fairness. Now, KPIs only provide targets for departments, but there are no cross-departmental indicators because public needs may not be addressed just by a single department. Of the 150 indicators, it seems that they are not able to enhance better collaboration among departments. For example, garden, well, you can see the KPI is like the garden. You plant seeds, but then you need to have staff to do irrigation and so on. And then with the KPIs we have now, we can't really see what flowers will come out from the garden. We're not able to see that picture. So, on housing, education, welfare, healthcare, and so on, there have to be KPIs that people can see how these services are improved. If we cannot see improvement in the next few years for these services, even if we are able to achieve the KPIs, they may not mean too much. The public want to see flowers coming from the garden and fruits as well. So I speak. I speak in this session. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, I speak in support of moving the motion of thanks for the Chief Executive Policy Address. In 2023, Hong Kong successfully fought the pandemic. We resumed normal, and we're back on the international stage. It's a critical year. This year, the Chief Executive has delivered his second policy address. The theme is a vibrant economy for a caring community. So there are various measures to safeguard national security, bring in enterprises and investment, and also to develop the Northern Metropolis. This policy address covers many different aspects. It leaves nothing out. Now, it explains clearly the policy of being result-oriented, and it also tries to meet the needs of different sectors of the community. It shows the government is determined to develop the economy for the good of the public. Now, I support this policy address. I will fully work together with the government in its policy for implementation. The 20th National Congress report says that Hong Kong has the one country, two systems is the best system to ensure long-term stability and prosperity in Hong Kong. Also, safeguarding national security is the key to ensuring the steady and long-term implementation of one country, two systems. So I believe the chief policy address has proposed measures to that end. I'm glad to see that the chief executive has announced a timetable for the legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law, and then for telecommunications and other critical infrastructure, there will also be legislative work to ensure their security. This is to make sure we fulfill our commitment in ensuring national security. Now, legislation for Article 23 will cover 5 other offences not covered by the national security law, that is treason, theft of state secrets, and so on. So there is an urgent need for the legislation. Now, people trying to distort the legislative intent of the exercise in the past, and that's stood in the way of the legislative exercise because misunderstanding was caused. So I think the government needs to do more in explaining the proposal, and there must be sufficient time allowed so that in the initial stage, in consultation and explanation, and then we could legislate without hiccups. Now, safeguarding national security is another important measure. We also need to step up patriotic education. We want to make sure that we have, patriotic people here. Now, we need to step up patriotic education in the new era. This is for us to make sure that patriotism will continue. I'm fully in support of that.
教育工作小
The chief executive proposed to establish the working group on the promotion of patriotic education and the establishment of the Chinese Culture Promotion Office. It shows that the chief executive has paid heed to the tenets proposed by President Xi. I suggest that we take patriotic education as the foundation of our national education system. The office should establish a system to promote patriotic education continuously, and also 2 museums showcasing the war of resistance and the developments of the nation were proposed. Now, the new territories is a land of rich culture and history. Together with the Northern Metropolis Development Plan, we can establish a national museum in the Northern Metropolis, as well as an exhibition center of the history of the War of Resistance. With that, we can enhance the national identity and sense of belonging of the youth. Now, in the following, I would like to speak on talents attraction as well as economic development. Now, with the interest rate hike, investors are less willing to invest. There is a slump in the stock and property market, and also we have a low birth rate and an aging population. We are in need of talents. We have to leverage on our own strengths and strengthen our positions under the 8-center layout and ensure continuous development of the economy. The chief executive proposed the policy address a re-domiciliation system for companies registered overseas, and also attract transnational corporations to set up headquarters or regional headquarters in Hong Kong to establish the headquarters economy. Now, there will also be the talent engaged to provide support for talents. The top talents pass scheme will be expanded. More universities will be included on the list, and also there will be relaxation on visa entry for Laotian and Nepalese and Vietnamese. I support the government's bid to attract enterprises and talents to Hong Kong to add to the growth impetus. Now, with the geopolitical tension in the world, there are wars and conflicts around the world. But with crisis come opportunities. Now, besides attracting talents from Laos and Nepal, we can also attract talents from other places. Now, last year, the Minister of digital developments in Russia pointed out that in year 2022, as much as 10% of digital and telecommunication talents in Russia have left the country. That is equivalent to 100,000 such talents outside Russia. Now, the Northern Metropolis and the Xantian Technopole will be key nodes for R&D development. We can attract Russian talents and provide them with facilitation measures to come to Hong Kong. That will be beneficial to the development of the Xantian Technopole and the Northern Metropolis. Now, by importing talents from outside, we can address the issue in the short run. But we want local Hong Kong people to raise more children. Now, according to the CNSD, between 2021 and 2021, for women at maternity age, on an average, there are 154 babies born among 1,000 every 1,000 women. Now, for the married population, the percentage has increased from 72% in 1991 to 80.8% in 2021. It shows a trend of late marriage and dwindling birth rates. It caused a plunge in our birth rate. It will cause a long-term problem for our demographic structure and also our economic development. I'm pleased to see pro-birth measures, for example, the one-off $20,000 newborn baby bonus, as well as tax incentives in relation to home buyers. And also, families with newborn will get priority in public housing allocation. And also there will be birth assistive tax deductions as well. The government is very pragmatic in creating a pro-birth environment for potential parents. Now, family policy is very important. The government should expand the coverage of the policy, including offering tax deduction for families with foreign domestic helpers. This will alleviate the stress of families with newborn. There should also be a progressive or accumulative tax deduction system for families with more than one child. And there should also be transport allowances for families with children. Tax deductions items should be offered to mother at work. Now, to encourage early marriage and birth, we have to address the housing problem in Hong Kong. This is something close to the hearts of the middle class as well as the grassroots people. Now, the policy address proposed a reduction of the applicable period for the special stamp duty from 3 years to 2 years. It will enhance turnover of flags, and also the spicy measures have been reduced from have been halved. Now, when necessary, we have to remove all the demand side management measures. We see a rise in the number of negative equity cases. It will pose risk to our financial system. For housing for the grassroots, I'm pleased to see that we are pushing forward with the redevelopment of old districts. MIC and other advanced construction technologies are applied, and also to enhance the living quality of subdivided unit dwellers. The government will set standard for subdivided units and weed out substandard subdivided units. These are concrete measures to improve the livelihood of people. In terms of the development of the Northern Metropolis, people's livelihood is the priority of the government. The government must ensure adequate land supply for housing production. Northern Metropolis development is the key measure for that. Now, not long after the promulgation of the policy address, the Northern Metropolis Action Agenda was proposed. The Northern Metropolis was divided into 4 nodes: high-end professional services, boundary control points, commerce, as well as the blue and green ecological and tourism node, and also the INT node. There will be 3,000 hectares of new developments land for housing production to provide 500,000 housing units as well as 100,000 jobs. Now, we are very concerned about the development pattern of the area, including the split of commercial and residential floor space, and also the commercial policies, as well as the interplay between different cities in the GBA in terms of cultural and leisure. The government should canvass views widely to enhance the new growth engine as Northern Metropolis. In terms of transport, we have to adopt an infrastructure-led approach while enhancing our existing transport system to make Hong Kong a metropolis with easy transport. 3 routes are proposed in the Northern Metropolis, including the Northern Link Eastern Extension, the New Territories Northeast route, as well as the Northern Metropolis route. The 3 backbone will connect New Territories north to east from Heng Yuen Wai, Ping Che, Queens Hill, and Fan Ling. This will drive the development in the Northern Metropolis. I hope that the government can keep to the timetable and prevent delay of works. Now, with the downward pressure in the economy, we must be very careful in terms of financing for the cost of the project. We have to be timely in terms of bond issuance. A good policy address can bring hope to society. It is the outline of our future development. It will show us hope. I think the policy address is well received by many in Hong Kong. It has a clear grasp of the problems we are facing. It proposed solutions as well as enhancing the sense of gains and happiness of the people. We believe that the Chief Executive is capable to build a better Hong Kong for everyone. On behalf of the Heng Yi Kok, I support the policy address I so submit. Ms. Jovi Chen. Thank you, President. Earlier on, during the interactive sessions, I was pleased to be able to advise the Chief Executive, and I thank the President for allowing us time to speak. Now, in terms of national security, I commended the government. I've compared this policy address and last year's policy address. In terms of legislation for Article 23, I see much progress. In last year's policy address, there was a brief mention of preparatory work for legislating for Article 23 in 1 paragraph. There was no timetable. This time, it has been made a KPI. The government pledges to complete the legislation for Article 23 within 2024. They showed commitment. Once again, I commend the government. In terms of schools and the internet, the government needs to publicize the legislation and prepare our students against any smearing efforts like that in 2019. Before the black-clad violence in 2019, there was a group of patriotic opinion leaders who boldly told the truth against ourselves. I was one of them. I established an internet platform. Till this day, I have been uploading video clips on politics till this day. That is how I contribute to the legislation for Article 23. Now, in terms of district governance improvement, as well as the irresponsible discharge of nuclear wastewater by the Japanese government, the government hasn't harness the strength of the patriotic KOL's platform. I hope that when legislating for the Article 23, the government would harness our power as well, so that there can be a two-pronged approach as conventional media as well as social media platforms. Now, in the previous motion of thanks debates last year, I spoke a lot on cracking down on fake torture claimants. I've seen the Security Bureau's efforts in the past year, but the problem remains. In October this year, among the unsubstantiated claimants, some 14,000 claimants remain in Hong Kong on various grounds. We have repatriated 200, but another 1,000 came. We can't catch up with the speed with our existing mechanism. In this year's policy address, I don't see any measures in relation to this. Among the 150 KPIs, there is none in relation to the crackdown on fake torture claimants. They they abuse the system and get benefits. There are media reports that torture claimants use our humanitarian assistance to make profit. Now, for every adult fake torture claimants, they receive some $1,500 in rent subsidy and another 1,500 as humanitarian relief. Every year, we are spending $178 million on humanitarian aid. Now, some of them were spent on legal aid, and some $400 million were spent on dealing with appeal claims. Now, we should study the establishment or the creation of detention camps to detain these fake torture claimants with very basic food provided to them. We should study whether we can reduce the amount of $780 million spent on assisting these fake torture claimants. Well, in next year's policy address, I hope that I won't have to speak on this problem again. I shall submit I will speak on other issues later.
Mr. Chen Siu-hong. Thank you, President. I support Ms. Starry Lee's motion of thanks on the 2023 policy address. The Chief Executive's second policy address targets issues of interest to people. It's a comprehensive, pragmatic plan with foresight. There are new measures, including a drive to promote patriotic education, University of Applied Sciences, GBA Investment Fund, Community Living Room, and measures to encourage childbearing. We should acknowledge the good work. The CE spent 3 months on consultation with more than 40 consultation sessions. He visited district. During the consultation, I proposed 138 measures. More than 80 have been adopted to varying degrees. President, in this session, I focus on improving district governance and civil service management. December 10th will be the first district council ordinary election since the improved system. 2019, the mutual destruction camp hijacked district councils. It stifled the government's work. There was political manipulation to sow discord, undermine people's well-being. The improvement plan was announced earlier this year to revamp district councils and the district governance system. District councils will return to their role under the Basic Law as non-political bodies of consultation. These seats will become partners of the government. Care teams have also started work. With the new district councils, we will see a new scene with district governance to resolve the long-standing and thorny issues. The CE proposed management of the civil service and strengthened training. There will be a performance-based management system, updates to the Civil Service Code, and the GBA Civil Service Exchange Plan. I support them. We should start quickly. There are negative perceptions about the civil service, fobbing people off, lack of passion, lack of new ideas, etc. civil servants have to follow the laws and guidelines in doing their work. Those rules are in place for a reason. That's to prevent abuse of public power. But some civil servants simply go by the book. They become risk averse. To strengthen the civil service management system, we need a performance-based appraisal system and more. The government should also to review the accountability system for officials. In this policy address and the last one, we see many new commissioners. There are dedicated offices on specific measures, especially interdepartmental issues such as the Commissioner for Digital Policy, a Commissioner for the Hong Kong Talent Engage. There's also an office on new industrialization. In some, more than a dozen commissioners, more than a dozen dedicated offices. In creating these new posts, I hope the government can show people results instead of old wine in a new bottle. I so submit for this session. Thank you. Mr. Michael Lee. Thank you. Since running for LegCo, I've been calling on the government to promote certain measures. 1, greater respect for one country. 2 and 3, local legislation for Basic Law Article 23. I welcome the policy address this year. The CE touched on both areas I mentioned. First, patriotic education, and second, completing local legislation for Article 23 within next year to fulfill our constitutional duty. First, patriotic education. The PA proposed a working group on patriotic education to be led by the Chief Secretary. He will lead government departments and NGOs. This will be aligned with our country's patriotic education law. It will focus on history, geography, traditional culture, promoting patriotism. The Liberal Party embraces this. As I said time and again, for people in Hong Kong, patriotism is our duty. So for this working group, it needs to work on all fronts and adopt various channels to pursue patriotic education. For schools at different levels, the government needs to come up with patriotic education curriculum for all levels of school. We need to include modern Chinese history, history of the Communist Party of China, and also Constitution and the Basic Law. We need to fill a gap, what's missing on Chinese history. We need to teach students the history of the Communist Party of China and the contribution the party has made to our country's modern history. The CPC is our country's ruling party. To learn about our country, we need to learn about the ruling party. In recent years, Western media deliberately vilified the party. We need to give students a proper and comprehensive understanding of the CPC. They need to learn about the contributions made by the CPC. The party has led our country from poverty to prosperity. And our country is now the center stage of the world. For patriotic education for the entire city, we need more mobile vehicles. They need to visit schools at different districts. We also need to work on drama, night vibes, carnivals, expos, to give people a proper understanding the development of our country in the new era. On Basic Law Article 23 legislation, I'm pleased to hear that the legislation will be done next year to fulfill our constitutional duty. This is to fill the gaps left by the national security law. I hope the government can include counter-espionage elements and also the theft of state secrets. The MPCSC amended and passed the counter-espionage law. The HKSAR government should do its part as well. I thank the CE for adopting many ideas from the Liberal Party. The PA shows it delivers on the points raised by President Xi Jinping during his visit last year. This is in line with the 20th Party Congress report in the 14th Five-Year Plan. There are short, medium, and long-term policy measures for Hong Kong's future. This can help Hong Kong better integrate into our country's development. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Ambrose Lam. President, I support The Chief Executive's second policy address. The PA stresses upholding one country, two systems, improving the governance system. Good governance means we need to deliver on people's priorities, deliver people's needs. I'm pleased to see the current term government is willing to listen to people. That's a first step in good governance. I led the legal sector to visit the High Court of Guangdong. We visited the arbitration center and the Nansha judicial authorities. We learned about the judicial system and the technology they use there. They are making great advances. We need to catch up quickly. I support initiatives about digital government and smart city. We need data interchange between departments. Right now, we will have a digital policy office. That's a good start. We also need to look at digital policy. That will involve many legal issues. But if there's a need, the legal sector is willing to help. We now have the improved electoral system. The district council election is coming up. The government is also improving district governance to make sure that people's voices are heard at district councils. Through DCs, the government will get a better picture of what people want. On voting, I hope the government can ensure that Hong Kong people living in the mainland can exercise their voting right. In recent years, young people and seniors from Hong Kong either work or retire in the mainland cities of the GBA. But our electoral laws say that Hong Kong voters need to provide a Hong Kong residential address, and that will determine their geographical constituencies for the DC and local elections. This way, people who want to support government's policies cannot vote. We have one country, two systems. Hong Kong residents living in the mainland are still within the framework of one country. In some countries, their nationals living overseas can and must vote. So I suggest a review of the REO's ordinance. We need the support to ensure Hong Kong people living in the mainland can vote to safeguard one country, two systems. The government will continue to improve interaction between the legislature and the executive branch. Since the return to Chinese rule, the Law Reform Commission proposed many amendments. Many have been left there for 10 to 20 years and they are still being studied or going through consultation. In decision, inaction, the legal sector is disappointed at this. Such as the responsibility for children, for parents. There's a proposal that the court should put the interests of the child be made the first priority. The children's rights should not be affected by parents' separation, but over 18 years, no legislation. I talked to Mr. Bill Tang, the chair of the welfare panel. I also talked to the Bar Association and also the Law Society. We called on the government to act. But the response is that this bill will do nothing to help resolve the tension between estranged parents. If the tension could be resolved, no divorce would have happened in the first place. Dropping plans with the excuse that there is resistance means there is nothing you can do. Excessive hesitation means indefinite wait for this bill. There is the executive-led model. Policy bureaus come up with proposals to change the law, but LegCo is responsible for passing the law. We believe there are good chances for its passage. That's why we call for this bill. The government should improve the interactive mechanism with LegCo to fix the problem with indecision. LegCo members are calling for the bill. The government should not come up with excuses to put this off. That's how the government can truly deliver on what President Xi is asking for, that is, interaction between legislature and the executive branch, in addition to checks and balances. Thank you. Mr. Jimmy Ng. The policy address this year covers many aspects: a vibrant economy for a caring community. We are moving into a better place. I represent a business sector. The biggest highlight in the PA is that for the Hong Kong I&T development blueprint, there will be new measures, a new industrialization office, a new industrialization R&D center, there will be a supercomputing center, and there will be a $10 billion new industrialization acceleration program. The new industrialization office will strengthen the structure of the ITIB. This will help the Bureau coordinate new industrialization policies and delivery. The proposal also covers innovation in the technologies adopted by businesses. It's a long policy address. It's almost 150% long as the last one. The PA covers many details, from childbearing to talent attraction, from subdivided units to land policies, health, grassroots, healthcare, education. The CE spent 3 hours delivering the PA, and this is good work that we should acknowledge. The PA is focused on the people, so the slogan needs to be accessible. To do that, let's learn from the mainland. The mainland has many catchy slogans. Green mountains and lush waters are our invaluable assets. Catchy slogans can boost public confidence. This can show people the future. We have the restructured government. There's talent. They can unleash their creativity so that we can have more catchy slogans. The government wants to boost childbearing. Apart from handouts, we can have handouts. We used to have a slogan that encouraged people to have just 1 or 2 children. Let's modify the slogan to encourage people to have more children. I'm just tossing some ideas around, hoping that we can have new ideas. The government wants to attract firms and talent as we move from stability to prosperity. Of course, we need firms and talent. Let's also not forget business. Local businesses have been struggling. Fewer customers, business is dwindling. One reason is that many Hong Kong people go north to spend money. We have many cross-boundary transport links. Crossing the boundary is easier, and then there's also the exchange rate of RMB. That leads to more people going north. The 1 hour living circle of the GBA is taking shape. Mr. John Lee said, this is the result of many years of efforts to promote integration. The PA this year proposes many issues about Hong Kong playing its part in the GBA and integrating into our country's development. This is what people want, and this is part of a broader trend. We should learn from different sides.
Now, we have to, you can do some calculation about the spending up on the mainland. There are some 5.3 million Hong Kong people went to Shenzhen and other Guangdong provinces last month. It's a single month's record high. And then earlier statistics show that after discounting transportation costs, Hong Kong people spend about $600+ on average on the mainland. So that means Hong Kong people spent already $3.6 billion on the mainland last month. And that's about 10% of the or total consumer spending. So it's already a trend for Hong Kong people going north. It's not just for dining and shopping. It will cover other aspects of life as well. If there are more Hong Kong cars going to the mainland, Hong Kong car owners will bring business to retail sector there. They will come back with their cars packed with shopping. And then the deep integration with the GBA is bound to happen. It shows that because there are different price differences. Now, for Hong Kong people and the community, are they well prepared for such changes? Because they're bound to happen. Hong Kong is only able to snatch enterprises and talents, but they're not able to compete for business, and at the end, they will get nothing. If they don't they're not able to compete business, then in turn, how can we compete for enterprises and talents? So the three are intertwined. We need to make sure we are able to perform in each of the three links. Now, Hong Kong businessmen are flexible. They never mind expanding business opportunities outside of Hong Kong. That's why I welcome the series of measures to support SMEs, such as better financing arrangement, promotion of e-commerce, strengthening export credit insurance, and so on. I hope the government will also rationalize the division of work between the new Industrialization Acceleration Office and the Trade and Industry Department. We need to promote the continuous development of the industry. Last October, the 20th National Congress report was published, is to promote new industrialization in the country that's in line with our reindustrialization policy. So last year, the government announced a blueprint on the promotion of innovation and technology. We need to improve the INT ecosystem. We need to promote reindustrialization also. That this is the future for high-end manufacturing in Hong Kong. But then Hong Kong is a small economy. There are space and other constraints. So we cannot build the whole manufacturing chain in Hong Kong. So we shouldn't aim for that, but rather we should aim for niche development. And then Hong Kong could become leaders in these niches. This has to be the way forward for us. There's a unicorn, Dajiang, DJI is linked to Hong Kong. That's why it's often mentioned. But then we must realize where our positioning is. We need to go for a niche development. And then hopefully then there will be more DJIs in Hong Kong. Now, in the forward and the first few paragraphs of the policy address says that Hong Kong is an international city. It's a special administrative region, so we should leverage on these advantages. We should ensure Hong Kong remains highly internationalized. The Financial Secretary said a few days ago that the internationalization is the DNA and the edge of Hong Kong. So this is very important for Hong Kong. It is the key to our success. Now, in the past, Hong Kong served as the bridge between the mainland and the Western world. And then we are seeing changes in the international scene. The Western countries are becoming more inclined to see Hong Kong as a city of China, and even mainland compatriots question whether Hong Kong is truly internationalized, and that's the crisis we face. Now, on social media in Hong Kong, there have been smearing remarks about Hong Kong. They say that Hong Kong is just some historic site of internationalization. And so I hope the government will follow up on such negative views about Hong Kong. We need to publicize the advantage of us being one country, two system. Now, there are some 300,000 foreigners living in Hong Kong, discounting foreign domestic helpers. But then we are seeing warning signs. Foreign businesses are leaving Hong Kong. And then we will become less attractive to mainland compatriots. I hope the government will roll out more measures to maintain our status as an international city. Now, I must once again thank the Chief Executive for this very proactive and policy address. Now, I said that we need to compete for enterprises, talents, as well as business, and then we need to promote the niche development of our industries, and then we need to maintain our edge as an international city, and we must tell good stories of Hong Kong. So I speak in support of the motion. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. This is the second policy address of the Chief Executive, Mr. John Lee. it's in line with the policy style, the governance style of the chief executive is bold and pragmatic, and it's also very caring about people's livelihood. So that's the policy and the mindset of the chief executive in promoting development in Hong Kong. I see that the policy address has taken on board many of the views and suggestions of the community, including those of the DAB. I think there were over 40 consultation sessions on the policy address. So many of the views of the public are included in the policy address, and that's why, as the chief executive said, this is a policy address that belongs to each and every citizen of Hong Kong. The title is A Vibrant Economy for a Caring Community. That's in line with the title of the DAB's policy address, that is developing economy for the people. So that's why we will fully support the policy address, and we will help to implement the various measures so that we could leverage on our advantage, and then Hong Kong could seize upon the opportunities arising from the 14th Five-Year Plan, the GBA development, the Belt and Road Initiative, and so on, and then we could further promote the long-term prosperity of Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong now faces unprecedented changes in the world. So we need to look out for opportunities, especially in Southeast Asian countries. In these countries and markets, what they need are capital and investment opportunities. So we need to continue to strengthen our position as an international financial hub. The DAB has proposed lowering the stamp duty for stock transactions, reforming GEM, and so on, because we want to revitalize the entire securities market. So Hong Kong is again an important financing platform, and then capital could move in and out freely, and we could find new investment opportunities. We need to strengthen our position as an international financial center, as I mentioned. But then how can we promote more business development? And how can we make use of our connection with the world and our network with the world, so that and how can we make the most of our strong professional services, say in accounting and legal services, and then we could bring more businesses to come to Hong Kong, and also bring more talents here. This is all very important. Later on, members of DAB will speak further on measures about boosting our economy. Now, apart from leveraging on our international centers, we also need to create new business opportunities. For example, e-commerce development. E-commerce is also an important measure for the new digital era of the country. It is a new platform. The President Xi Jinping has announced the setting up of e-commerce pilot zones. All relevant restrictions are lifted, and the chief executive is also taking on board the proposal of the DAB to set up a task force on the development of e-commerce. I believe that will be very useful in promoting e-commerce in Hong Kong. Last year, President Xi said that we need to listen to the aspirations of people and respond to them. And I think people don't just aspire for economic development, they also want a caring community. We need to enhance the sense of gain and happiness of the people. Now, the policy address is to develop a vibrant economy, to care for a caring community that shows the government has a sense of mission in this respect. Now, we need to help people get public housing sooner. And then in the policy address, there's an announcement to ease the spicy measures, and also to extend the mortgage period, assurance period, and so on, and also to deal with the subdivided unit issue. So, and then the government announced that land's been identified for housing production under the long-term housing strategy, and that's good news to the public. Now, since we've identified suitable enough sites, can we go further? Can the government make the pledge of 3 years waiting period for public rental housing? The public will certainly welcome that. And how do we enhance the sense of gain and happiness of the people? How do we build a caring and harmonious society? DAB colleagues will speak on that later. We can see that in Hong Kong, we're back on the right track. We are moving from stability to prosperity. We all hope to see speedy economic development to catch up for lost time. Now, I'm the chairman of the panel on security. I certainly see that we need to have security first before we have development. You might recall in 2019 with the Black Clad riots, people were not able to do business, people were scared, people dared not speak their mind. And then after the promulgation of the national security law, it's been effective in stopping chaos. We have seen order restored. And then it's some experience that we all share that without security, we cannot have prosperity. So that's why we need to have good business environment. But more importantly, we need to safeguard national security and ensure stability. That's why I support the proposal to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law as announced in the policy address. This is something that DAB has been calling for many years. Now, some said that if we legislate for Article 23, that may cause concerns to foreign investors. I would say that safeguarding national security and territorial integrity are the constitutional duty of Hong Kong. SAR officials must take up this responsibility without fear. We must actively safeguard national security. So together with the government, we will refuse such smearing and such rumors. We will use real facts and figures to show that if there is safety in Hong Kong, then there will be a stable business environment. And then people outside Hong Kong will see what it's really like in Hong Kong, and then they will invest more in Hong Kong. Now, we need to be strong ourselves for us to promote development. So as we enhance foreign trade, we also need to promote building in Hong Kong. Many say that we rely too heavily on financial sector, trade, and revenue professional services. In the policy address, we can see that apart from consolidating our pillar industries, there are also measures to promote emerging industries and diversity of industrial development. DAB is all for that direction.
I think the policy address has given much focus on something that I've been calling for, that is a shift towards high value-added energy industry. This is in line with the global trend. We are facing more natural disasters globally because of climate change. In the just concluded state leaders meeting between the US and China, low carbon and environmental friendly development is an important direction for both countries. I've been calling for the development of green transport. However, the progress has been slowed. Now, in this policy address, I can see the commitments of the government for developing the green energy transport industry. Only by striking a balance between development and conservation can we go far. There will be further promotion of the adoption of new energy and green energy transport in Hong Kong. And also in the first half of next year, there will be a strategy, a blueprint to develop hydrogen-fueled vehicles in Hong Kong, as well as green bunkering. Hydrogen energy is a highly sought-after path towards carbon reduction for many countries. The country has come very far in terms of application of hydrogen. It is one of the most advanced economies in the world in terms of adoption of hydrogen-fueled vehicles and energy. We have to learn from the country. In making a blueprint for the development of hydrogen in Hong Kong, I hope the government can remove the shackles and enhance the speed of the application through administrative and legislative tools. And also, we have to harness our strength in green financing and attract hydrogen industry enterprises to come to Hong Kong. We have to provide them with strong policy support in terms of entrance, immigration, and capital. Now, in new development areas like the Northern Metropolis, we should forge a transportation network with a focus on hydrogen-fueled vehicles so that we can make Hong Kong a brand for hydrogen-fueled vehicles. Now, when there is crisis, there is also opportunity. Now, with the uncertainties in the global landscape, we do have a lot of challenges ahead. Luckily, we have the country as our staunch support. With the joint efforts of the Council, the government, and society as a whole, with our can-do spirit, we can definitely forge a new path amidst the uncertainties. I hope the government can maintain its approach of pragmatism and results-oriented and serve the public well, implement the policy measures mentioned in the policy address, and build a better Hong Kong. I so submit. Mr. Ronnie Chan. President, now with 1 year's experience in office, the policy address this time has a theme of building a vibrant economy for a caring community. It has taken on board a lot of views from society with some 600 measures to help Hong Kong navigate the uncertainties in the global economy. It is a policy address with foresight and vision. I support the policy address. There are a lot of pledges made in terms of improving livelihood. Now, a caring and stable society is an important vessel for these pledges. Now, when we are emerging from stability to prosperity, we have the national security law to thank. Now, we have the improved electoral system and the improved district council election. We will move away from the chaos in the past, and we can enhance district governance. The legislation for Article 23 will help create a more stable environment in Hong Kong so that we can focus on livelihood and matters. The government has attached importance to the development of the financial services industry and I&T. There will be financing structure for major infrastructure projects like the Northern Metropolis. The development of these major blueprints takes many years. In the foreseeable future, the financial services sector will continue to be the pillar of our economy. Now, the Central Financial Committee's meeting held last week mentioned that there are 5 directions to go. We have to bolster our international financial center status through retirement financing, green financing, and so on. Now, we are at a crossroad of history. We must rise up to the task. Many measures were put forward to enhance our competitiveness. I would like to mention 3 areas. First, consolidating our international financial center status. We have to enhance the capacity of our stock market. Turnover has been dwindling recently, and it affects the number of IPOs in Hong Kong. The government will establish a working group on facilitation of to adopt facilitation measures for the stock markets. There will also be a revamp of GEM. The stamp duty for stock transfer has been reduced from 0.13% to 0.1%. This has been passed last week in the council. However, there are many other sectors. For example, the market sentiments, the outlook of the market, as well as the performance of enterprises. There are also macro factors like the high interest rates, geopolitical tension, and also uncertainties in the global economy. Now, these new measures cannot change the macro factors, but they will send a positive signal to the market to show that the government is willing to adjust our policies to meet the market's needs. It will improve market sentiment. And also, we will launch a system to encourage overseas investors to come to the Hong Kong market, and also there will be a system to allow the stock markets to continue to run under extreme weather. Now, in terms of enhancing our RMB business, we will enhance our offshore RMB hub business and deepen collaboration in the GPA. RMB will be used as a settlement currency for our stock markets and products. These are all measures in response to the market's calls. It will expand the base of our investors and enhance the liquidity of our stock markets. It will also help investors to hedge against exchange rate risk. This will also enhance our role in helping RMB to help internationalize RMB, and then our competitiveness as a green financing hub. The policy address mentioned that more international capital would be brought into our green financing system. Facilitation measures will be provided for green investors. For example, the proof of concept subsidy scheme for green investors, and also preliminary subsidies for green startups. Now, this is the first time we put forward this subsidy scheme for proof of concept green products. It means commercializing our products. Now, capital is crucial for the survival of startups. With subsidies for startups, we can have more green projects. We are poised to become a world-leading research and financing center for green technology, and we can also attract green leaders to use Hong Kong as a base. The policy address also mentioned further expansion of our green bond. Now, there has been an explosive growth in our green bond markets. Despite the downturn in the global bond market, we have still recorded a 42% growth in our green bond market. We must be determined to develop our green bond markets, for example, providing tax incentives and also loan facility to eligible green products, and also hosting green seminars and forums to attract green investors to join us. Now, about attracting talent. Now, the government has reactivated the capital investment entrance scheme to attract investors and capital to Hong Kong. We will be able to attract top-notch talents to meet the demand for professional services. Now, the tax incentive schemes put forward in the policy address will help lower the cost of house purchasing for talents in Hong Kong. It will encourage them to set up shop in Hong Kong. Now, with multiple entry visas for foreign staff in companies registered in Hong Kong, we can attract more transnational companies to use Hong Kong as a base to tap the markets in the north. We should continue with these policies. Now, adopting an industry-led model to enhance our growth impetus. There are deep-rooted conflicts of developments in Hong Kong, which are addressed in depth in the policy address. There are high-level steering for solving these problems. There are immediate measures as well as a long-term vision. Through the Northern Metropolis and the KYC Artificial Island development plans, sufficient land will be supplied to address the shortage of housing in Hong Kong. Through industry-led approach, we can diversify our economy and move away from the situation in the past. Now, the word industry has appeared 35 times in the policy address. The term industry-led approach is an innovative term. This is the highlight of this policy address. It means that the government will become a staunch facilitator for the industry. The government has moved away from the old mindset of a small government and a big market towards a better integration between a capable government and an efficient market. It will boost investors' confidence. All along, the services industry accounts for 20% of our GDP. Our economy is too narrow. Now, the four pillars include financial services and tourism, and also at the legal sector. Before the epidemic, the four pillars account for 50% of our GDP. Our economy was too focused on the services industry, and we are susceptible to the economic downturn. We are vulnerable. Now, a lot of economies are developing other industries in full steam, for example, new energy and INT. Other economies are pushing forward the developments of their industries at full steam. In Hong Kong, the government must put in more efforts to enhance our competitiveness. We have to enhance our software as well to attract top-notch talents to come to Hong Kong so that we can achieve sustainable development. Now, we must have the full participation of the governments right from the start, from land planning, industry policy, tax incentives, livelihood, housing, education, and also protection of intellectual properties, as well as synergies between the industries. This is how we can integrate the industries in an organic manner and foster a highly efficient ecosystem to realize the vision in our blueprints. Third, planning for the financing of major infrastructure. Now, the two mega-scale projects will be the key task in the next 20 years. They will provide 3,000 and 1,000 hectares of new land, accounting for 55% of the land supply planned. It will cost more than $1 trillion. Now, in the past, the expenditure on our capital works remained at $80 billion. It is expected that it will grow to over $100 billion per year. Now, relying on the existing tax revenue, we cannot afford this. These mega-scale projects will last years. We need a financing plan to sustain them. Now, compared with standalone infrastructure projects, we can't rely on the old model of financing for a single project. We need to give consideration to the commercial values and the objective sets for various projects to adopt a multi-pronged approach in financing. We need a cross-departmental structure to finance the projects. Now, the proposal to establish a committee on the financing of mega-scale projects, the office will explore the feasibility of inviting private partners to participate in the projects. Now, the establishment of this office is timely. It will help the government consolidate its financial and political resources.
嘅開發同管
The office will help coordinate the mega project and work on the financing options, ease the government's fiscal pressure, and achieve a win-win outcome. President, bringing in private investors is key to solving the financing issue. That should be a priority. We already have a public-private partnership scheme. It's a new situation. Let's be bold in public-private partnerships. Make the projects more attractive to private investors. We have an office, we have a committee. The government should finalize the manpower, work out the plans for the artificial islands, the northern metropolis, and the major transport links. We should tap into the private market to ease public concerns about the burden on the public coffers. We will also have fewer disputes when we go that way. Let's adopt a way involving public engagement. Let's mobilize different forces, get them involved to speed up the development of our infrastructure project. The new policy address creates favorable conditions for our long-term development. I hope the local economy can keep growing. On people's lives, the PA devotes much discussion to those areas with many measures. These measures will cost money. There are arguments in the community that public expenditures have grown markedly, but in the PA, there is no strategy on how to boost revenue. I hope that in the upcoming budget, the government can tell us more about raising new revenue to get the people to have confidence in the government. I so submit. Mr. Chen Kim-po. Thank you. The policy address this year is rich in content. As the Chief Executive said, it's a PA for everyone. So it's a report on the government's work. It took hours to deliver, but there is great transparency to secure public support. It's helpful. The PA covers many areas: stronger impetus for growth, faster development of land and housing, better governance, solving livelihood issues. The PA tries to resolve the deep-seated tensions at the root. There is foresight. The PA also responds to many calls from the community, including response to extreme weather, cross-boundary healthcare, dental care, childbearing, subdivided units, stock market, property market, etc. These are hot topics. The PA covers them all. The government has listened to the public's views. It's focusing on the people. The PA proposes implementing one country, two systems fully, faithfully. There is coverage on patriotic education, etc. These are the duties for the HKSAR. Local legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law and other measures, I support them. We are moving in the right directions. Once we get one country right, and then we work on the two systems. Vibrant economy, better development. We need to get this right to ensure our long-term success. We're at a point faced with industrial transformation. Our status as an international financial center is being challenged. The opposition camp has held us back for many years. We are falling behind Singapore in many ways. We need to strengthen our foundation, explore new industries. We need to integrate into our country's development, focus on the GBA, and work on the 8 centers. We need to leverage the support from our country and our global connections to turn Hong Kong into the best place to do business. It's no easy task. So we need to improve governance and implement the measures in the PA. On better governance, I want to talk about the legislature and the executive branch. The LegCo is supposed to keep an eye on what the government does. And LegCo is also supposed to support policies to ensure policies are properly delivered. Policies need to focus on the medium to long term, but people focus on the short term. So policies may not make everyone happy right away. There are gaps in what people want and what the people get. So there's a need to explain to people about why the government is doing certain things. The government has done a good job. The senior officials need to get this done. LegCo members should also serve as a bridge. Let the government know what people think and let people know what the government is struggling with. We now have patriots administering Hong Kong. We now have a new atmosphere. LegCo members should be able to play a bigger part in policies and legislation. The government should step up collaboration and engagement with LegCo members. Let LegCo members learn more about the problems and why the government are doing certain things, and then LegCo members can leverage their own networks to explain to the public. We need to spread the right message. Once LegCo members learn about what people think, we let the government know, and those ideas can be part of the next policy address. With LegCo members' help, we can dispel misconceptions, we can restore public confidence. When people learn more, there's less room for misunderstanding. There will be closer ties between the legislature and the executive branch, and then we can improve governance. Thank you. Professor Chen Wenkwang. Thank you, President. I thank Ms. Dory Lee for moving the motion of thanks. so that we can have an in-depth debate about the policy address. In the PA this year, the chief executives did a 3-month consultation and listened to the community. He proposed a range of pragmatic measures that will help Hong Kong's long-term development. This shows the chief executive and the current term government's result-oriented approach. He wants to deliver for the people and Hong Kong. As we say in Chinese medicine, we examine, we learn from the people, we strengthen our foundation so that we can go further. I welcome this PA. I'm happy to help the government deliver the various measures in the PA so that we all work together to create a better future for Hong Kong. Now I want to talk about the measures about one country, two systems. These measures are in a conspicuous part of the PA. This shows the government is determined to fully and faithfully implement one country, two systems. 26 years into our return to Chinese rule, one country, two systems is a success. It's our biggest strength. It's also the cornerstone of our long-term prosperity and stability. Some countries, out of their own considerations, single out China. They want to see one country, two systems falter. That leads to challenges for us. To fully and faithfully implement one country, two systems, we need to look out for some things. First, constant vigilance. There is peace in the community, but there are undercurrents. Let's be vigilant against black-clad riot forces. We need to guard against soft resistance and people smearing one country, two systems. We cannot be complacent. Second, better understanding of one country, two systems among the public. We need to let people know it's about one country, two systems. We need to step up promotion so that people get a proper grasp of how one country interacts with two systems. The more firmly we uphold one country, the greater the strength of the two systems. The system is in the interest of everyone in Hong Kong. That way, people will more actively uphold one country, two systems and ensure its long-term success. I welcome the move to set a timetable for legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law. The legislation will be done within next year. I hope this work can be done swiftly so that it can go hand in hand with the national security law and protect our country. As Mr. Chris Tang said, he hasn't anticipated Western countries will smear the legislative work. So the government should get it right with the explanation and promotion of the bill. We need to let people know Hong Kong is a special administrative region of China. The legislation is our constitutional duty. Safeguarding national security is the duty of everyone in Hong Kong. Finally, on patriotic education, I welcome the PA's emphasis on patriotic education. There will be a working group on patriotic education and Chinese Culture Promotion Office. Here are some concerns of mine. First, we need to go beyond just sloganeering or rote learning for patriotic education. We need internalization. We need to let people learn about the country so that they love the country. Second, we need specific target and key performance indicators so that departments can follow the goals, complete the work, and promote patriotism. President Xi Jinping said this: Chinese medicine is a great asset of traditional Chinese culture. It's a vital part of Chinese culture. I hope the Chinese Culture Promotion Office can help promote Chinese medicine to keep alive Chinese culture. President, on other parts of the PA, I will speak in greater detail. I so submit. Thank you. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. President, I thank Ms. Starry Lee for moving the motion of thanks on the 2023 policy address. The new PA's theme is a vibrant economy for a caring community. This is in line with the BPA slogan, which is also about the economy and the community. The PA responds to the many calls about socio-economic issues. More than 70 proposals from the BPA have been adopted. Lower rate of stamp duty, conditional stamp duty for outside talent, industrial development, integrating into national development. These steps will help speed up Hong Kong's recovery and strengthen our process as we go from stability to prosperity. The BPA commends this PA because it helps us lay a solid foundation for future challenges. On one country, two systems, and national security. For many years, the BPA has been calling on the government to fulfill our constitutional duty to get the legislation done for Article 23 of the Basic Law. We welcome the Chief Executive's emphasis on having an effective bill. The legislation will be done within next year. We should learn from lessons from the past. We need to explain the bill well. We need to present the justifications and guard against anti-China forces trying to undermine the hard-earned peace. The MPCSC passed the Patriotic Education Law. The Chief Executive has also announced that under the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Committee, we'll see expanded functions. There will be a working group on patriotic education. The working group will coordinate work on patriotic education. The government should take the lead, offer guidance, step up training for the civil service, promote patriotism and awareness of national security. We also need policy and resources as we raise awareness, promote national identity to foster mainstream values based on one country, two systems, and also consistent with patriotism. On better governance, the current term government has a range of measures, anti-chamber exchanges, interactive Q&A sessions with the chief executive, and also study visits involving officials, legislative members to the mainland. That healthy interaction between the legislature and the executive branch. Care teams have been set up. The new district councils will see new roles and functions. There will be a new atmosphere at the district level. To implement executive-led governance, we need ongoing review of training for different levels of civil service and a performance-based management system. Let's stick to the result-oriented approach to promote good governance so that we can deliver on the pledge for people. We need a stronger mechanism to respond to adverse extreme weather. I've been pushing for a steering committee on safety. It should come up with plans to ensure the city's safety. We need a full review of the laws and delivery of mechanisms to ensure Hong Kong's safety. We need enough resources to improve hardware and software to address extreme weather.
So we should enhance the capacity of different departments to respond to natural disasters and other major incidents. This will further enhance our reputation as a safe city in the world. And then there's a launching ceremony in Guangzhou recently on the joint system. So I hope that will help to enhance the meteorological services in the region. And we need to promote joint rescue and search operation mechanisms. Now, Hong Kong is an externally oriented economy. We're facing severe challenges. So our most pressing issue is to stimulate the economy. We should leverage on our unique advantage of being backed by the country and closely connected with the world. And then we need to deepen collaboration on all fronts in the region. Now, this is the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative. In mid-October, the chief executive led a high-level delegation to Beijing for the third International Summit on Belt and Road Cooperation. So Hong Kong can play an important role as a platform in the promotion of BRI. So the government should further promote professional services, and then the government should encourage business delegations to visit Belt and Road countries. And there should support for businesses to join hands with mainland businesses to go global, and then we must also develop into an international arbitration center. GBA development, that's the Shanghai plan and the Nansha plan. The government must must support these plans, and there is also the Hetao plan, and so we need to ask for expansion of the GBA preferential treatment for Hong Kong, and this will allow businesses to take part in GBA development. And in terms of innovation, capital, and talents, and there will be deep integration. And in attracting talents, I must commend the Chief Executive for taking on board my suggestion. So for non-local graduates in Hong Kong, they can stay for a year to look for work, because we're not just looking for university graduates, we're also looking for vocational education graduates. And there must be further measures to implement the blueprint on innovation and technology. There's a new industrialization office, and there's also the $10 billion acceleration program, and we also have the RAS+1 scheme and so on to promote the commercialization of R&D outcome. And then in terms of land planning, there's going to be the Shenzhen Hong Kong Hetao Cooperation Zone, and this will become a new growth engine for Hong Kong. The BPA also supports the setting up of the Digital Policy Office, so that we could promote full digitization of government services. We look forward to the enhanced IM Smart platform, and then there will be a central processing system, and then among departments there will be more interchange of data, and then we could build a one-stop government services platform. The PA also announces that the SL government will work with the Guangdong government on the digital GBA. And there are over 100 cross-boundary digital services announced. So with Hong Kong, Guangdong, and Macau, there should be an electronic platform that promotes electronic ID verification and so on, and then and also electronic services and online trading would develop in these places. There's also much mentioned in the PA about the promotion of the demand of culture, sports, and tourism. The government now realizes there needs to be a deep integration of culture, sports, and tourism. I believe the government needs to come up with various strategies, and there has to be high-level coordination to foster collaboration of these sectors. And then we must also promote multi-destination itineraries together with other cities on the mainland. Now, all these measures shows the government are committed to diversified economic development. Now, on land and housing, this is also an important subject in the PA, is a priority task. Northern Metropolis is the new growth engine for Hong Kong's development. Under the Northern Metropolis Action Plan, there will be industry-led and infrastructure and industry-led approach. So there are 4 development regions for high-tech services, logistics, innovation technology, boundary trade, and also a blue and green ecotourism zone. And also the Northern Metropolis is going to provide over 3,000 hectares of land. 1,400 hectares of land will be available in 10 years for development. It will provide 500,000 new housing units, so it's an important source of housing supply for Hong Kong. There's an important philosophy, that is people can work and live in the same district. I hope the government will speed up the development, leveraging on market forces. Now, there are many PPP examples that are successful. That is public-private sector collaboration. We can't just leave it to the government to complete such a massive project. The government must be more proactive in promoting public-private partnership. And then in the process, any negative impact must be avoided. I've stressed again time and again to the government that we have to consider the brownfield operations that are in existence. There are sites used for storage of heavy equipment or for manufacture of prefabricated units. These sites are all needed for housing development. So, and the government needs to make sure there is proper reciting of these operations. Now, some of the BPA's proposals have been adopted. That is for PRH residents. That is the redevelopment of old housing, public rental housing estates. We urge the government to redevelop the 24 old PRH estates in Hong Kong in phases. We've proposed 7 measures. That is in situ rehousing that will reduce resistance against redevelopment, and also we could make the most of plot ratio to increase the number of units. We expect 188 hectares of land will be made available to provide 142,000 units. That will help to improve the condition of living. It will also provide more units for those on the waiting list. Now, the government is going to rationalize the various projects. There will be 3 new road projects and 3 new rail projects, linking, say, Northern Metropolis to other parts, and also Hong Shou Kuen, and so on. There will be smarter mass transit systems. And then for the Railway Development Strategy 2014, there are still many railway projects outstanding. For example, the western extension of the South Island Line, there's still no timetable for its construction. So we hope the government will speed up these projects. And then the government must keep expanding the road and railway network. We need the second express rail station in the central artificial islands, and so on. Now, the government's also adopted our proposal to promote new energy transport, and there are measures to promote transformation of transport system, and so they could go greener. Actually, Hong Kong is far behind the mainland in this area of development, so we need to catch up, and we need measures to promote the further integration of our transport system with that of the GBA cities. President, I speak in support of the motion moved by Ms. Sari Lee. Ms. Elizabeth Quat. Thank you, Deputy President. I think this policy address is proactive, is committed. I thank the Chief Executive for taking on board many of the DAB's suggestions. And we have heard from the public many very much welcome this policy address. Now, I'd like to speak on the discipline services. There are 6 discipline forces in Hong Kong. They play an important role in safeguarding national security, research and rescue, and other law enforcement duties. Now, during COVID, there were various anti-epidemic tasks for serving and retired disciplined services officers. They volunteer to work with the government to help the public who in need. Discipline services have always been at the forefront in fighting criminal elements, and so they face huge challenges. During the Black Cat riots, discipline services, in particular police officers, were assaulted on many occasions while on duty or off duty. And it's not just them; their family members, were docked, and they were threatened, and then. U.S. politicians also suppressed Hong Kong to curb the development of the country. Many disciplined officers were sanctioned by the U.S. So these are issues we faced recently, and even within the forces, they face the challenge of wastage. For example, in the police force, they have some 6,000 vacancies in 2021 to 23. That's 7.8% of the establishment. The Correctional Services Department also have 658 vacancies, or 10.1% of the establishment. As a government flying service and other discipline services all have a huge number of vacancies. So there are over 7,700 vacancies in all discipline forces. The vacancy rate is over 12%. So the wastage rate and the vacancy rate have been around for some time, and we need to resolve that. Now, the SL government needs to safeguard the national security and ensure law and order in Hong Kong. So they must first ensure the high morale of discipline services and their capacity to enforce the law. So we should start with the stable and good working environment. That's why DAB has always asked the government to create offences on insulting public officers. And also, we need to crack down on crime that spreads hatred against discipline services. Because such acts have actually undermined the credibility of disciplined services. And there has to be a need to use more technology to enhance law enforcement capacity.
At the same time, the government should enhance the welfare system for the disciplinary services to retain talents and keep the morale high. We suggest applying the subsidies or allowances for the education of children of disciplinary services officers to those officers recruited under the new mechanism, and also allow the children to choose schools overseas. Also, there should be more exchange activities organized to help the children of disciplinary services officers to understand the national affairs, and also the review of the remuneration of disciplinary services should be shortened from 6 years once to 4 years once. And also, we should enhance the number of quotas for dental services. We should build more accommodation for disciplinary services to reduce the waiting time, and also lower the threshold for inspectors and other officer grade disciplinary services staff to get flagged. And also, we should extend the 5-day work week to disciplinary services, and also other family-friendly measures as well. Mr. Brave Shan. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, and thank you, Secretaries. Now, the policy address is themed "A Vibrant Economy for a Caring Community." We support Mr. John Lee's policy address. It is fully in line with the aspirations and proposals made by President Xi and the central government for Hong Kong. We indeed feel that the policy address is a policy address for everyone, which will benefit our families. Mr. John Lee is dedicated to uphold the one country, two systems principle fully, steadfastly, and resolutely. This is how we can contribute to the building of a strong nation and the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. We see that the principal officials are staunch patriots who are implementing the Patriots Administering Hong Kong principle, and to ensure that the power rests in the hands of patriots firmly. Every country in the world, including the Western countries, also uphold this principle. Like your family, you would only let your loved ones hold the keys to the doors. Now, on the 10th of December, we will have the polling day for district council. Now, we have already had 3 elections before that. That is the chief executive, the election committee's election, and another one. They have been conducted smoothly. It relied on the joint efforts of the CMAB and other government departments. The publicity campaign was a success. The memory of the 2019 District Council election is still fresh in our memory. At the time, we had the black-clad rioters vandalizing our ward offices. It posed danger to candidates and their helpers. They had to wear anti-stepping vests. Well, it made Hong Kong look like a war zone, like in the Russian-Ukraine conflicts and the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts. How can we instill confidence in voters if that is the case? This time, with the staunch support of the central government, we have emerged from chaos to stability. We are on the fast track from stability to prosperity. Once again, we have returned to the right track. We look forward to the district councils formed after the 10th of December to be the product of a quality democratic system. This is not hard to come by. We have to cherish this result. On the other hand, in another key measures to implement patriots administering Hong Kong is requiring oath to be taken by all civil servants. The government is considering to extend the oath-making requirements to all other public officers paid with taxpayers' money. This will make the governance even smoother. On the other hand, legislation for Article 23, we already have the Hong Kong National Security Law under the leadership of the Chief Executive and the Secretary for Justice. Article 23 will be legislated next year. Some may say that since we already have the National Security Law, it's really so urgent to have Article 23. We'll look at this way. This is useful in terms of macro management of security. Now, national security is like the macro security, like the security guard and the police. Article 23 is like the security measures on your floor, like the smoke screen and your gate and your door. We have to have a comprehensive umbrella of security. Just like to fight against the epidemic, you not only need hospital, you need vaccines as well. Only when we have completed legislation for Article 23 can we say that we have completed the last stretch, the last mile in enhancing the governance system in Hong Kong. That's how we can protect ourselves against predators in the international world and concentrate on developing the economy. I've even heard views that the legislation for Article 23 should be completed as soon as possible. If it can be completed in the first half of next year, that would be even better. Another thing, the liaison mechanism between the government and the deputies to the CPPCC and the NPC, this is something that we have been calling for. These are not mainland residents. They are Hong Kong permanent residents who are representing Hong Kong on the national level. They have been staunch defenders of one country, two systems, and they are the key to leverage the strengths of one country, two systems. The policy address is clear. We have to leverage on their strengths. There should be a regular liaison with them. As it is, we already have regular exchanges between principal officials and the deputies. We support the new measures. In my constituency, that is CPPCC and NPC deputies, many told me that it would be best if the government can set up a dedicated secretariat and a dedicated venue to harness the views of these deputies. Now, Ms. Dari Lee, the deputy president herself, is a deputy to NPC. Now, you have helped us, reflected our views, for example, the cancellation of the health code on cross-boundary movements. That is a result achieved by the deputies. So they are staunch patriots on the national level. There are some people who belong to national bodies, which are not CPPCC and NBC, for example, Overseas Chinese Association, who help us connect with the world. And also we have a national women's federation, the youth federation, and so on. We want to incorporate patriots from these 5 groups into the liaison mechanism so that they can be given more play in promoting developments in Hong Kong and promoting connectivity between Hong Kong and the country. Also, we are supportive of other measures in the policy address. The DAB has been calling for some of the measures for a few years. For example, we have to learn lessons from the past. We have to learn the history of the war on resistance, the war of resistance, as well as the history of the Communist Party in China. And also, there will be 2 museums showcasing national developments, as well as changing the positioning of the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense to the War of Resistance and Coastal Defense. Now, in the past, the colonial government defended Hong Kong and then robbed us. Well, but I think this is a good move to change the name of the museum. And also, we hope that at convenience places in Hong Kong, like Tsim Sha Tsui, we can build a dedicated museum to showcase the developments of the country. Now, we want Hong Kong people to know where they come from and where they are heading. Museums will help. And also, as another member has mentioned, we have the patriotic education law in the PRC. This is how we can tie in with the country's efforts to instill patriotism in young people. Now, national security law has made Hong Kong safer. Now, I hope that the Chief Executive and the Secretary for Justice to expedite on the legislation for Article 23. Now, interconnectivity between Hong Kong and the mainland are crucial to our development. Now, to assure the people it is part of the country's centenary goal. With better security, we can prevent a lot of hiccups. So I hope that there can be a timetable for building the museum on the War of Resistance. If we can do that in the first half next year, it's good for the country and it is beneficial to world peace as well. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm very happy with the policy address. It has puts forward short, medium, and long-term measures, and there are a large portion of the policy address are dedicated to livelihood. The most important thing is to improve the economy and boost it. There are macro-level policy measures and studies to explore ways to improve our economy. So I have 3 points to make. I want to give my 2 cents on these 3 areas. Now, Annex 7 to the policy address supplement. Now, there is a target to enhance the coverage of the CMG Greater Bay radio station from 60% to 80%. Now, I support that. Now, in the digital era, we have lost the habits of listening to radio, or maybe drivers are the only one who listen to radio. The general public, especially the young people, do not listen to radio. So I want to hear more on how you will promote the Radio Greater Bay to enhance the coverage rates from 50% to 99% in the GBA. It takes a lot of thinking to achieve that goal. It is a headache to expand the coverage of a radio station in the digital era. On patriotic education, I think we have to put equal focus on the past and the future. We have to conserve traditional culture, but it is of equal importance to focus on contemporary China's development. Promotion of culture is even more important, but also easier than education on the history of contemporary China. If we focus too much in the past rather than the future, we may fall into the trap of the opposition party. If you ask someone from the opposition party, they will say, "We are patriots, but we love the Chinese culture only, but not the contemporary China." So I think that would be counterintuitive. We have to put equal importance on China in the past, at present, and in the future. One country, two systems. One country means the People's Republic of China. The Hong Kong SAR's constitutional position is based on the constitution of the PRC, so contemporary China is important. There are at least two parts which we need to educate the young people on. On promoting national affairs and patriotic education, we have to give priority to content first. Whether it is a promotion in the real world or on a virtual platform, whether it is in campus or off campus, well, that's not the issue because we have all the tools available. The point is you have to define the contents clearly.
There are 2 points we should be careful with. First, a community of shared future for humanity. This is more than just about diplomacy. As we teach people the PRC's constitution, we have to cover a community of shared future for humanity. When we teach this to students, we need to make it go hand in hand with the Constitution. This is more than just diplomacy. This is part of the preamble to the Constitution. In the 20th Party Congress report, there is a concept, the Chinese path to modernization. It's easier to follow for Hong Kong people, and it encapsulates contemporary China. Modernization is a concept from the West, but we stress the Chinese path to modernization because it's in line with China's circumstances. It's also in line with the community of a shared future for humanity. Western modernization entails wealth gap, wars, colonization, sacrificing the environment for economic growth. But the Chinese path to modernization is proposed to avoid the pitfalls of Western modernization. That's why we stress peace over war in modernization. We stress balanced development rather than economy over or at the expense of the environment. We stress common prosperity. And at the core of it is the leadership of the Communist Party of China leading the Chinese path to modernization. As we promote patriotic education, national studies about contemporary China, here's something to look out for. Content matters. A community of shared future for humanity, Chinese path to modernization, these two matter. Of course, there's more, but these two elements should be front and center in our education about contemporary China. Now, the liaison mechanism with NPC and the CPPCC, there are also other national organizations, overseas Chinese business, industry groups, etc. When we promote learning about contemporary China, we should also include education workers. professionals can offer professional advice. If you haven't had the training, you will struggle to teach students. There are experienced people, they know well about China's culture and contemporary China. But at different levels of schooling, students at different ages, development stages, when you teach them, you need different skills. How do you get the message across to our young people and children? You need education professionals to do the job. So, in promoting patriotic education and getting NPC and CPPCC members involved, let's bear in mind that the professional input from educational professionals matters. Now, improving district governance. After the DC ordinary election is done, we should step up publicity. We should let people know that the DCs, care teams, and the district committees each has their respective role and functions, so that people can see that their issues, problems are taken care of. We should step up the work. The FEW and I work at street booths. We promoted the 2020 legislative elections. We talk to people about elections. People see two parties in the same district. They wonder whether they can cast two votes. So for the one vote, two seat system, we need to promote the system. It's not just about getting people to vote on December 10th. We have to let people know how the voting works. We need to get this message across clearly on how the voting works at the DC ordinary election next month. This is where we need to step up publicity. I so submit. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. The policy address this year covers a lot of grounds. It covers various areas: short-term economic stimulus, long-term economic transformation, land, housing, healthcare, elderly care. New measures are proposed. The PA shows the chief executive listened to different views. That includes many proposals from the New People's Party, such as lower rate of stamp duty for stock market and property market, developing the quarry site on Lemon Island, attracting talent, and GBA development. I thank the chief executive for that, and I support the PA. National security. In this session, I will speak on national security. National security is in the first part of the PA. This is only right. National security means a lot for our country's survival. There are forces trying to undermine our country's stability. 4 years ago, we saw the Blacklight riots. We almost became a base for anti-China forces to subvert our country. Luckily, the central authorities enacted the national security law, and then we had the National Security Office for Safeguarding National Security. A package of measures came out. Order was restored quickly. Hong Kong managed to go from chaos to order. The NSL targeted the worst and most pressing aspects back then. That means the 4 offenses. There are other kinds of national security risks, so that we go from stability to prosperity. To do that, we will have to do this. As I said before, we need to fulfill our constitutional duty, and that is local legislation for Basic Law Article 23. I welcome this year's PA. There is a plan for the legislation, and there's a timetable. The legislation will be done within next year. This shows the government's resolve to safeguard national security. Recent media reports on the legislation focus on whether we will have stricter measures, whether there will be a scaling back of the law. The government needs to rectify these erroneous claims and guide people to focus on the proper elements. It's not about how stringent the law should be. The issue is how do we legislate to effectively safeguard national security, prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for acts and activities endangering national security. The crux or the key is that we have to make it work. It's not about whether to legislate. The local legislation needs to be in line with Article 4 of the National Security Law, and that is the HKSAR government, in safeguarding national security, should safeguard and protect human rights. The rights and freedoms, including the freedoms of speech, etc., of residents of the region, enjoy under the law, Hong Kong's laws, and the ICCPR and the ICESCR. That includes the right of the press, of publication, and association. These rights should be protected. I hope that the government can think the provisions through and come up with a bill to control the 7 offenses mentioned in the bill. Whether I can join the Bills Committee or not, I will do my part for the bill. I will act as a logical member to explain to the public. I will present the facts, counter the false claims, and rebut the smearing attempt. I will let people know that the local legislation will effectively safeguard national security and ensure Hong Kong's continued development. Cybersecurity, data security. National security covers other key areas. Cybersecurity is one of them. President Xi Jinping said this time and again. Without cybersecurity, there's no national security. AI, big data, blockchain, these technologies are advancing in leaps and bounds. The cyberspace is another key area of human activity. Cybersecurity will have implications for socio-economic development. This can also mean harm that is amplified. This means cybersecurity matters. Are we prepared for this? In many ways, we can do better. Over the past 3 months, Cyberport, the Consumer Council, Hong Kong Ballet were targeted by hackers. Those are cases of successful cyber attacks. There are many more where hackers tried and failed. The SAR government needs to be prepared. Hackers are constantly looking out for vulnerabilities. The PA pledged that a bill would be submitted to LegCo. That's action, and it's a key step in securing cybersecurity. I support this. Everywhere, there's a drive to develop digital economy. The cyberspace is a key part of it. Data is a key element in the digital economy. So, when we look at cybersecurity, we should also work on data security. For critical infrastructure, we need a legislation for their cybersecurity. We should also learn from the mainland's practice. In recent years, there are attempts to enhance cybersecurity. There's a cybersecurity law of the PRC. There's a data security law, and also law on the protection of personal data. There are now institutions and frameworks on cybersecurity and data. Now, here in Hong Kong, we want to develop a digital economy. There's a pressing need for us to improve the laws. I hope the SAR government can legislate on these areas. On better governance, AI chatbot. I will now discuss better governance. The PA does not discuss this, but then in the policy measures, there is discussion about improving governance. And that means for the 1823 hotline, there will be AI chatbots. There will be measures to improve the efficiency of the service. We have ChatGPT now. AI is a hot topic. Last week, there was an incident at the company of OpenAI. It grabbed media attention. Our government does not use OpenAI, cutting-edge AI technology, but the government should think about this. How do we make AI part of public service? There's a thing called Bonnie or 11. Bonnie is a chatbot on gov.hk. They say you should trust Bonnie. Bonnie can help you. Bonnie does this. Bonnie helps you search for e-services and forms. 1823 has a digital assistant. It can help address simple inquiries and flag problems. To talk to the chatbots, people can go up on a browser or use a messaging app and find the information they need. I tried the chatbot. The chatbot on 1823 has more constraints. The chatbot can only address certain inquiries. I entered renewing my passport. The chatbot can only point me to the 1823 website or to the gov.hk site. Bonnie does better.
After I've asked a question, Bonnie will try to find out what exactly I want. And then she will send me the relevant forms and information. So comparing the two, I can see that why the policy address is emphasizing the need to expand the functions of the 1823 chatbot. Now, I am all for the government using chatbots more often to serve the public, but at the same time, the government needs to review whether there is need to develop so many different chatbots. I think if the public call 1823 or use the chatbot, well, the whole idea is for them to get matters resolved as soon as possible. If there's more than one chatbot, it's just a waste of public resources. And then the public has to spend time deciding which chatbot to use. So instead, the government should simplify matters and develop a single chatbot that can answer questions on most government services. So this will bring convenience to the public. At the same time, could lower the manpower demands. And then the government can then truly make use of technology to enhance its governance. And then the government is actively promoting I Am Smart. There's also the chat function on I Am Smart, but then this chat function just links you up with some an operator. So the I Am Smart is an important platform for promoting a smart city in Hong Kong. So the AI chatbot must be included in the I Am Smart platform. Of course, I agree. Talking to a real person helps to answer inquiries better. But then, if there is a good chat bot, it will be able to answer most of the questions. Then only for the more detailed inquiries, they can be referred to a real operator. That should be the better arrangement. It will also ensure resources are used properly. Finally, President, I would like to share with you another experience. I've been using the chat function of I Am Smart on many occasions, and I find something really, quite annoying, because after each chat, the other party will always say goodbye politely, and then an online questionnaire is sent to me, and I'm asked to complete the questionnaire so that they could improve the I'm Smart platform. Of course, every time I would complete the questionnaire, but then when I checked the link, I found I was actually directed to a Google website. Now, the government plows in huge resources in developing a smart city. Why is it that when it's just an online questionnaire, the government has to make use of a Google website instead of its own? Just now, I mentioned that data security is very important. This is an important aspect of national security. So even if it's just a satisfaction survey on government services that may involve relevant government data or personal data. So the government shouldn't use a third-party website. The government should get in the habit of always safeguarding data security first. So I speak in support of the motion. Mr. Benson Look. Deputy President, the Chief Executive has taken on board 70 suggestions of the BPA, easing the spicy measures, pro-childbearing measures, attracting talents, and so on. There are also various other measures that will help our economic development. So it is to give full play to the instructions of President Xi in his July 1st speech that we need to answer people's aspirations. Now, the theme of the PA is a vibrant economy for a caring community. There's good response from the public as a whole. And we can see that the public do have a sense of gain and happiness arising from the policy address. Now, national security is important. It's a prerequisite for ensuring quality of living. So the CE has stressed again the importance of safeguarding national security. And he undertook to complete the legislative exercise for Article 23 of the Basic Law in 2024. The BAPA supports that too. There should be proper explanation and publicity so that we could communicate with the public and let them know exactly what the law is about. We don't want people to start rumors, so we want to forestall that. And this is an important step of improving safeguard for national security, so we need to take it very seriously. There are two issues we need to consider. First, we need to ensure the patriots administering Hong Kong. Also, we need to enhance patriotic education. Now, the policy address proposes to strap up training for all civil servants so they have a stronger sense of national identity and patriotism. This is to make sure that the civil servants will work for the long-term interests and development of Hong Kong and the country. Of course, this is in the right direction. Last year, in the motion of thanks debate, I mentioned that I mentioned the basic law test, basic law and national security test for civil servants before they recruited. There are 20 multiple choice questions. So if you get 10 questions right, then it's a pass. But then even, when we do a driving test, people are only allowed 20 minutes to answer 20 multiple questions. They have to get 16 questions right before it's a pass. So the standard is more stringent. That's why for the basic law and national security common recruitment exam, there's a need to raise the standard. And I welcome the chapter on patriotic education in the PA. I agree we should actively promote patriotic education in schools, and we need to set KPIs for the number of persons who are trained, and so on. And then there must also be specific guidelines for mainland study tours, so students could learn more about the high-end development of the country. At the same time, they could visit rural villages and learn about the lifestyle of rural villages. And then students will come to have a three-dimensional understanding of the country. Now, we need to have we need to properly safeguard national security, and then we need to ensure that the constitutional order is observed under the Basic Law and the PRC Constitution. And then we need to resolve various deep-seated conflicts. Now, the district council elections coming up, it is the first DC election after improving the electoral systems and improving district governance, and then Hong Kong will move from stability to prosperity. I would appeal to all eligible voters to vote on the 10th of December. So I speak. Mr. Kwok Wai Keung. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, for this first session, we support legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law, because since the reunification, it's been 26 years, and we've never delivered on this front of our constitutional duty. It is very important KPI, and finally next year, we know there will be a timetable, and Hong Kong people who've long been looking forward to the legislation will now see light at the end of the tunnel. Now, Hong Kong people had a bitter experience from the Black Clad riots, where there's which is about bringing everybody down. You know, it's like domestic violence when people say they love Hong Kong, but then they're actually harming Hong Kong by their actions. The national security law has served a strong deterrent effect, so we are able to move from chaos to order. But then, as Director Xia Baolong said, there are still elements of instability, and we don't want black clad violence to come back. Of course, we don't expect those who want to bring us all down will change, will correct their mindset or behavior, and people cannot transform from those who oppose China and Hong Kong to become patriots. It's not unrealistic to expect that. Before the meeting today, I attended a meeting of the government, and a lady told me that we support work in relation to patriotic education and so on, and I promised her we will try to do a good job on that. Now, there are complex international situations and geopolitical tensions, and then there are external forces that try to attack us or infiltrate in Hong Kong. So that's why it is necessary for us to legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible. We need to plug all loopholes and avert all risks, so that there will be steadfast implementation of one country, two systems. Now, for patriotic education and national education, we must take them very seriously too. Now, National Security Day is actually my birthday, so I celebrate it together every year. Now, false information was the driving force of the Black Clad riots, and in the policy address, as mentioned, that the consultation study on false information will be studied carefully. There will be new arrangement and new considerations. It's hoped that there will be a timetable for cracking down on false information like that for legislating for Article 23. On civil service, the Civil Service Code is under review. Well, there's a delay, but still we find that acceptable, because we must proceed with caution with this review. we must not underestimate the importance of the exercise. So even if there's a delay till early next year, we accept that. And we must thank the Bureau too for taking very seriously the views of civil service unions. So you listen to the views first before you complete your exercise. But I must point out one thing. Now, in the past, for the civil service, we emphasize a high pay to stem out corruption. But now we are talking about promoting a sense of national security, dedication, and allegiance, and so on. And then for civil service pay, it's comparable to that in the private sector because there are regular reviews. So there's no longer a case of a high pay to stem out corruption. So that's why we need to do more to cultivate the values of civil service, so they will serve the public honestly. Now the FTU has made a suggestion in the past. We should have model civil servants in different sectors. We want to inculcate positive values. We want to tell good stories. So we need to have real-life examples to demonstrate the excellence of civil servants. So the Civil Service Bureau perhaps could start with a pilot scheme. And then for zero growth of the civil service in 2 years, and that's the policy. But then there are strong views from frontline officers. The establishment is 192,000. The strength is only 174,000. So there are 18,000 vacancies. That means 9 persons are doing the work of 10. Perhaps this is common in the private sector. But I must stress that in the private sector, because work pressure is so heavy, many have become freelancers instead because they just cannot take the work pressure of a full-time job. I'm worried that this culture will also take root within the civil service. Now, we want to recruit new blood to join the civil service team. We also want to retain experienced civil servants. Therefore, we need to take targeted measures. We must reduce the number of vacancies, and you must speed up recruitment to lessen the pressure on serving civil servants.
In terms of medical benefits, it seems that civil servants enjoy better healthcare than the ordinary public. However, because of the manpower shortage in the healthcare system, the quality of medical services received by civil servants are not that different from the general public, except that they do have a shorter queue. In the general market, for civil servants' healthcare, even with a dedicated queue, civil servants have to queue for 1 or 2 years, especially for specialist services like dental. Now, the coming 10th of December polling day will be the first DC election after the improvements in the electoral system. It is of historical significance, so I urge everyone to come out to vote. Now, we have all mentioned the importance of the 8 centers positioning, which is crucial for our development, one of which is the East-Meets-West Cultural Exchange Center. Now, to be this center or hub, we need to build up our inherent cultural strength. I support the establishment, the creation of a Chinese culture promotion office under the LCSD to organize the Chinese Culture Festival regularly. It is an opportunity for us to enhance our inherent cultural strength. Like another member has mentioned, an organization has proposed to host a territory-wide Huafu or Chinese Clothing Day on the 22nd of November each year. That's why I'm wearing this attire. This is also included in the Chinese attire category. That is Changshan. On extreme weather and its response, besides cleaning up the aftermath, I have submitted a written question on protection for employees under extreme weather conditions. Now, the current guidelines are not legally binding. The employers should be tasked to bear full responsibility 4 hours before and after the issuance of extreme weather alert. If that's the case, then the labor insurance should have coverage for that. And also for employees to come to work under extreme weather condition, the traffic would be disastrous and there are lots of extreme conditions, so there should be special allowances for them. The premises is that employer are protecting the safety of their employees. Thank you. Mr. Tony Jack. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the motion of thanks on the policy address. As mentioned by Mr. John Lee some days ago, Hong Kong has to strive for high-quality development. We can't be complacent. We have to guard against the resurgence of black-led violence and soft resistance. This year's policy address dedicated the first chapter to national security. The government pledges to complete the legislation for Article 23 within next year and legislates for the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. I am all for that. Now, I would describe the policy address as a comprehensive one with much to look forward to. The government has adopted the suggestions made by me and my industry. KPIs have been set and there are lots of blueprints on the way. Well, in order to ensure that the results are enjoyed by the public as soon as possible, we need a joint effort in society. I agree that the governing team, the principal officials are working in a close-knit unit. But in order to deliver the results, the entire civil service has to work together to enhance their performance. There must not be the mindset of doing less and committing fewer errors. We must be ambitious. And also, we have to remove the silo mindset. Last year, the policy address proposed improvements in the management system of civil service. The public supported that. The mechanism has been streamlined for terminating the employment of substandard performers. It has been implemented this year. Now, we have the Chief Executive Award for exemplary performance, but that's not enough. We have to reform the salary adjustment mechanism for civil servants. That's how we can enhance governance. We have to award high achievers. I so submit. Mr. Michael Look. Mr. Charles Siu Chung. Deputy President, the policy address attached utmost importance to upholding one country, two systems and safeguarding national security. The government pledges to complete legislation for Article 23 within next year to fulfill our constitutional obligation. It shows the government's importance attached to safeguarding national security. Stability and security is a common aspiration of Hong Kong people. Stability in the country is the premise where we can build a happy life. That explains why the legislation for Article 23 is necessary. 26 years since we have returned to the motherland, and we still haven't legislated for Article 23. We failed to establish a safeguard for national security in Hong Kong. As a result, people with ulterior motives made use of the loophole and caused the 2019 incident. It disrupted our social order and posed threat to national security. In the end, it was the central government which made a decisive move to implement the national security law in Hong Kong and restore order. The national security law will continue to be a stabilizing force in Hong Kong and help Hong Kong to focus on development of economy at this critical juncture. Some may say that since we already have the national security law, why do we need to legislate for Article 23 under the Basic Law? Well, I beg to differ. Legislation for Article 23 is the constitutional obligation of the Hong Kong SAR. After completion of the work, we can create synergy between the two laws and enhance our legislature to safeguard national security. In the policy address, the Chief Executive puts forward a detailed planning to launch patriotic education. A working group on patriotic education and a Chinese culture promotion office will be established. I support all these measures. Civil servants have the duty to implement one country, two system, patriots administering Hong Kong, and support the governance of the HKSAR government. The government should continue to improve the remuneration and training for civil servants so that they can contribute their strength in implementing patriots, administering Hong Kong, safeguarding national security, and improve governance. I so submit. Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Deputy President, there is across the political spectrum decision in the U.S. Senate and Parliament to sanction judicial officers in Hong Kong with a view to interfering in the upcoming trials. Well, we shouldn't impose on others what we don't want. The U.S. claims to be an independent sovereign with separation of powers, but they are now interfering with Hong Kong, which is also an independent jurisdiction. We have to protect our judicial officers from any undue interference from external forces. We have to protect Hong Kong's status as a jurisdiction with our independent judicial system. This is also enshrined under the Basic Law. Since the implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, some question whether we can maintain our common law system. Now, despite the decisions made by the NPCSC to incorporate HKNSL into Annex 3 of the Basic Law, which is totally in conformity with the law, we still have the obligation to legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible. In principle, any time is a good time. As mentioned in the 20th Party Congress report, the one country, two systems arrangement is the best institutional arrangement to maintain the long-term stability of Hong Kong. It must be stringently adhered to. Now, one country overrides two systems. It's a shame that because of the education in the colonial era, many people have been brainwashed, and also before the reunification, a lot of Chinese in Hong Kong do not have a sense of belonging to the country. Now, since the establishment of the PRC, the century-long history has been turned around, and we have seen much developments in the country. Once again, we are proud to be Chinese. That's why the policy address puts forward the idea of patriotic education and national affair. I am in full support of that. We have to have the correct historical perspective as a basis for that. However, it seems that some officials or some frontline teachers have the wrong understanding of the history. For example, the two museums to showcase national development and the War of Resistance. Now, before the construction of the museum, the exhibition would be conducted in the History Museum, and then the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense would be renamed. Now, I have received questions from some historians in Hong Kong telling me that the parts of history concerning the Japanese aggression war in China and Hong Kong in a certain exhibition were erroneous. I immediately went to the museum, and indeed, the contents were not comprehensive and it may cause misunderstanding. And the FTU said that having visited 7 museums managed by the LCSD, they found that many expressions were still based on the narratives of the colonial government. The War of Resistance in Hong Kong was compared with the coastal defense built up by the colonial government 200 years ago. Well, that's not appropriate. And also the setting of the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense is not favorable to educate history. Now, I'm not trying to wipe out the contribution of the colonial government. I just want us to promote patriotic education based on the correct historical views. We have to pay attention to the contents. In the mainland, they do research on history very stringently. What we have to learn from the mainland government. I hope the HKSAR government would not be too proud to ask for help from the mainland authorities. We should invite experts from the mainland to be advisors to our museums. We should also understand that when there are errors in our history, it would be disastrous. The exhibition I mentioned just now has to be replanned, and it has been taken down for the time being. It is embarrassing. History will affect a person's sense of belonging and a sense of duty to the country. Now, Mrs. Ingrid Yang said that since the implementation of the oath-taking requirements, 535 civil servants have resigned because they refused to take an oath to uphold the basic law and pledge allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR. If civil servants are unwilling to pledge allegiance to the HKSAR, how can they serve the public?
對香港歷
This also shows the lack of understanding of Hong Kong's history among Hong Kong's new generation. No sense of belonging. So how can we expect a sense of belonging from them to our country? So I support the policy addresses measures on better training for civil servants to enhance national security awareness. This way, in this complex environment, civil servants can put our country's security and development interests first, and that's how we can improve governance. Everyone in Hong Kong will benefit from these measures. Finally, I thank the Chief Executive for the proposal about having a regular liaison mechanism with the NPC deputies and CPPCC members. I join other NPC deputies and CPPCC members in the call for offices for these members so that we can gather views and let the government know what people think. But this step in the PA is a key step. This is a way to bring together elites from different sectors. Deputy President, I so submit. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, Deputy President. Our country has passed the Patriotic Education Law. The law covers enhancing national identity among people in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan so that they voluntarily support national unity. I support the measures to promote patriotic education in the policy address. I also support the steps to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law. We need to give people a proper understanding of the Constitution and Basic Law and the implementation of one country, two systems, so that we can go from stability to prosperity. Patriotism is a duty for every Chinese. For over a century, our country has gone through hardships. It started with the Opium War. We had a century of foreign aggression, the Eight-Nation Expedition, revolutionary wars, anti-Japanese wars. Through much hardship, the People's Republic of China was established, and then we started going into prosperity. The current peace and stability are hard-earned. That's why the government should promote patriotism, and this will contribute to national rejuvenation. On December 10th, the District Council ordinary election will be held. That's the first election since the improved election system for DCs. This will be a significant step. We will have patriots serving as district councillors, no more political hijacking and dysfunctional DCs. The government should do more publicity and showcase the patriotism of district councillors. As so submit, I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Eric Yim. Thank you, Deputy President. This is the Chief Executive's second policy address. Our community is seeing stability. The economy is picking up. It's a new situation. The policy address proposes many measures. There are measures on the economy, people's lives, national security, and integrating into our country's development. It's a wide-ranging policy address. It confers in consolidating results and sets out new directions. I'm pleased to see that the PA has responded to many calls, and it has taken on board some of my ideas. First, the boundary economic belt and a zone that also features industrial collaboration, education city in the Northern Metropolis, and the liaison mechanism with NPC deputies and CPPCC members. There are also other measures, such as those on green finance and strengthening our role as an international shipping center and working with the rest of the GBA on shipping. We should acknowledge the good work that is the policy address. We hope the measures proposed can be implemented and work as intended. In this session, here are my thoughts. First, let's strengthen the interaction between the legislature and the executive branch. There are now more frequent interactions than the past. This is good news. The government should take members' views seriously and respond to our concerns, study our comments to enhance the results of such interactions. Second, firms can play a part in district governance. Mainland firms in Hong Kong are doing well. They also have resources on the mainland. These firms are willing and capable of serving the community. They can play a part in community building. The government should reach out to mainland firms in Hong Kong, leverage their strength, encourage them to hold events or pursue initiatives that can foster interactions between Hong Kong and the mainland in the form of sports and cultural events. Third, exchanges among civil servants between Hong Kong and the mainland. This is a great step. I hope more Hong Kong civil servants can take part in the scheme. They can experience developments in the mainland at first hand, so that they can better discharge their duties in Hong Kong. We should also look for high caliber university graduates from the mainland to join Hong Kong civil service to strengthen the patriotic civil service here. Fourth, better response to extreme weather. Given this year's extreme weather, we should take part in the meteorological emergency response mechanism of the GBA. Let's work with Macau, Shenzhen in liaison and collaboration over meteorological events. When extreme weather hits, we should coordinate in advance and coordinate cross-boundary transport. Apart from the MTR, we should maintain a minimum level of rail and shuttle bus services. And we should also tackle the overcharging by taxi drivers. We move in tandem with our country. We should focus on development, improve people's lives. I hope the government can unite the people and show us this new atmosphere, achieve the goals. I so submit. I will speak in greater detail in other sessions. Thank you. Dr. So Chang-Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. The latest policy address shows the Chief Executive has a clear grasp of world developments and also the developments in our country. He has a comprehensive plan to address immediate challenges and long-term problems. He's pragmatic with the measures. It also shows the CE's philosophy. He's both aggressive and pragmatic in his measures. I thank him for the PA. A policy blueprint covers measures that will take time to pay off. The Chief Executive took office last year. He then proposed his first policy address. He proposed many measures covering many areas. He took the right steps and acted on issues. He improved institutions, fostered economic growth, improved people's lives. He covered many areas. This allowed Hong Kong to go from stability to prosperity. We are in this new era. The PA this year shows continuity with the last one in ideas, planning, and measures. This year's PA deepens the efforts from the past. The new PA builds on previous success and enriches the policy blueprints in many areas. This time we see more action agendas. The PA this year also proposes committees with targeted mandate. The new PA shows that we are leveraging our strength in the form of policies. There are also mechanisms that are tried and tested to deliver the measures. This helps inspire public confidence in Hong Kong's future. For this session, I want to discuss improving district governance in terms of the efficiency and the rigor. There's been a revamp of Hong Kong's political scene. We need to move to high-quality governance from curbing chaos. We need to win over people's hearts and minds. In two policy addresses, the CE stressed improving district governance. Within less than a year, across the city, there are care teams there's a revamp of the district council election system. We now have an improved district governance system. That's quick results with a comprehensive plan. The government spared no effort in promoting the election. This shows the PA has shown us a bold plan that is also well thought out. I have some proposals. We have 18 days to go before the DC election. Can the government take the lead? Let's use community halls and hold election forums centered on DC candidates. Let candidates present their manifestos. Let the candidates present themselves. Let them take questions from voters and have thematic debates. We can have this centralized platform for candidates to present themselves and engage in competition. This will also let voters learn about the different candidates so that voters can participate in the process and then vote. This can help drum up enthusiasm about the election and achieve quality democracy. On Hong Kong Island, similar forums have been held. Local residents, voters responded to these events with eagerness. I've also come to realize the importance of the personal qualities of candidates. No matter what the electoral system is like, we need candidates who can tell right from wrong, who are capable. That's what we are looking for. We need good candidates, and then we can come up with solutions. For unique historical reasons, political groups acting out of their motives, district council elections used to be about rivalries between groups, and there was less attention to the competence of individual candidates.
President, DC election is no longer about some fighting among political groups. It should be about the competence of individuals and the political competencies. So there should be various debate forums and other channels for candidates to compete in a positive manner. So people can compare the competence of different candidates, and then they will be more interested in exercising the right to vote in the elections. Now, for outstanding candidates, if there is not a platform for them to showcase their excellence, they may be left out in the elections. So that's why I'd like to take this opportunity again to appeal to the public to vote on the 10th of December. Your vote will let Hong Kong showcase a brand new governance for Hong Kong from the 1st of January next year. So I speak, and I will in this session, and I will continue to give my views on other aspects of the policy address in the other debate sessions. Thank you. Dr. Junius Ho. Thank you, President. Now, as the Chief Executive pointed out in the policy address, there are complex geopolitical situations. The U.S. and other Western European countries are targeting China out of their own interest. They're also trying to stand in the way of the effective implementation of one country, two systems. Foreign forces continue to meddle in mainland Hong Kong affairs. So we must stay vigilant and alert. While street violence may come back, we have to guard against that. At the same time, we must guard against soft resistance. They're trying to stir up troubles secretly. Now, there's mention of how we could improve our legal system and law enforcement system in the policy address. There's the need to dovetail with the national security law and so on. Now, Article 7 of the National Security Law says that the SAR government must complete the legislating exercise for safeguarding national security as required under the Basic Law. So this is a much welcome announcement. At the same time, there's need to stage National Security Day exhibition and so on. And it doesn't matter how we improve the civil service code, we need to make sure that civil servants are patriots, and then there are clear directions for them to take forward their work. So administratively, these are ways to take forward this task. And with the support of the Legislative Council, these measures will be implemented. But it seems that there is, the importance of the judicial system is overlooked. Of course, under the national security law, we have the investigation system for national security cases. There is also the judicial system under the national security law. But in Articles 3 and 6 of the national security law, there's mention, or rather explanation, say, first, the Central People's Government has an overarching responsibility for national security affairs relating to the Hong Kong SAR. So the country has overarching responsibility for national security. As for the Hong Kong SAR, it has the constitutional duty to safeguard national security. And this is important. And it is mentioned specifically that the executive authorities, legislature, and judiciary of the region shall effectively prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for any act or activity endangering national security in accordance with this law and other relevant laws. That's Article 3 of the National Security Law. And then Article 8 of the National Security Law, it again repeats that the law enforcement and the judicial authorities of the Hong Kong SAR shall fully enforce this law concerning the prevention of, suppression of, and imposition of punishment for acts and activities endangering national security. In the entire report, in the entire PA, the focus is on enhancing our awareness of national security and governance. But then there are three important aspects. Now, this council has to pass bills in an efficient manner, and then with law enforcement, it has to be efficient too. We need to make sure public resources are spent properly. But then at the court level, how do we let judges realize the importance of national security? It seems that there is not much mention in the PA. Now, we've proposed various academies, that is the Hong Kong International Legal Talents Training Academy, and then also another Corruption Prevention Academy. There's even an academy for judges, I understand. So with so many academies, there should be, we should improve upon the mechanism. We now have a civil service college too, so that's an example. It seems that the judicial system is the missing link in the PA. Okay, we have good protection, but it's not really backed up properly. I'm not saying that the courts are not doing their job properly. I'm not saying that, definitely. I'm just saying that with the current judicial system, there are two scenarios that we need to consider very carefully. First, the Court of Final Appeal, there are only 4 permanent judges. We are supposed to have 5 permanent judges, and now we have just 4 permanent judges plus 1 non-permanent judge. That's the provision in the Court of Final Appeal Ordinance enacted in 1994, so it was before 1997. But do we really need definitely a non-permanent judge on the Court of Appeal? Is only the provision in that ordinance is not a requirement of the basic law. So should we improve upon the CFA system? Should we not have 5 permanent judges? Particularly if we have to deal with cases that involve our values and our constitution, then would it be more appropriate to have 5 permanent judges? So we should go by the basic law to improve upon the CFA system. And then starting from the 1st of July 1997, common laws remain in force in Hong Kong. But after the 1st of July 1997, our common law jurisdiction has seen subtle changes in essence. That's because the basic law came into force on the 1st of July 1997. And so there are now elements of continental law, in particular constitutional law. They form the broader framework of our legal system. So that's why for common law that applies after the 1st of July 1997 is still in line with the principle of our constitutional law, or perhaps I could be more specific. For example, in other countries, they have now legalized the use of cannabis. So do we just introduce such laws on cannabis to Hong Kong? Or do we need to filter out such laws? For example, gay marriages or same-sex marriages are legalized in many countries, over 20 countries. So is it going to come into Hong Kong through the back door? Or do we have to go through proper consultation and legislative exercise? And then without such consultation and legislative exercise, such laws are become applicable as ruled by the Court of Appeal? Is it appropriate? Now we just leave such matters to the court because nobody is more of an expert than the judges. But then the judges may not fully appreciate the situation. So this judge academy, and then say under the MPC there are constitutional groups. So is it necessary that we give some training to judges here? For example, our students should go on study tour on the mainland, and then civil servants also need to receive training on the mainland. And then for our judges, they may have exchanges on the mainland occasionally, but then this is not a standing arrangement. And there is it's not actually formal training. But then shouldn't judges study the constitution of the PRC? Especially when we consider the relations between the mainland and Hong Kong, what sort of angle should we take? So shouldn't we pay special attention to that? Just now, Professor Priscilla Leung referred to a case that was heard at the Court of Final Appeal that dealt a severe blow to the Constitution. It's not a unanimous decision, it's rather marginal majority decision. And that sets the stage for how we should treat same-sex marriages in Hong Kong future. I think there is a huge social impact. And is that in line with our constitution? Have there been full thoughts given to the issue? So I honestly think we should review that. Now, finally, there's going to be legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law, but then Mr. Chris Tang said that before the start of the legislative exercise, they're going to consult the public first. Now, legislating for Article 23 is a constitutional duty for Hong Kong. Well, we have to do it. It's just a matter of how well we do it. Of course, we can do conduct consultation, but when it comes to the marriage institution, there's no need to do any consultation. It's just for free permanent judges in a court of final, free judges of the Court of Final Appeal to decide on the matter. So that's why we need to ask the SL government to come up with a the court actually directed the government to come up with some institution on marriages within 2 years. So was the court acting ultra vires in a way? Now we're talking about patriotic education, national education, and we are enriching the content of such education. But then somehow there is this new arrangement brought in through the court system. So do we need to be very careful about that? Now, I support very much the PAA. I know we need to do things gradually, step by step. We can't achieve everything overnight, but then there is an important issue here that is the weakest link. For the current Court of Final Appeal system, do we have judges on national security? Yes. All 5 of them are 4+1 actually. But why is it that we don't have a comprehensive Court of Final Appeal on national security within the judicial system? Do we not have? Why? How come we don't have such a list of judges? Thank you.
Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you. Deputy President, I'd like to raise 2 issues for this session of the debate. First, I'm happy to see in the policy address that a regular exchange mechanism will be set up with deputies of the NPC and members of the CPPCC. On this note, I think we should step up liaison with the Basic Law Committee of the NPCSC. This is a statutory organ. According to the Basic Law, 4 provisions relate to the work of this committee. That's Article 17, 18, 158, and 159. In terms of the constitutional structure of the Hong Kong SAR, this Basic Law Committee plays a very vital role. We should step up liaison with this committee to help enhance governance. Deputy President, I'd like to turn to another issue that is on national education, which includes in the Constitution, the Basic Law, national security education, and patriotic education. We need to pay attention to certain details when we implement national education. I mentioned the several elements of national education, but after all, it's akin to an education on the basis of affection. First, we need to have affection for the country. That means we can cultivate a sense of national identity among students. And this is core to the education values, including a sense of responsibility and a sense of national identity. Correspondingly, students will be instilled with the correct values that will guide their conduct and behavior. We need to take it further. Specifically, they need to have an awareness. That means they should learn about the country's history and the current affairs so that they know more about the development of the country and its history and its present situation. By doing so, we can help cultivate an affection for the country. And then we can cultivate the correct values, which will help guide their behavior. That is as far as education is concerned. In fact, recently, our country passed the Patriotic Education Law of the People's Republic of China. The curriculum includes stories of heroes and our country's natural landscape, etc., so as to cultivate among our youth a sense of pride and a sense of responsibility for the country. And on this note, we should also consider including the element of one country, two systems in the curriculum. In other words, we need to have a sense of nationhood. We need to dovetail with the requirements and the curriculum on the mainland. We also need to have regard to the unique characteristics locally as well as the actual circumstances. Now, about the stories of heroes, on the mainland, there may be different stories relating to heroes, but in Hong Kong, we can do something different. In October every year, the TMHK produces a series relating to the Constitution to celebrate the National Constitution Day. President Xi mentioned during the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Hong Kong SAR that Hong Kong is always present. And on this note, we can start telling stories about important figures contributing to the development of our country. We must be able to implement these education measures so as to abide by the requirements on patriotic education, national security education, and more importantly, national education. Mr. Dennis Leung, Deputy President, the Chief Executive delivered the first policy address. The title of this maiden policy address was Charting a Brighter Tomorrow for Hong Kong. This year, the title is A Vibrant Economy for a Caring Community. Now, last year, the focus was on opening a new chapter. This year, the focus is on riding on this chapter and grasping opportunities. There are similar chapters. This year, we have deleted the bit about the COVID pandemic. This policy address comes with greater depth and breadth. The government wants to walk with the people. Now, adopting the same color that is green as the design of the cover, it represents safety and solidarity. The 20th Party Congress report provides that the one country, two system is the best institutional arrangements for Hong Kong. It should be adhered to in the long term. It is a cornerstone of the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong, and that paragraph 22 of the policy address this year provides that the government will examine a legislative proposal to fulfill the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR so that within 2024, we will legislate on Article 23 of the Basic Law. Ever since I assumed office as a lawmaker, I have been following up on this legislative exercise. I'm grateful for the Hong Kong SAR to shoulder this responsibility to fulfill our constitutional requirements so that we can build a solid foundation to safeguard national security. Only by doing so will we be able to enjoy prosperity and stability and create stronger impetus for growth. From 2020 to 2020 until 2023, we wasted over 20 years without legislating on Article 23. That is, we did not enact legislation to tackle offences such as leaking state secrets, espionage, etc. And then in 2020, the NPCSC passed the Hong Kong National Security Law. Now, the law targets 4 types of offences, such as colluding with external forces, subversion, etc. Now, for sedition, subversion, etc., and in the offence of incitement, we have local legislation, such as the Organised and Serious Crime of Ordinance. But at the same time, we are not able to tackle 7 other types of national security offences, such as affiliation with political organizations, inciting for subversion of states, theft of state secrets, so on and so forth. We need to plug this loophole to safeguard our stability. I need to reassure members of the public that they should welcome legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law. Those who oppose the legislative exercise are conspirators. They want to subvert the state and Hong Kong. For Hong Kong people, we should not get in our own way of development. Before 2024, when we complete legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law, we will be facing a daunting challenge. There will be attacks from Western countries on our economy and development. We need to promote public education. The Patriotic Education Law of the People's Republic of China was passed this year. It targets patriotic education for all, as well as promoting economic development. We suffered from the 2019 black-clad violence. We must grasp this opportunity as the new term of district councils come into office on the 1st of January 2024. We should mobilize the whole community so that a patriotic force can be built to help the government take forward legislation on national security. More importantly, we need to make sure that we have the people's support. There are undercurrents. Civil servants are required to take an oath or sign a declaration to pledge their allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR and be responsible to the Hong Kong SAR government. However, there is a glaring loophole, such as subvented organizations and statutory bodies. These staff working for these organizations are all on government payroll. They should also follow the same requirement. I hope that the oath-taking requirement can be extended to these employees to ensure allegiance. Now, many parents are concerned. They would not want their children to be misled by unscrupulous teachers. For other public servants, they serve the public. They should pledge allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR to help safeguard Hong Kong as our home. I hope that you will pay heed to the views of the parents. In last year and this year, the Chief Executive mentioned in his policy address enhancing governance. Last year, there were 110 KPIs. This year, 150. 73 of them are new KPIs. 77 are ongoing KPIs. Now, apart from updating the civil service code to take forward the performance-based management system, civil servants are concerned about their benefits, especially for those recruited on new terms. The government should continue to listen to the views of civil servants. The government should refrain from exercising oppression on the union leaders. The government should encourage civil servants to break new grounds, be innovative, so that we abide by the principle of meritocracy in serving the public. Now, I need to speak out on behalf of the civil servants employed on new terms. For the retirement protection regime, we should adopt something similar to the system for retiring teachers, so that we can manage our own retirement funds and aim at a better return. Now, as Mrs. Young always says, the return is over 5%. Now, despite the contribution rate being very nice, the civil servants are concerned about the investment return. So, Mrs. Young, Secretary, should mull it over. For the other pension funds, one for the teacher, one for teachers, they guarantee a annual return of 5%, and they also give out additional investment return depending on the investment performance. Now, please give it a thought so as to boost staff morale. The government should take the lead in breaking the barrier of vested interest. Better retirement benefits can help retain talents so as to enhance governance. We need both software and hardware. The SAR government should step up its efforts in promoting digital government office so that members of the public can truly see and feel for themselves how digital government can help promote a new lifestyle in the smart city. I will speak again in the fourth session. The Hong Kong will prosper only when its young people thrive and working together to safeguard harmony and stability. Dr. Tik Shi-yun, one country, two systems is the major driving force of our economic development since return to the motherland. Now, the state leader also stressed the importance. In the closing session of in March, Presidency said that we must faithfully, fully, and resolutely implement one country, two systems and the principle of Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong. We must strive for economic development and improve people's livelihood. The central authorities would like to see the successful implementation of one country, two systems. One country, two systems is a novelty. It faces different challenges, and there are different interpretations. Some say that in the past we attached too much importance to two systems without having due regard to one country. Some say that nowadays we attach importance only to one country and we are playing down the significance of two systems. My take is that we need to have one country as well as two systems. They thrive together. It's like two sides of a coin. In order to create impetus, we need to have interactions interplay between the two to achieve success. One key point is to build mutual trust between Hong Kong and the central authorities so as to have good interactions between the two. And the Hong Kong SAR government carries this responsibility. One important objective is to allow Hong Kong to remain as an international metropolis to facilitate the country's development. Our country needs Hong Kong as an SAR and Hong Kong as an international city. And one country, two system is also an important bellwether. In order to remain an internationally acclaimed city, we need to be open, free, and we also need to remain independent in some way as far as the administration and governance are concerned, so as to allay and to have the rule of law. We need to have the freedom of information, freedom of expression, and freedom of speech. We should be able to continue to criticize what is unfair in society to remain legitimate. We should be able to be inclusive. We should incorporate different views so that we seek common ground and set aside our differences. Deputy President, when we have a rule of law, when we are an open and free society, together with other advantages, we'll be able to attract enterprises to come to Hong Kong for investments and attract overseas talents to come work and live here.
Mr. President, one country, two systems. It gives us a high degree of autonomy. The people of Hong Kong administering Hong Kong. It means that we use our own ways, our thinking to administer Hong Kong so that we give full play to our features and advantages. Hong Kong is not an independent city. We need to tie in with the development of our nation. And we have to make sure that in the course of our national development, we should realize our own potentials and give play to our advantages. We have been been contributing a lot to the national development, and as a result, we have more opportunities, a high degree of autonomy. Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong. Democracy is the best route. We should allow ourselves to be able to elect our own members. Well, in fact, according to basic law, the CU should be returned by universal suffrage. And Article 68 of the basic law also says that the legislature should ultimately be made up of fully elected members. Yes, there were resistance forces, but we cannot dodge the issue of political reform. Dodging it would only be postponing it. And in fact, democratic development is our expectation, as promised by the central government. Now, the C has said that for the current term government, there won't be anything to be done about political reform. I am greatly disappointed. I'll make use of other opportunities to talk about our aspirations, that is, dual universal suffrage as soon as possible. Yes, I know we need to have a consensus with the central people's government. The SAR government's role is to help us to seek common ground. This is also the constitutional duty of our government. For one country, two systems, it means that we should have a broader path of development. We would like to have rule of law. We want to be open, democratic. Now, we have put aside our social unrest. We have also put aside the pandemic. And we would need to restore prosperity to the city. We need to stand united so that we can really practice the aspiration of one country, two systems. Mr. President, in relation to the legislation of Article 23 of the Basic Law, the government is determined to do it. I think in order to make sure that we have peace of mind, this is the right thing to do. But then in the previous debate of the Article 23 legislation, the society was much divided. Even as of today, there are lots of worries in the community. I welcome the Director of Bureau and the government as a whole, time and again reassuring us that this will not affect the freedom of speech and freedom of publication, freedom of assembly, freedom of demonstration, freedom of organizing trade unions, the freedom to strike, etc. Under Article 27 of the Basic Law, we have been promised that there will be full explanation and full consultation. I hope the government will really honor its promise. It must be properly done. We should not allow haste to result in a sloppy result. Now, we have been reminded by publicity materials that the 10th of December will be the district council elections. Never have I seen such extensive publicity efforts. It shows that the government is doing its utmost. The majority of us would know that the 10th of December will be a polling day, but then we're still worried that the turnout rate will be unsatisfactory. So it begs the question, why is it that despite the extensive publicity, the popular response is so meek and moderate? Why is it the government have to worry about a low turnout rate? It is probably because of the lack of competition. You may very well say that all the seats are not uncontested, but I know that many people would be aware that the candidates come from the same political spectrum. So it's a matter of having all sorts of oranges and not different kinds of fruit. Despite having navel oranges, blood oranges, etc. What we want is to have a variety of fruits like durian, apples, oranges, so that each can take whatever that appeals to him or her, so that there will be genuine choices. I really hope that we can learn from the district council elections, and when we have a review, we can make sure that there will be genuine choices for the electors, and then the district councils will gain recognition, it will gain legitimacy, and then we can have good district governance. Thank you. Ms. Chen Yuming. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of the Policy Address 2023 as well as the motion of thanks. The one country, two system principle should be fully practiced. And in fact, we have to honor the principles. Otherwise, we cannot have a steady path of development. We are now moving from chaos to stability and from stability to prosperity. Now, we don't have to suffer from abuses and chaos, and then the government can really be executive-led, and the quality of governance can be enhanced. Now, for this policy address, we are going to legislate for the Article 23 of the Basic Law. This is our constitutional duty. It is also right to do so because it is part of the work to carry out national safety enhancement. And then we can resist external forces that would challenge our national safety, and we can make sure that we have a foundation for us to move from stability to prosperity. The opportunities of Hong Kong lie in the northern metropolis. Mr. President, I will mainly be talking about the northern metropolis. In 2021, the idea was first mooted. 2 years have passed. Now the government has set up 2 committees, and we have a dedicated coordinating office, and then the committee has been ongoing debates all the time. I think, objectively speaking, we have a common ground. The northern metropolis will be new driver of our economic growth. I agree with the policy address, that is, we should continue with the development of the northern metropolis. We should have an action agenda. We should be told about the directions of development. Now, the details should be fine-tuned, and there should be an announcement. And we should emphasize innovation and technology. I'm glad to see that the government has taken on board the community's voice and my suggestions. A piece of land in Xialing will become a space for I&T development. It will be formed land. It will be ready. It is space ready. And then I have also got this idea, that is, we should facilitate immigration clearance, and we should have the model of a single clearance. And we should facilitate the I&T personnel to cross the boundary easily. We should also have the enhanced new town development model for land resumption, or so that we can bid farewell to the previous model of having one single model to resume land. Now, for the northern metropolis, we are going to dovetail the development and planning of Shenzhen and the rest of GBA. For the northern metropolis, I have the following expectations. First of all, we should continue to develop port economy. For the Sandy-rich land, it will be resumed. It shows that the government is moving with the times. It is a good precedent. My understanding is that for Shenzhen and Guangdong governments, they have already attached a lot of importance to port economy. For the northern metropolis, I think it should become a place for industrial developments, port economy, etc. Well, there are 6 boundary crossing points. I think we need consistency, and we need convenient transportation. We need user-friendly boundary crossing arrangements. Yes, for Heng Yun Wai, I think we know that for logistics development, we want to have east in, east out, and west in, west out arrangements. Now, for the Shengshui slaughterhouse, I think it will be relocated to somewhere near the Heng Yun Wai boundary crossing point. And there will also be the problem of the northeast New Territories landfill, which will be extended. So the older problem will still be pestering us. So I think we still have to make sure that the planning and the development will be coordinated and consistent. We mustn't allow ourselves to be affected by piecemeal planning. We need to make sure that having boundary crossing point economy is but the first step. First of all, I think we should look at the case of Shenzhen. In other words, industries. For the space around the boundary crossing points, there shouldn't be any industries. They should be relocated along the transport corridors. And then for the incinerator at Shek Kwu Chau, as well as the reduction of waste at source, will allow us to stop receiving domestic or municipal waste at the NENT landfill so that we can improve the air quality there. And we should also start considering the location of the third incinerator. The government should consider expanding the capacity of the incinerator at Shakuchao as well as that at Zhangzhou. I think the location should be located far away from the boundary crossing points. And then for the flow of talents, I welcome the government's plan to have more infrastructure in terms of transport and traffic. And we should continue to make sure that immigration clearance will be easy. Heng Yunwei is the first one to allow people and vehicles to pass the boundary crossing point directly. So I think we should make changes so that all the other boundary crossing points should follow the experience of Heng Yunwei. We should allow passengers and vehicles to reach the boundary crossing points directly. And railway development projects should also be fine-tuned. Second, we should make sure that both the city and the rural areas can develop hand in hand. Well, for the northern metropolis, there will be 10 rural villages in the study area. Many rural people would like to ride on the opportunity of the northern metropolis development. They hope that the living environment can be improved. Now, for the institute land exchange, it has been extended to the rural areas. This is the first step. Now, for our motherland, we have the principle of prospering together. I paid a visit to the mainland city, and I've learned from the valuable experience. I think for Futian, as well as Shuiwei village, just opposite Santin Technopole, have given us a lot of valuable ideas. I think we can allow villages to be located within the built-up areas. Now for Futian as well as Shuitin village, now you have high-rise buildings, you have the incubators, but then in fact the village houses have been turned into quarters for INT talents. And then all the historic sites have been preserved to enrich the cultural life of the INT talents. So I think we should make sure that this is to be considered as well.
When she met the media, the Secretary for Development said that the northern metropolis might follow the model of development in the mainland. I urged the administration to study the mode of development in rural areas and cities of the country so that we can learn from them. We should not leave the rural areas behind. The rural people are concerned as to whether their community can continue to develop, whether their people living overseas can come back to Hong Kong so that together we can build a livable city to attract talents and enterprises to come to Hong Kong. Thank you, President. With these remarks, I support the motion of thanks on the Policy Address 2023. Thank you. Dr. Kennedy Wong. President, the Chief Executive in the policy address set out a clear timetable for legislating under Article 23 of the Basic Law. The target is to complete the exercise within 2024. I fully support this target. It's been 26 years since the handover. The Central Authority has promulgated the national security law for Hong Kong and has also addressed the various hurdles to legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law, and we are now moving from stability to prosperity. So we must keep up with the times, and we must give reference to latest similar legislation in other parts of the world, so that we will have a piece of legislation that has teeth here. Some Western countries have passed in their parliaments National Security Act. They have this Anti-Espionage Act and also interference from foreign forces and also sabotage by foreign forces. And most glaring is the Prevention And that is the power granted to the government for investigating into threats that undermine national security. So long as there is reason to believe that external forces are engaging in acts undermining national security, then by administrative order, the person can be jailed for up to 5 years. So when the court issues such an order, there is no need to inform the persons to be arrested. There is no need to go through trial, and the person will not be given any chance of representation. And when the official applies for such an order from the court has to grant it unless under exceptional circumstances. And such a person under arrest will be denied of financial services. He is not allowed to hold any banking accounts. He is not allowed to use the internet or electronic device, including mobile phones, and he cannot ask for any assistance. This is rather harsh and draconian, but we can take reference from such legislation. I hasten to add that we should also consider IP protection of R&D products. External forces, foreign forces may sabotage our efforts, and we must legislate to prevent that from happening. Now, for the Article 23 legislation, we have to understand that local residents and also people overseas will be bound, because this is very important for the smooth and steadfast implementation of one country, two systems to ensure we have long-term stability and prosperity. We should help the government so that we can complete this historical task which is cut out for us. And then we should also have a museum for relics of the resistance war. This is most important for our young people in learning about national history and also patriotism. In 2021, when I was local deputy to the CPPCC, I moved similar proposals. I got the very positive response from relevant officials of the country. I'm pleased to see that these proposals have been adopted in the policy address. Hopefully, for the newly refurbished Museum of Coastal Address and War of Resistance will be of a national class. We must have a rich collection of exhibits. There should also be sufficient R&D power. It should be open to the public, and it should study the history of the War of Resistance in South China, so that it can be a base for national education. And we should use a modern way of presentation so that we can attract local and overseas visitors, and it can be an important tourism asset. In 2025, we are going to celebrate the 18th anniversary of the victory of the War of Resistance. We must make good use of this museum so that it can be one of the features for the celebration. Thank you. Mr. Lok Jong-hong. Thank you, President. I speak to support the motion of thanks on the policy address. This part is about how we safeguard national security and enhance the level of governance. Now, these are two major objectives. I think there is catalyst to these two objectives, and that is national education. Now, if the people of a country know their country well, they have a good national identity, they love their country, then of course they won't engage in soft resistance behavior. They would not lend a hand to external forces, and that will help our governance as well. So for patriotic education, we should respond to the trend in the country. In the 2019 Black Club violence, because we did not do well in patriotic education. As a result, our young people did not have enough national identity and identity for the nation. And I understand that the government is going to roll out a number of measures, one of which is to set up the Museum of Coastal Defense and War of Resistance. Many members have commended this proposal. I am half-half when it comes to the establishment of this museum. I would like to supplement to this proposal. Now, do we really want to place the Museum of War Resistance together with the Museum of Coastal Defense? Shouldn't it be set up elsewhere? Shouldn't it be a standalone museum? Because there are such views. Now, if we place it together with the Museum of Coastal Defense, because for temporary basis, that is okay. Now, the Museum of Coastal Defense should be tagged with the Opium Wars, because the British invaded the country through sea trade. Many people regarded the Opium Wars as a trade war. Now, we must set the record straight. We should build up this concept of a shared destiny so that we can all support the country. Turning back to the proposal to set up a standalone museum of the War of Resistance to commemorate what we did in this war against Japanese invasion. For 3 years and 8 months, Hong Kong people suffered, and the bravery shown by the Chinese Communist Party in the resistance. We should also remember the heroic acts of many martyrs. Many history scenes still carry significance to Hong Kong people. There are views from the community that we haven't done enough in this regard. Now, we have got a few commemorative plaques built by the civic society, but we have more than 100 relic sites, and the government should do better. For instance, an old warrior in Wugaotang said that there should be a commemorative plaque for the village head there who died in the War of Resistance, and instead the government built a public toilet. This is really neither here nor there. The government should improve in this area. And to do the job well, we should not just mix the concept of coastal defense and war of resistance. In the mainland, they have standalone museums for war of resistance. They do not house it together with museums with other themes, so that we can make the theme stand out better. When it comes to national education, we must refrain from just focusing on the form and going through the motion. That is, we must have the proper content. Yes, the right way of presentation is important. What we fear most is just a museum that to just go through the motion. Have we put together all historic materials on the wall? Now, some of the people who were present during the war are rather old already, and for the more than 100 historical sites, can we have plaques, and then we should have QR codes there for our students to scan and know the stories behind them. For instance, we have the Zhong Kong ancient trail. We can have history education trail, and we can hold annual events so that the subject can be presented in a lively manner. when we visit history museums in the mainland and other places, they use VR technology so that those places can be check-in points, and they are popular spots by the YouTubers, and this is a way to gradually hammer home the message involved in patriotic education to our young people. Thank you, President. I'll speak in other sessions as well. Ms. Holden Chow. President, I speak to support the policy address. Now, this session is about safeguarding national security and upholding one country, two systems. I want to thank Mr. Johnny, our CE, for giving us a concrete timetable for legislating in accordance with Article 23 of the Basic Law. I urge the administration to do it so that we can honor our duty to safeguard national security. Since the legislature has improved our electoral system, we can see that the chief executive sets a lot of store by district governance. We have got a committee on district governance chaired by the CS4A or the deputy CS4A, and we are beginning to see results. I'm grateful to the administration for planning to amend the legislation for feeding feral pigeons. The maximum fine will be greatly raised to $100,000. I'm sure that is a big deterrent effect. This is exactly what we can do after we have improved our electoral system and reformed district governance. Now, I have followed up on amending the legislation against feeding wild boars. We wanted to cover the feeding of feral pigeons as well. At long last, the government is going to do this. This is all because we have an improved electoral system, and we have improved governance, district governance. I'm sure things will continue to develop for the better. On the 10th of December, we're going to have the district council ordinary election after we have improved the electoral system. I look forward to seeing more voters coming out to vote, to choose candidates they prefer, those who are capable and patriotic and passionate to serve the community. I'm sure we will have a better chance of having good governance. Since we have improved the electoral system in this council, we can see how the administration has been more responsive to our demands and suggestions. The DC election is the last mile in the improvement of our electoral system. I like to appeal to the public time and again, once again, to come out to vote. Do your civil duty and choose competent district council members who can serve the community and who love the country and Hong Kong.
This is here, so I shall give my 2 cents as regards the establishment of the Hong Kong International Legal Talent Training Academy. I deeply appreciate the Chief Executive has taken on board our suggestions to nurture more talents in coping with international law, which is definitely conducive to China's development. Hong Kong runs common law system, and the Faculty of Law at the University of Hong Kong has always been helpful and offering training for international law. And it's worth noting that last year, the Asian Academy of International Law, with the assistance of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, they arranged training in Hong Kong for diplomats from African jurisdictions. The training itself proved successful. Since the policy, in the policy address, it lays out the policy initiative in broad strokes. I shall continue to communicate with the government to work out the details in this regard. One of our concrete suggestions here is to offer scholarships for government officials and diplomats in countries under Belt and Road initiatives. Now, in doing so, there will be a solid foundation of ties between Hong Kong SAR and Belt and Road initiatives, countries under Belt and Road initiatives. In addition, we shall woo the support from international legal institutions, invite them to establish regional office in Hong Kong. Now, it is also worth noting that the Hong Kong Legal Week showcased the competitiveness of our Hong Kong legal services. The United Nations International Trade Law Commission has formed a long-standing partnership with Hong Kong in organizing the Hong Kong Legal Week. It deserves a round of applause, and more effort in this regard are highly encouraged. And I believe that it will be an impetus for Hong Kong to fortify our international legal hub status. And Mr. President, I shall carry on my speech in other sessions. Thank you.
Ms. Lilian Kwok. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very grateful to the Hong Kong SAR government for delivering this policy address. I feel warm reading this policy address. I feel secured, especially on promoting national security, education, and patriotic education. We now have a holistic outlook on national security for Hong Kong people, and this can help propel ourselves to a new era to enjoy long-term prosperity and stability. In order to safeguard one country, two systems, we need to take a multi-pronged approach on education, so on and so forth. Over the years, the government has adopted different measures to enhance a sense of nationhood among our people and promote national education. In the latest policy address, it is said that a working group on patriotic education will be set up. 2 museums will also be set up to showcase the national achievements and the War of Resistance history. The Chinese Culture Promotion Office will also be set up. With this multifaceted initiatives, we will definitely help cultivate the correct values among our local population. We need to have confidence in our culture. This will help enhance our sense of national identity so that we have a greater affection for our country and for Hong Kong as our home, so that with the greatest sincerity, we will safeguard our country and Hong Kong as our home. Culture is a platform for us to forge ties and build people's bond. Now, the policy address provides that the Chinese Culture Promotion Office will be set up. The Chinese Culture Festival will be organized starting from next year. The office will take forward the promotion of traditional Chinese culture through different activities. Over the years, we have been engaging different community organizations. I hope that the government will enlist their help as well. We are saddened by the destruction caused by the 2019 Black-clad violence. The district associations and clansmen organizations have been organizing different activities to promote the traditional Chinese culture so as to enhance our sense of nationhood. The government can work with these organizations in co-organizing different activities so as to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. On the other hand, 2 museums will be set up to showcase the achievements and success of our country's developments, covering social, economic, political developments of our country. Now, in other countries, likewise, there are similar museums. In our country, schools are required to visit different museums depending on which form the students are in, so as to take forward the relevant patriotic education for these students. I think that we can follow suit. I think we can make use of these facilities. We can incorporate them in the school curriculum so as to make it mandatory for students to visit these facilities, so that students in the course of learning will have a first-hand experience. and see for themselves the country's development as well as the history and culture of our country. Lastly, I'd like to turn to the Working Group on Patriotic Education. National education has been in place in Hong Kong for over 20 years. It's part of our curriculum. And yet, things are really fragmented when it comes to learning resources. There is a lack of comprehensive planning. To enhance the sense of national identity, in recent years, schools have taken forward different activities. There is a great diversity, but one feels that formality trumps everything else. In order to truly align ourselves with the patriotic education law of the country, the Working Group on Patriotic Education will be set up. It is hoped that the working group can coordinate this, the different activities relating to patriotic education. Apart from territory-wide patriotic education, we must also pay attention to schools. They are very important. There are some shortcomings to be addressed. I hope that the government can take this opportunity to work with the working group to plug these loopholes and enhance effectiveness. At the different stages of learning, patriotic education curriculum should be laid down. About the new humanities subject, the government has planned to divide the general studies subject for primary students into 2 different subjects, and for the humanities subject, there will be elements of culture, history, and the country's development, as well as national education. I think this will be essential in driving patriotic education in the future. Now, science used to account for 15 to 20% of class hours of the general studies. In the future, science will take up 40 to 40% of the GS hours. In other words, for humanities subject, only 50 to 60% of the class hours will remain, but the curriculum will cover 80% of the GS subject, not to mention the new elements, especially those close to our heart. Many frontline teachers have expressed concerns about patriotic education. Now, the Education Bureau once suggested adopting flexible class hours. Now, for religious studies, thematic studies, innovation, and innovation technology subjects, etc. Flexi class hours are already adopted, and still teachers need to work overtime and provide additional classes after school. It is a problem. Now, for the moral and national education subject, I have reviewed the curriculum. 80% of this curriculum overlaps with that of GS, so I once again urge the government to reconsider revamping this curriculum so as to combine these 2 subjects and release class hours for schools to implement national education more efficiently. Starting from primary 4 next year, the students will be required to take humanities subject. At the moment, the curriculum is not ready. But we also need to give publishers time to collect or do their research and compile textbooks. It is hoped that by the end of the next school semester, the textbooks will be ready for procurement by schools. We are running out of time. I hope that the curriculum can be formulated as quickly as possible so that the publishers and educators can start work in this regard as well. Finally, I hope that the government can further collaborate with district organizations to promote patriotic education. December 10th marks the District Council elections polling day. We have the civic responsibility as voters to cast our votes. Let's all vote on December 10th so that under the improved district governance system, district councils can serve as the district advisory bodies and collaborate with schools to cultivate the next generation of patriots so that we can make a joint effort to build a better Hong Kong. I so submit for this session. Mrs. Regina Ip. Mr. President, I speak in order to express my gratitude to the Chief Executive for delivering the policy address. It is very comprehensive. Ms. Dari Lee, Chair of the House Committee, has also pointed out that the Chief Executive has made a lot of effort in collecting views from the business sector and other sectors, as well as political parties and members across the political spectrum. He has incorporated a lot of these views in his policy address, especially on offering tax breaks and providing baby bonus. In the past year, the Chief Executive has led this government in fulfilling the expectations put forward by the presidency. I'd like to thank government officials for helping improve people's livelihood. I'd like to speak to the second session on enhancing competitiveness. But I'd rather speak here since the points I'd like to raise relate to the officials now in attendance. Now, in the past year, the government has done a lot in enhancing competitiveness. That is, we overcome the two major bottlenecks of development. One is a shortage of land. The government put forward some major development plans. In the past year, the government continued to create land and achieved a lot of results. The second bottleneck is wastage and shortage of manpower. Last year, the government set up the Office for Attracting Enterprises, Strategic Enterprises, and the Talent Engage so as to overcome this bottleneck of shortage of manpower to attract more talents to come. But at this moment, our path of recovery, economic recovery has not come to an end. One pain point is smearing by international news media as well as misconception, the prevailing misconception in the global community about Hong Kong. That is why, as stressed by President Xi, we must tell good stories of our country and good stories of Hong Kong. I think it's pointless just to write good stories in Chinese or tell them in Cantonese. We need to appeal to the international audience. Now, many opinion leaders, community leaders have written articles in English. We also speak out on the English platforms, which is a good thing. But apart from appealing to the international community, by speaking English, we should also use language that they find acceptable. We should strive to seek common ground. For example, in the recent meeting with Joe Biden, President Xi stressed that he hoped to find common ground despite being competitors with the U.S. So this is something we should do. And I understand the government has been doing so. Seeing is believing, as the saying goes. We need to host more international conferences. We have different conferences relating to legal services, financial services, the green industry. We need to make people see that this is a safe and peaceful place.
Secondly, I think Hong Kong officials should carry out more work in relation to the foreign media. My context with the foreign media is such that they find it more difficult to interview senior officials in English. Perhaps this is because the officials are too busy, or you may think that the foreign media are too negative, they have ulterior motive, their views are too radical, and the prejudice cannot be addressed. Recently, in relation to the Atlantic magazine, I spent a lot of time with economists. I knew that on many occasions prejudice could be found in the articles. It is difficult, but despite that, we need to find time to engage with them. In particular, in the past for the ISD, there were two deputy directors. we always had a non-Chinese speaking official dedicated to contacts and liaison with the overseas media so that there will be more briefings. In fact, the media would like to be briefed by the government departments, say, for example, the Security Bureau, or interesting stories, crime-fighting stories related to the police. That would be useful. So I would suggest that the senior officials should have more interaction with the foreign media. And then the foreign media have always brought up this issue, that is the legislation of Article 23 of the Basic Law, as well as our national security law. The C has said that within next year, we have to complete the legislative exercise for Article 23 of the Basic Law. Now, I've received inquiries. We have already got the Hong Kong National Safety Law. How come that we still need the Article 23 legislation? I try my best to explain. There are 7 offences listed in the Basic Law that we need to address. Yes, for the NSL, we have got offences concerning subversion. But what about espionage, stealing of state secrets? All of them would have to be updated. So it is said that we should be as precise as possible in our legislative work. Equally, we should be precise in our explanation so as to avoid causing unnecessary panic. In fact, many overseas media have said that U.S. cities are regressing. And in fact, toothpaste or other items have to be locked up because robberies are common. So many people like to come to Hong Kong. The earlier we conclude the major cases concerning national security, and the earlier we restore peace and prosperity and stability of Hong Kong, more people would come to Hong Kong. Of course, I've explained to them that many defendants are involved, a lot of evidence is involved. So it isn't just a matter of national security law cases. We have, in fact, many cases concerning public security. It takes time for us to conclude such major court cases. So my other suggestion is that senior officials should talk more to the foreign media, despite their negative attitude, despite their prejudice, despite their radical thoughts. Try to liaise and interact with them as much as possible, in particular in relation to the legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law. And then we should emphasize our achievements in safeguarding human rights and the rule of law. Well, in fact, I know that the government attaches a lot of importance to the 2023 Rule of Law ranking, or the index. In Hong Kong, we ranked 23rd among 142 and 6 out of the 15 in the Asian countries. According to the press release, when compared in terms of the total scores, it is the same whether you are ranked 23rd or 20th or 22nd. For order of society, we had high scores. This is because with the Hong Kong NSL, we have restored peace and order. And then in terms of cleanliness, again, high scores. But then for fundamental rights, we ranked 58 out of 142. Constraints of government powers. Out of 142 regions, we ranked the 59th. I think there has been a lot of misunderstanding. In terms of safeguarding human rights, we have done a lot. In fact, there are 4 pieces of legislation that addresses discrimination. Even though we haven't got a piece of legislation to address discrimination against the sexual minorities, I think you know that I am in support of the gay games. It shows that we are an inclusive society instead of what has been rumored online and offline, saying that I'm in support of the gay games just because my daughter is a lesbian. Even if she had been so, she were so, I would not be ashamed of it. Well, in fact, throughout decades, my circle of friends is such that I've got friends that have got different sexual orientation, and yet they are kind-hearted people, they are good. So we need to tolerate the sexual minorities. It isn't a matter of human rights issue. As others have said, this is also a talent issue. This is a question of retaining talents. I think you know that for creative industries in the legal, financial, and innovation technology fields, many talents are sexual minorities. If we don't showcase our inclusiveness when compared with other Asian cities, we'll find it hard to attract and retain the talents. Let me share some observations with you. That is why the UK decriminalized the same-sex behavior, and they're very inclusive. During the British rule, I did try to understand why the British Hong Kong government tried to decriminalize the same-sex conduct. This is because it is a matter of national security. If same-sex conduct is to remain as a crime, then many public officers will be blackmailed and they will be affected. One example being the case of Alan Turing. In fact, there was this film concerning his life story. It is all because he was a sexual minority. He didn't want to disclose his identity, so he was facing the threat of prosecution. At the end of the day, he committed suicide. Many Western countries had tried to avoid allowing sexual minority issues to become a loophole so that public officers would be blackmailed. So they would rather decriminalize same-sex behavior. So I think our government should be more positive about this. I think for young people, you need to be concerned about this. Well, last year there was a elite school in Happy Valley. There were two young girls aged 13 and 16 respectively. They jumped to the death and they left behind a suicidal note saying that they had concerns about their affections and perhaps they were bothered by sexual minority concerns. Well, I think it's a matter of human rights. And in fact, it is also a matter of trying for talents. It is a matter of affecting our international image. There are people who are concerned that if you talk about sexual minorities, does it mean that we are advocating the legitimization of same-sex marriage? Of course not. I have time and again pointed out that in relation to the case in the High Court, Samchikin against the DFJ, CACV 557-55 of 2020. In paragraph 30 of the judgment, it is said that according to the case of freedom of marriage, it doesn't cover same-sex marriage. It will only cover marriage between a man and woman. I've read the judgment and I have already consulted the views of experienced lawmakers. They told me that the court was merely reminding us that we need to give consideration to the bottom line of the rule of law. And this is also Article 1 of the Bill of Rights. No one should be discriminated on the grounds of his race, etc. And we have to make sure that they have equal rights. So it is not a matter of amending the definition of marriage. I think the ball is now in the court of Mr. Zhang. That is, he has to come up with an alternative arrangement. Well, in fact, it has been said that this proposal is a bit unclear, and in fact, Mr. Zhang has the duty to address the issue. Well, in fact, many people have been smearing Hong Kong, and we have got less capital from the US and the European countries. In fact, not just fewer investors, we have also got fewer visitors. Many 5-star, 6-star hotels don't have a lot of good business because of that. So we have to make sure that there will be rule of law, there will be an independent judiciary. If we can show others that we are good at that, then we can renew our international image. That is, we are still international, open, and inclusive as a society. And then international capital and talents will come to Hong Kong. So I spoke. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you. Upholding or safeguarding national security is everyone's duty. In the year 2024, the government will complete the legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law. Well, we have had new developments in the society. In the light of the new developments, in particular, the new problems arising from the Black Credit riots, we should bear such in mind in relation to the legislative work. Well, in fact, there was a foreigner who was drunk, and he removed 12 regional flags, and they were dumped on the ground. But then, as a result of the consistency between the bilingual versions, he was not found guilty. So we wondered whether we could uphold that. So for Article 23 legislation, we have to make sure that we are careful about implementing the principles as well as the drafting issues. For us to safeguard national security, we need the patriots, especially those who are occupying senior positions. Now, the international arena is getting more and more complex, and then American lawmakers or officials are sanctioning us. Well, in fact, for the Civil Service Code, I know it is being updated in accordance with the national security requirements. Well, for senior officials, even though they can take part in high-level policy-making exercises, there's no requirement about their nationality. I think we need to ask them to declare their nationality. There should be requirements concerning nationality so that we can truly implement patriotic people governing or administering Hong Kong. And then a word about the exchange programs of public officers. The exchange program will be extended to 4 months. I think, in fact, it should be 12 months in total. And then during the exchange, our officials can tell good stories of Hong Kong. For our civil servants, if they can go to Hainan, then they can take part in their administration, and then we can also contribute by sharing our stories of running a free port. We can also identify new business opportunities. As Mr. Xia Baolong has said, on the face of it, we are having the society is calm, but then there are undercurrents. We should make sure that we are alert about undercurrents and soft resistance. Legislation of Article 23 is the sort of stick, while national education or patriotic education is the carrot. In terms of patriotic education, it is said that we need to come up with 2 museums to talk about our war of resistance. Well, the FTU published the findings of a survey. There is, in fact, there is a certain degree of omission, and there is also a heavy element of the colonial perspective when it comes to the explanations concerning the exhibits in our museums. Now, Dr. Sun Yat-sen has made a lot of contribution. In fact, no more than 6 times, Dr. Sun adopted Hong Kong as the basis to try to overturn the Qing dynasty. And in fact, in 1927, in fact, Zhou Enlai used to live in the Central, where we had the Carpenters Trade Union premises. So all such stories and histories should be highlighted.
They were able to raise funds as well as materials for the revolution, but these were not sufficiently showcased in the exhibition. Now, we the contribution of patriotic forces were played down during the colonial days. They were not properly recorded. Since 1962, from Shanghai, Changzhou, and Shanghai, they have been transporting fresh produce to Hong Kong through Shenzhen. It was suspended in 2010. Over 100 million pigs and cattle and over 1 billion poultry were transported to Hong Kong. Very few primary students nowadays know this fact, and in between 1962 and 1963 there was water rationing, and then there was only 4 hours of water in 4 days. Mr. Zhang Yutong appealed to the mayor of Shenzhen for water to be transported to Hong Kong, and Premier Zhao spent $338 million to build the pipes for water to be transported to Hong Kong. Is only through these efforts that Hong Kong became one of the 4 Asian tigers. Nowadays, we only talked about the price of Dongjiang water. They have little knowledge of this part of our history. We should use our museum to remind people of the past. We should remove the historical perspective adopted by the British. We should emphasize the close bond between Hong Kong and our compatriots. I support the motion. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I will invite the Chief Secretary for Administration to speak.
Mr. President, I thank Mr. Ardi for moving the motion of thanks and about 40 members for speaking in the first session of the debate. The Chief Executive has penned this policy address on its vision of upholding one country, two systems, strengthening the economy and improving people's livelihood. This policy address echoes the key address delivered by President Xi on the 1st of July last year, the 20th Party Congress report in the spirit of the 2 sessions this year. We will fully, faithfully, and resolutely uphold one country, two systems, safeguard national security, strengthen the economy, improve livelihood, and promote harmony. We will fully demonstrate the resolve and commitment of this government in pursuing a result-oriented approach with a pragmatic manner. The theme of this session is uphold the principle of one country, two systems, and safeguard national security and strive to improve governance. I will first give a general response to members' concerns, and the bureau chiefs will give more details to the issues under their respective portfolios. On fully and faithfully upholding the principle of one country, two systems, President Xi has remarked that the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong is key to building a strong nation and advancing the cause of great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. The 20th Party Congress report also stresses that the principle of one country, two systems is the best institutional arrangements for the long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong, and we must adhere to it in the long run. We must fully, faithfully, and resolutely implement the principles of one country, two systems, Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong, a high degree of autonomy, and will safeguard the constitutional order of the Hong Kong SAR as laid down by the Constitution and the Basic Law. We must uphold one country, two systems, implement overall jurisdiction by the central authorities as well as patriots administering Hong Kong. We will enhance the understanding of the Constitution, the Basic Law, and the national security law across different sectors. Through the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee, we will step up publicity and education. We will leverage on our unique advantages of having our country support while being connected to the world under one country, two systems to actively integrate into the country's development plan and fulfill our role as the bridge between the mainland and the world. We will do our utmost to make Hong Kong a better place and strive for a successful implementation of one country, two systems. On safeguarding national security, it said in the 20th Party Congress report that national security is the foundation of national rejuvenation. Social stability is the prerequisite of a strong nation. We will continue to safeguard national security by legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law. We are pressing ahead with studying effective legislative options. We plan to complete this exercise within 2014 to fulfill the government's constitutional duty and enhancing the legislation on national security. In face of escalating cyber attacks around the world, the government will enhance the protection of cybersecurity of critical infrastructure such as energy, communication, transport, financial institutions. We plan to draw up a legislative proposal and relevant code of practice to provide for the cybersecurity obligations of the operators of critical infrastructure, which will be tabled into the Council within 2024. On patriotic education, the Hong Kong SL government endeavors to build mainstream values characterized by patriotism with affection for our country and Hong Kong and in conformity with the principle of one country, two systems. As announced in the policy address, we will roll out patriotic education to enhance national identity and appreciation of the richness and beauty of the traditional Chinese culture among Hong Kong people, laying a good foundation for our national unity and solidarity. We will integrate patriotic education in our system. The Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee, led by me, will also extend the scope to cover patriotic education to provide effective and high-level steer. We plan to establish the working group on patriotic education under the above committee in the first quarter of next year to coordinate the work of government departments and NGOs in taking forward national education and dovetailing with the patriotic education law of the People's Republic of China with a view to enhancing education in our country's history, culture, and current affairs on different fronts, thereby promoting patriotism. The LCSD will establish a Chinese Culture Promotion Office, which will be tasked to plan and implement a series of activities, exchanges, and collaborations to promote Chinese culture and history. The Chinese Culture Festival will be organized for the public to enjoy programs featuring Chinese culture. The LCSD will set up a museum to showcase the development and achievements of our country, covering areas such as its history, politics, economic development, and culture to enhance citizens' understanding of the country and its affairs and cultivate a sense of patriotism. The existing Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense will be converted into the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defense to better align with its positioning. Every year, different exhibitions and activities will be held on the history of the War of Resistance. On education on and off campus, President Xi replied to students in Hong Kong in July this year, encouraging them to gain a deeper understanding of global trends, delve into the history and culture of our country and national affairs, strengthen their affection for and sense of belonging to our country, and make contributions to building an even better Hong Kong and advancing national rejuvenation. The government will strive to fulfill this spirit, will cultivate among students correct values and a sense of nationhood through strengthening teacher training, enhancing national affairs education, and offering diversified learning experiences. On enhancing governance, the government attaches great importance to the relationship between the executive and the legislature. We will continue to foster exchange and collaboration with LegCo through the Chief Executive's interactive exchange Q&A sessions, the LegCo antechamber exchange sessions, and face-to-face communication in line with the executive-led structure and the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong to facilitate policy formulation. In addition, we will establish a regular exchange mechanism with the MPC deputies and CPPCC members so as to strengthen communication and collaboration and collect invaluable views from patriotic deputies and members on governance issues. On improving district governance, with the support of the Legislative Council and different sectors of the community, we have completed the legislative exercise on reforming district councils with efficiency. The government will fully implement the principles of patriots administering Hong Kong so that district councils will revert to its original function of serving the public and doing public good. They will be brought onto the right track. The Steering Committee on District Governance, led by me, will definitely strengthen high-level steer and coordination so as to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of district governance to cater for the needs of the public. Just now, a member used the analogy of fruits for the District Council ordinary election. He is of the view that there are different kinds of oranges for the public when it comes to candidates for this election. But after all, it looks monotonous. All of them are oranges. He looks forward to having a diversity of fruits such as apples and other kinds for consumers. Now, using this analogy, I would say that the principle is that they must be patriots, and that is akin to fruits being fresh. Otherwise, we will be offering rotten bananas and durians, apples turning bad, and for consumers, they are a health hazard. Now, the government is now taking forward preparation for the District Council ordinary election. With the new term of the District Council coming to office on the 1st of January 2024, the enhanced district governance systems will be largely in place. District officers will chair the district councils. They will coordinate the councils, district committees, and care teams so that they can complement each other in serving the public at the district level. On enhancing governance capability and governance efficacy, the performance and efficiency of the civil service is the linchpin of enhancing the governance of the Hong Kong SAR. The policy address puts forward a number of measures to enhance the civil service management system in order to promote performance-based management. The government will roll out a new round of the Chief Executive's Award for Exemplary Performance Scheme, as well as the new Civil Service Volunteer Commendation Scheme. We will step up our effort in telling good stories of civil servants to the public. For substandard colleagues, the Civil Service Bureau will encourage departments to invoke the streamlined mechanism for the retirement of officer with persistent substandard performance under Section 12 of the Public Service Administration Order. We will continue to roll out various enhancement measures to supervise and assist departments in following the Civil Service disciplinary mechanism. The Civil Service Bureau is reviewing the Civil Service Code. We aim to issue the updated draft code in or before the first quarter of 2024 for consultation with staff. We will also strengthen civil service training to enhance colleagues' patriotism and awareness of national security. With the country's strong support and concerted efforts from across the sectors, Hong Kong has entered a new phase from stability to prosperity. The government will continue to implement one country, two systems, safeguard national security, promote patriotism on the legal and education fronts. We will make a sustained effort to improve governance through enhancing its capability and efficacy so that we can further improve governance. We look forward to members' input on the policy address in the following sessions. President, I so submit.
Secretary for Justice. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank members for their valuable comments on the rule of law and related matters. The rule of law has always been the bedrock of Hong Kong's success. Chapter 2 of the policy address is on reinforcing the rule of law. Exactly, this is the priority of myself and the DFJ. In this regard, the Department of Justice, DFJ, has been actively taking forward a series of initiatives on promotion of rule of law in order that the whole community can work together to enhance public awareness and jointly uphold the rule of law. The government has all along attached great importance to the rule of law education and has continued to place reinforcing the rule of law as one of the key policy measures in the policy address this year. With the assistance of the Steering Committee on Rule of Law Education and its two working groups, the DFJ has been actively preparing for the launch of the first phase of the Rule of Law Education Train the Leaders Program, TTL program. The first phase themed Rule of Law Education stance will commence this Saturday. It will be attended by about 150 to 200 trainees who have been working in youth-related and community work. The program will discuss under the principle of one country, two systems, relationship between Hong Kong's rule of law and the Constitution, basic law, Hong Kong national security law, the basic elements of the mainland legal system and the key features of the common law system in Hong Kong. It seeks to provide training for members of the public from different sectors to enhance the ability and effectiveness in disseminating proper messages of rule of law to others in their diverse roles and capacities in the community, so as to promote rule of law education on all fronts. Since the establishment of the steering committee earlier this year, many people, including members of this chamber, have indicated their positive support for rule of law education. I sincerely thank everybody for your positive response and valuable suggestions and your assistance in coordinating and learning the related work of rule of law education. Going forward, we will make reference to experience from the first phase of the program and continue to work on the launch of the second phase within 2024. Details of the second phase will be announced in due course in consultation with the steering committee and the working groups. Other than measures on the rule of law education training, the DFJ will continue to enhance the promotion, both in the mainland and overseas, of the robust and sound rule of law development and services. Our annual flagship event, Hong Kong Legal Week 2023, was held between the 6th and 10th this month. Through the 5-day summit, panel discussions, mock court and exhibitions, etc., together with international, mainland and local legal organizations, this year's Hong Kong Legal Week explored topics like international legal cooperation, mediation, arbitration opportunities in the GBA and the Belt and Road Initiative. It was the first time where a special session was hosted by me to answer questions and clarify misunderstandings about the Hong Kong national security law. In addition, myself and the Deputy Secretary for Justice visited various places, including a number of mainland cities, Beijing, Chengdu, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Huizhou, and Hainan, 4 European countries, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, as well as Thailand. As the Belgian Road Initiative enters the 10th anniversary this year, in the coming year, the DFJ will lead higher quality and higher standard delegations comprising relevant professionals to visit countries along the Belt and Road countries, including Asian member states as well as other Southeast Asian and Middle East countries. This will strengthen the exchange and cooperation between Hong Kong's legal professionals and the host cities, who jointly tell a good Hong Kong story. Everyone has the duty to uphold national security. It is right to do so. Article 6 of the Hong Kong National Security Law reminds us that it is the common responsibility of all people of China, including people of Hong Kong, to safeguard the sovereignty, unification, and territorial integrity of the PRC. The DFJ must always nurture public awareness to uphold national security and understand the Hong Kong National Security Law. We must be highly alert and take it seriously that some people, because of lack of knowledge, out of misunderstanding or influenced by malicious smearing, may wrongly think that the national security law will erode the excellent tradition of the rule of law in Hong Kong, or it violates basic human rights. Therefore, we must work hard to explain from different angles to the public that it is in compliance with the general principles of the rule of law and complements and supplements basic human rights. To facilitate the understanding of the Hong Kong national security law and the relevant case law by all sectors of the community, particularly those in the legal, public administration, and education sectors, we are preparing to publish a compendium of annotations of the Hong Kong national security law, summarizing and collating court cases related to each article of the law, so as to provide convenient and practical tool with educational and reference value. Our goal is to complete the first edition within this year. Many people talked about the legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law. Together with our colleagues in the relevant policy bureaus of the SAR, we'll do our utmost to complete the work, thus discharging the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR and properly present and explain our work. The DFJ firmly believes that the Hong Kong SAR should make good use of our advantage in rule of law and legal services to contribute to the development of the rule of law of our nation. The 20th National Congress Work Report has proposed advancing the rule of law in China. With respect to advancing the rule of law in domestic and foreign-related affairs in a coordinated manner, the report has emphasized that while improving the level of domestic rule of law, it is also necessary to coordinate the construction of foreign-related laws and regulations, as well as the nurturing of talents, with a view to developing the rule of law in domestic and foreign-related affairs in harmony and without disparity. It involves different fields: domestic law, foreign law, international law, which cover a wide range of matters. In an increasingly complex international political and economic environment, nurturing relevant talents with an international perspective and proficiency in foreign-related rule of law affairs has become particularly important. In fact, officials, judges, or diplomats of our country handling cases with non-local elements or implementing important national policies like like the Belt and Road Initiative, have to familiarize themselves with international legal rules while assisting them to formulate foreign-related legal rules. Therefore, we also learned that central ministries, local agencies and the mainland counterparts have expressed their hope and support for Hong Kong, being a common law jurisdiction, internationally acclaimed, and having relatively experienced legal talents to make more extensive contributions to meeting the training needs of our country in this regard. To draw on the bilingual common law system of Hong Kong and our international connections, we established within 2024 a dedicated new office. It is the Hong Kong International Legal Talent Training Office, and established an expert committee to drive the setting up of the Hong Kong International Legal Talent Training Academy. It will regularly organize different practical courses, seminars, international exchange activities in order to promote talent exchanges. Now, many members have indicated their support, and I welcome that, and I will keep up our liaison with you so as to implement this new arrangement. Mr. President, as highlighted in the report to the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the principle of one country, two systems is the best institutional arrangement for the long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong. We must adhere to it in the long run. The fundamental premise of one country, two systems is to safeguard sovereignty, security, and national interests of our country. The more firmly one country principle is upheld, the greater the strength of two systems. The central government has always been firmly supporting Hong Kong in maintaining its unique status and strength in the long term, including our long-established fundamental legal infrastructure, a common law system that connects with the world as well as legal talents and qualities. Safeguarding and promoting the rule of law in the judicial system will be most important for our future. I urge members to support this motion of thanks, and so that we can go full steam in taking forward the measures related to reinforcing the rule of law and enhancing the competitiveness of Hong Kong. Thank you.
Secretary for Constitution and Mainland Affairs. Madam Deputy, I'm very grateful to members for their speeches in this session of the debate. They have given us valuable suggestions. I'd like to make a reply based on the policy initiatives on upholding the principle of one country, two systems in the Xi's policy address. As President Xi stressed time and again, one country, two systems, the best institutional arrangement for the long-term stability and prosperity in Hong Kong, and we must adhere to it in the long term. The fundamental premise of one country, two systems is to safeguard the country's sovereignty, security, and development interests, while maintaining Hong Kong's stability and prosperity. The more firmly the one country principle is upheld, the greater the strength of two systems. We will, as in the past, fully, faithfully, and resolutely implement the one country of two systems. Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong and a high degree of autonomy, as well as safeguard the constitutional order of the Hong Kong SAR as laid down by the Constitution and the Basic Law, to ensure that the power to administer Hong Kong is firmly in the hands of patriots in order to achieve good governance for the public good, as well as long-term stability and safety of Hong Kong. The 2023 DC ordinary election will be held on December 10th. This election, the first large-scale and territory-wide one to be held right after improving the district governance system and the reform of the district councils of particular significance. This also marks the final mile for the full implementation of the principle of patriots administrating Hong Kong. It is of paramount importance to good governance, long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong, and for social harmony and people and to lead happy lives here. The whole government will go all out and spare no efforts in appealing to the public to come out and vote, to return DC members who love Hong Kong and the country and our community, that will work hard for the public good. The new term DC will revert to the regional positioning under the Basic Law and will focus on livelihood issues and promoting the well-being of residents. This is going to be a hotly contested election. There with 171 candidates competing for 88 district council GC seats and 228 competing for 176 DC committees constituency seats. All candidates, 399 in total, have been determined to be validly nominated by the DC Eligibility Review Committee. Many of them have a long history of serving the community. They are ambitious youngsters, professionals such as lawyers, teachers, and engineers. This goes to show that the nomination arrangement has achieved its anticipated effect. Capable persons with affection for Hong Kong and the country, minded to serve the public, coming from different sectors and professions, are running in the election. Currently, all candidates are fully engaged in electioneering to secure the support of voters. We are also working closely with the EAC in preparation for the election to ensure that the election will be smoothly conducted in a fair, just, honest, safe, orderly, efficient, and user-friendly manner. This year, we have taken on board views expressed by different sectors to put in place special arrangements for the election. We will set up near-boundary polling stations at 2 schools near Shangshui MTR station to facilitate electors living in the mainland to cast their votes in Hong Kong. Registration has started. The cutoff time is 6 p.m. on December 5th. I appeal to voters minded to make use of this arrangement to register in good time. To encourage voters to vote, we launched our publicity activities in early September. Adopting a creative and down-to-earth approach, we organized Night Vibes DC election, Halloween DC election, and close to 170 DC election in the community activities to come to close contact with members of the public with exhibitions, store games, check-in points, and parent-child workshops in different districts. And in different areas of Hong Kong, we have hang mega advertisement panels, banners, buntings, posters with APIs at TV stations. Have also got a series of TV programs featuring forums and also programs about the DC election. We're also using social media welcomed by the younger generation to disseminate information related to election to enhance their understanding about the new DC and the new constituencies. Government officials have also made video clips to encourage voters to vote. Please bear with me as I once again appeal to voters here. Do come out to vote, to cast your vote on the 10th of December so that we can return DC members we prefer, and together we can build a fine, harmonious community. Since improving the electoral system in 2021, we have successfully held 4 major elections, including the 2021 EC subsector ordinary elections, 2021 LC general election, 2022 CE election, and the 2022 LC election committee constituency by-election. All these elections were successfully held in a fair, open, and honest manner. They have highlighted the extensive representativeness, political inclusiveness, balanced participation, and fair competition allowed under the new electoral system. And this is a great improvement and enhancement of the SAR democratic system. We will continue to uphold the improved electoral system and the principle of patriots ruling Hong Kong. Well, together with the subcommittee on improving the practical arrangements for election under the CA panel of the Council to review the election arrangements, review current legislation and practical arrangements. We will further use IT for voting process and to enhance efficiency. We will also make use of various ways and means to publicize to the public the improved electoral system to enhance their understanding. The Constitution, the basic law together form the constitutional basis and order of the SAR, providing a solid legal basis and constitutional framework for the basic policy of one country, two systems. We attaches great importance to the promotion and education on the Constitution, the Basic Law, and the National Security Law. December 4th is the Constitutional Day. To enhance the awareness for the Constitution and to boost the constitutional spirit and for implementation of the Constitution, we will hold large-scale seminars. We will have heavyweight speakers to give keynote addresses and dialogues. We will announce the details in due course. We hope you can all actively participate. We'll make use of online platforms, social media, and large-scale publicity activities and TV and radio programs to step up publicity. The CE also said in its policy address that we're going to roll out patriotic education to enhance national identity and appreciation of the richness and beauty of the traditional Chinese culture to promote patriotism. The NPCSC passed the Patriotic Education Law of the PRC on October 24th. Article 23 of the law states that the country will adopt measures to start history, culture, education, and implementation education of one country, two systems to boost patriotic spirit of compatriots of the Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR so that they can together safeguard national sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. To ensure effective high-level coordination and steer The working group on patriotic education will be set up under the CBLPSC in the first quarter of next year to coordinate the work of government departments and NGOs in taking forward national education and dovetailing with the content set out in the Patriotic Education Law of the PRC, with a view to enhancing education on our country's history, culture, and current affairs so that we can promote patriotism and ensure its continuity from generation to generation. We're now examining the composition, mode of operation, and scope of work of the working group, and we will announce the details in due course. The national, the deputies, local deputies, the NPC and members of the National Committee of the CPCC on key force dedicated to our country and Hong Kong people. We establish a regular exchange mechanism with them, and we will enhance communication and collaboration with them. We'll listen to the views and suggestions on the governance of the Hong Kong SAR through organizing regular and ad hoc exchange sessions. A regular liaison point has also been put up to collect their opinions. We'll rally patriots with affection for the country and Hong Kong for steadfast and successful implementation of one country, two systems. Thanks to the support of members, we have passed the regional flag and regional emblem amendment bill 2023 in this council. We will strengthen publicity and public education so as to enhance public awareness of respecting and protecting the regional flag and regional emblem and let the public understand their proper usage. Opposing the basic law and swearing allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR region are necessary requirements and fundamental conditions for public officers. At present, the CE, principal officials, members of EXCO and LAGCO, judges of the courts at all levels, and other members of the judiciary and members of election committee and DCs, as well as civil servants, have already taken oath or submitted written oath. In respect of oath-taking arrangement for other public officers, we will formulate a proposal and announce it in due course. This term of government embraces the culture of being result-oriented. We believe in getting things done. We have transitioned from chaos to order, and we are now moving from stability to prosperity. The governing tenet is to develop a vibrant economy for caring community. I urge members to support the policy address, and together, let's build a better and even more prosperous Hong Kong. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Secretary for Security. President, members, first, may I thank the Chair of the House Committee for moving the motion of thanks for the government to listen to members' views and suggestions on the Chief Executive's 2023 policy address. I will first speak on safeguarding national security, and then I will briefly respond to other issues. Following the implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, Hong Kong has emerged from the darkest hours brought about by the black-clad violence. We have successfully uprooted a number of key figures in organizations endangering national security. That said, there are still a small number of radical individuals in society who have not given up their acts of endangering national security, while external elements have continued to incessantly smear the Hong Kong SAR and interfere with our affairs with a view to endangering national security. Law enforcement agencies will continue to take investigatory and law enforcement actions pursuant to the National Security Law and existing legislation against acts of endangering national security, and step up collection and analysis of intelligence related to national security and counter-terrorism. Many members have spoken on legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law. The Security Bureau will definitely work towards the target set in the policy address this year and complete the legislative exercise in 2024. The Security Bureau is reviewing the past, present, and future national security threats faced by the Hong Kong SAR. We will proceed to policy formulation, and we will ensure that the legislative proposal is practicable and forward-looking in tackling possible risks in the future. We are examining the acts not covered by the Hong Kong National Security Law and current legislation. Reference will be made to other jurisdictions in drawing up effective and pragmatic provisions to handle the above situations and risks, including interference by external forces and espionage activities. Some members have urged the government to enhance publicity. In fact, we expect that in the public consultation and legislative process, some people will try to falsely accuse the government of oppressing human rights and freedom through legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law. We are fully prepared to fight this battle. I want to reiterate that Article 4 of the Hong Kong National Security Law provides that human rights shall be respected and protected in safeguarding national security in the Hong Kong SAR, and that the rights and freedoms, including the freedoms of speech, of the press, of publication, of association, of assembly, of procession, and of demonstration, which the Hong Kong SAR residents enjoy under the Basic Law and the provisions of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, or ICCPR, and the Covenant as applied to Hong Kong shall be protected according to the law. I must stress, therefore, that the public will continue to enjoy the rights and freedoms enshrined by the Basic Law. In the legislative process, we will make clarifications proactively and promptly in relation to those taking this opportunity to disseminate disinformation maliciously and smear on our legislative work. We will maintain liaison with the news media and explain our work to the international community. I stress that our legislative work targets acts and activities of endangering national security. We do not target law-abiding citizens going about their daily business. Ordinary citizens need not feel worried. Apart from the above, we will continue to enhance public awareness on national security through multiple channels. They include enhancing the National Security Law online virtual exhibition, organizing inter-school competitions, as well as supporting the Committee for Safeguarding National Security of the Hong Kong SAR in setting up an exhibition gallery on national security, preparing teaching resources, and training community instructors. Apart from legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law, quite a few members have commented on our legislative work to protect cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. With a surge in cyber attacks in recent years, the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure around the world, including energy, communication, transport, financial institutions, is under a major challenge. Same as other jurisdictions, our objective is to impose cybersecurity obligations of operators of critical infrastructure through legislation. These operators are required to adopt suitable measures on device management and prevention management and handling of cybersecurity incidents in order to step up cybersecurity. The legislative proposal will cover regulating essential services with the greatest social impact, implementing cybersecurity obligation standards, enhancing the resilience of the operators of critical infrastructure against cybersecurity challenges. We consulted the cybersecurity sector earlier. We also met with major operators of critical infrastructure to exchange views on the proposed legislative framework. We are formulating the legislative proposal. We will work with the OGCIO to draw up a code of practice and consult the Legislative Council and relevant stakeholders. Our goal is to submit the legislative proposal to the Legislative Council within 2024. Apart from the two legislative exercises, some members are concerned about non-refoulement claimants. In the past 3 months, the number of non-ethnic Chinese illegal immigrants intercepted rose sharply, accounting for about 75% of the 968 intercepted between January and October. We are highly concerned. We will continue to strengthen our efforts in interception at source, enforcement, and intelligence. In particular, we will step up our efforts in mounting joint operations with our mainland counterpart to combat non-ethnic Chinese illegal immigrants entering Hong Kong through the mainland. Law enforcement agencies will continue to raid black spots of illegal employment to disincentivize them to come to Hong Kong. There are about 14,700 claimants currently remaining in Hong Kong for various reasons. On the premise of preventing those who might abuse the non-refoulement claims mechanism from arriving in Hong Kong, we will enhance the efficiency in handling claims and appeals. While maintaining high transparency as required by the law, we will expedite the removal of unsubstantiated claimants and optimize the use of additional detention places for enhanced management. Apart from law and order issues arising from non-refoulement claimants, I would also like to comment on deception, which is a major challenge for Hong Kong. The police will continue to combat various types of fraud through enhanced law enforcement, publicity, education, multi-agency collaboration, especially with the financial and telecommunications sector, intelligence analysis, as well as cross-boundary collaboration to raise public awareness. For multi-agency collaboration, we will set up a joint platform with major banks by the end of this year. Participating banks will deploy staff to station at the platform office to provide real-time assistance to the Hong Kong police on fraudulent cases, so as to strengthen intelligence analysis and exchange, enhance the capability of identifying suspicious accounts, detecting the whereabouts of the funds, and intercepting them. Some members mentioned the GBA Emergency Response and Rescue. The GBA Emergency Response and Rescue Operational Plan will be formulated to build a comprehensive, practical, and systematic Greater Bay Area emergency response operational mechanism, through which tripartite collaboration will be driven from 3 fronts, such as technology and knowledge exchange mechanism, resource sharing, as well as emergency mobilization. We hope that this plan will help align the emergency response across parties, achieve synergy in mobilization and disposal, and set up a joint emergency command system. I'd like to speak on a number of matters. First, on support for persons in custody. In recent years, offenders of serious crimes with radical ideas have been sent to correctional institutions. The Correctional Services Department has launched the Project Path to assist these persons in custody to rebuild positive values so as to overcome various challenges in life. To help adult persons in custody equip themselves and get ready for reintegration into society, the Correctional Services Department will set up the Ethics College in the 4th quarter of this year to offer 1-year full-time diploma of applied education program for voluntary participation. On multiple entry visa and visa relaxation measure, we've been working with the mainland authorities to explore measures to further facilitate the flow of talents within the Greater Bay Area. Under the new arrangement, foreign staff of Hong Kong registered companies may apply for multiple entry visas to the mainland, which last for 2 years or more, with priority given in processing. I would encourage them to fully utilize the facilitation measure unique to Hong Kong so as to forge a closer tie with the mainland. The government has also relaxed the visa policy for Laotian, Vietnamese, and Nepalese talents to facilitate talent exchange with neighboring countries. We will continue to review the visa policy for different countries on a regular basis. On enhancing clearing efficiency, we've reached an initial consensus with Shenzhen Authority on the implementation of collaborative inspection and joint clearance mode at the new Huanggang port. We are actively ironing out the details of this mode to facilitate residents crossing the boundary. The relevant law enforcement agencies will continue to be our gatekeeper to ensure law and order at the boundary. Finally, let me turn to the new measure to be put in place on the 1st of January next year. That is the opening up of Shuttlecock except Chung Ying Street for the 2nd phase. An initial period, a daily quota of 1,000 visitors will be introduced. We will adjust the quota in light of actual operation and local views. We also plan to launch a pilot scheme in the 4th quarter of 2024, such that such that an online system for application of closed area permits for visitors can be rolled out starting the 1st of December. And then in the 4th quarter of 2024, current holders of CAPs who have access to Chung Ying Street may, upon prior enrollment, use facial recognition technology without having to stop and produce the permits at the reprovisioned Chung Ying Street checkpoint. The capacity of the checkpoint will be enhanced. Presence, security, and stability are the cornerstone of safeguarding people's livelihood and economic prosperity. The Security Bureau will continue to lead the discipline services in implementing the various initiatives in the 2023 policy address. I so submit, President. I urge members to support the 2023 policy address. Thank you.
Secretary for the Civil Service. First of all, I would like to thank members for their valuable comments on civil service matters. In his 2023 policy address, the CE says that the current term government has strived to improve governance systems, capability, and efficacy. We're also working to strengthen our leadership and execution capabilities. For Hong Kong to go forward, we need a government engaging in pragmatic efforts and delivering results, and result-oriented. A capable and efficient civil service is the key to good quality government services. Therefore, the government will continue to strengthen the management of civil service, introduce a performance-based management system, enhance civil service training, attract more talents to join the government, so establish a team that have good morals and integrity and are competent, dedicated, and willing to serve the public. This will further enhance the governance capability of the SAR. Performance-based management system is an important feature of good human resources management. This will then mobilize the civil servants to seek improvement, generate a greater sense of job satisfaction, and raise the quality of civil service as a team. Just now, members said that we need a mobilized, innovative team of civil servants. An effective performance-based management system can deliver. For awards, we will launch a new round of the Chief Executive's Award for Exemplary Performance to recognize meritorious and exemplary performance team or of individuals in the civil service on a regular basis. We will enhance our efforts to publicize good stories of civil servants through various channels. We will step up the publicity of the good stories of the award recipients in the Secretary for Civil Service Commendation Award Scheme, CE's Award for Exemplary Performance, as well as the Civil Service Outstanding Service Award Scheme, to showcase and promote achievements of the awardees in their work and their dedication to serving the community. The public can also learn more about our work. We plan to launch the Civil Service Volunteer Commendation Scheme to give recognition to the civil service volunteer teams and individual civil servants for their outstanding performance and contributions in volunteerism. On the other hand, the government attaches a lot of importance to the performance management of its staff. For those with a substandard performance, if there is no improvement after counseling and supervision, the appointment will be terminated in time. We promulgated the streamlined mechanism of retiring officers with persistent substandard performance, pursuant to Section 12 of the Public Service Administration Order in September this year. We will oversee and encourage departments make good use of the streamlined mechanism so as to eliminate the poor performance resolutely. This will prevent the erosion of staff morale or the diminishing of the overall performance of the team. The government attaches great importance to the conduct and integrity of civil servants and takes a zero-tolerance approach against officers who have breached the law or misconducted themselves. In 2024, we will step up our training of departments in the capability to investigate and handle disciplinary cases. We'll also supervise and assist departments in making good use of the civil service disciplinary mechanism. I understand members are concerned about the updating of the Civil Service Code. Following the submission of the updated draft Civil Service Code to the CE last year, the CSB has been reviewing more comprehensive information on his instruction. The updated code will clearly spell out the core values and standards of conduct which present-day civil servants should uphold. Civil servants must be well aware of the need to safeguard sovereignty, national security, and development interests. They should be dedicated to their duties, care about the public, embrace collaboration and teamwork, and be committed and responsible. After completion of the review, we will issue the draft updated code to the staff side for consultation in the first quarter of 2024 or earlier. Strengthening civil service training. In this regard, the Civil Service College, CSC, will continue to strengthen our training for civil servants, enhance the patriotism and national security awareness. We also enhance the national awareness and leadership training for senior civil servants, as well as fine-tuning the basic induction training for new recruits. In addition, with the successful launching of the training program on understanding one country, two systems and the contemporary China, and a dedicated seminar series on the theme of holistic view of national security, the college will launch a seminar series on connecting with the world ASEAN to enhance senior civil servants' capacity for macroscopic views and international perspective. The second batch of senior civil servants taking the master's degree in public policy program, jointly organized by the college and the Peking University, has already embarked on their study in Beijing. In September 2023, the CSB signed an agreement on civil service staff exchange and collaboration program with the mainland municipalities in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, with the Hong Kong Macau Affairs Office of the People's Government of Guangdong Province. By the end of 2023, the Bureau will commence the Civil Service Staff Training Exchange Program jointly organized with the mainland municipalities and the GBA, and enabling Hong Kong civil servants to gain a deeper understanding of the development of the area and the work of the host government agencies. The government adopts a multi-pronged approach to attract more people, in particular young people, to join the civil service to build up a diversified pool of talents in the government. Last June, we expanded the pool of eligible candidates to undergraduate or postgraduate students in their penultimate year of study. The promotional efforts of recruitment have been enhanced. The new arrangement was well received. 5,300 candidates enrolled for the CRE and Basic Law and Hong Kong National Security Law test this October, up from 2,500 last June. Nearly 30% were Year 3 undergraduates. Setting up booths at university career fairs and holding recruitment talks aside, the government also held the first large-scale government career fair in the University of Hong Kong, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong Baptist University for students to learn about the work of more than 40 civil service grades. We will keep on attracting different candidates to join the government. The local candidates, mainland and overseas graduates from Hong Kong, those who are working and non-ethnic Chinese. Being the largest employer in Hong Kong, the government has all along been launching family-friendly and caring initiatives like marriage leave and compassionate leave for government employees, a mainland education award scheme for children of civil servants to provide education awards for eligible children of civil servants appointed on new terms in year 2000. Who receive primary and secondary education in mainland, will modestly increase the service capacity of civil service Chinese medicine clinics. Civil service eligible persons can receive dental scaling services at private dental clinics under the pilot scheme on dental services dental scaling for CSEPs, introduce a more convenient and time-saving way for them to complete a one-time registration for joining the waiting list for new dental appointment quotas. Hong Kong is moving from stability to prosperity. Our society is moving forward steadily. We'll fully implement the measures in the PA to strengthen the management of the civil service. We'll set up a team that is willing to take up responsibility, people oriented and dedicated to do pragmatic work for the development of our nation and our cities. So I spoke, and I urge members to support the motion.
The first debate session comes to an end. The Council now proceeds to the second debate session. Members who wish to speak in this session, please press the Request to Speak button. The theme for this session is Continue to Create Strong Impetus Growth. The policy areas covered in this session has been set out in the script for members' easy reference. Mr. Shang Hailong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Ms. Tari Lee's motion on continuing to create strong impetus for growth. I have pointers to make. In the PA 2022, we had a clear blueprint for development for the coming 5 years. We should attract talents, and we have adjusted our policy to attach more importance to talents. We should attract and retain talents. This is already a core priority for all governments. The CE has stressed time again that we must troll for talent. The focus is to troll, but if we do not get things done, it's just empty slogan. I must praise the government for this initiative. Over 100,000 talents have secured Hong Kong ID card. The question is whether these talents can be attracted to stay and work and live here and call Hong Kong their home. To promote the development of the city, we must enhance the vibrancy of our industries. We must have a comprehensive set of policies for retaining talents. First, on nurturing of talents, I suggest we set up an interdepartmental working group in order to care for newly arrived talents. There was a 10 billion raise plus fund to enlighten the INT ecosystem, but the support is mainly for higher institutions. We don't have enough resources for talents who make their startups in Hong Kong. In fact, they face great difficulties even if they want to bring in their own funds. Now, we have about got 64 subsidy schemes related to sponsorship for talents. Indeed, we have many different schemes, but they are too fragmented, and that has made it difficult for new talents to apply, and there is too much administrative work, and we have a lot of administrative work, and I think the government is spending too much on the overhead of the administrative arrangement, and sometimes experienced agencies make a profit out of these schemes. I hope the government can provide integrated support. We should help them in investment, etc., so that startups can grow and develop in Hong Kong quickly. And secondly, the Labor and Welfare Bureau should enhance the applicability of the Top Talent Pass scheme. The whole world is competing for talents. We cannot just rely on local talents. While we launched the Top Talent Pass scheme last year, with good results, there is still room for improvement. In order to attract high and tech people to Hong Kong for long-term development, the scope of the scheme should not just cover the 180 graduates from the current 180 tertiary institutions. We should also broaden the scheme to accept master and doctorate degree graduates from these institutions, and we should go for institutions that are top-notch in areas such as IT, robotics, analytics, etc., so that we can attract different types of talents to Hong Kong. These measures can help to enhance our global competitiveness. In the R&D area, we must ensure that people with R&D strength can find their niche in Hong Kong, and it is important that we can utilize the outcome of R&D. We must have KPIs. Each bureau should at least procure 4 items of R&D products, so at least we can purchase 60 commercial products from R&D outcomes that can promote the application of local R&D products, and this will be way to attract enterprises to engage in R&D products, and that can also help our GDP growth. I have mentioned this proposal no more than 10 times at different meetings of this council. If the government doesn't adopt my proposal, I have no choice but to sing it again and again. So we must have a flexible and effective talent policy before we can accomplish the target set by the CE. We do not just go there to troll for talents. We must succeed in doing so. Now, apart from talents, I like to comment on policy initiatives on promoting the development of a digital government. Digital government is very important to the building of a smart city. We must have innovative public services to enhance the effectiveness of governance, to promote economic growth, to benefit the community. Digital government should integrate with us, with our smart city, and we should also have cross-boundary public services rolled out so that we can all benefit from the development of innovation technology. Just like the competition for talents, these measures must be able to deliver results. For instance, is I Am Smart really that smart to use? Many members have commented on the shortcomings of I Am Smart and how it has yet to fully utilize the advantages of information technology.
The government promotes I Am Smart. Members of the public should register for I Am Smart Plus for digital certification service. However, I received some complaints. $60 million was spent on developing I Am Smart for processing government applications and registrations, and yet it is not efficient. For example, when signing up for an account, a member of the public must take pictures of the ID card for uploading at 3 angles. Let's not forget that 5 months ago, the Finance Committee approved a funding of $200 million for the development of I Am Smart, and many members already made a lot of criticisms on the app, such as the glaring effect. I hope that the government will pay heed to the comments. After signing up for the account, when logging on to the LCSD department and other departments, a user will need to fill in forms again. Same as the transport department. If you want to apply for something under the transport department, the web page will go from I Am Smart to the transport department and then back to I Am Smart. So the government should pay attention to user comments. In order to use digital signature, you need to sign up for I Am Smart Plus. Now, the public cannot apply for an I Am Smart Plus account electronically or through the app. They must personally visit the kiosk or service counter and then use their mobile phone to register for I Am Smart Plus. This is no different from using the traditional method of registration. It doesn't become more convenient. In terms of digital public services, the government should gauge the performance and effectiveness from time to time. The government should also collect user feedback to enhance user experience. More importantly, the government should take a user-oriented approach so as to adopt more facilitation measures to further enhance the government digital services. Mr. Chan Siu-Hong. Thank you, Deputy President. In this session, I'd like to speak on enhancing the development of digital government and also dovetailing with the national strategies and enhance the development of the 8 centers. The OGCIO and the Efficient Office will be combined to form the Digital Policy Office. By combining these 2 offices, I'm sure that in terms of manpower and resources, things will be more efficient. So I support this idea. Last year, in the policy address, the government put forward the vision of setting up a one-stop portal for digital government services. And yet, the ideas are mostly about digitizing government services, going paperless, instead of being truly smart. In the State Council's guiding opinion on digital government, a digital governance system should be set up so as to enhance the synergistic management and service across different bureaus and departments. The key to building a digital government is cross-bureau interdepartmental collaboration. A commissioner post should be set up on digital governance, digital data, so as to consolidate relevant resources within the government. We should open up government data to facilitate data sharing. We need to make good use of big data. We need to open up the use of personal data. The government has the data exchange gateway. Consent will be given for exchange of personal data between different regulators. This will be dovetailed with the Hong Kong MA's commercial data interchange by the end of this year. I hope this can enhance digital government services. Now, on these two fronts, apart from issues concerning the personal data privacy, there is also the question on the authority. I question whether sufficient authorization is given to the department for the opening up and sharing of personal data, whether there is sufficient authority to coordinate this platform for shared data. Will it be able to take forward legislative work? Digital government involves a change of mindset within the government and the governing tenet. In order to build digital structure, digital infrastructure, we also need to enhance education on digital services. We need to have talents within the government. These talents should work for different government departments so as to drive the reform. In order to promote innovative development of the artificial intelligence industry, building the AI supercomputing center is just the first step. In terms of finance, healthcare, raw data is of essence. If we're able to unleash the potential of raw data by turning them into something useful, it will be very useful for us. The government should use a supercomputing center as the base, combined with our advantage of having strong R&D capabilities. We can have cluster development and attract top-notch I&T talents to come to Hong Kong so as to enrich the ecosystem relating to AI and innovation technology. I so submit. Ms. Carmen Kan. Thank you, Deputy President. On continue to create strong impetus for growth, the Northern Metropolis and Kao Yi Chau artificial islands will require over $100 billion of investment. The Committee for Financing Major Development Projects will be set up. This will be led by the Financial Secretary. They will look into different financing options. I strongly support the establishment. The committee will comprise financiers and other experts. I think legal experts also have a role to play because they can make reference to the feasibility of different financing options for infrastructure projects around the world. They can conduct analysis. For new infrastructure projects and existing infrastructure, they can be bundled together to form a new package of financing tools to foster public-private collaboration. Apart from taking forward a study, the government should also invite the expression of interest from private investors that are not binding. Now, we need to give play to our advantage of being connected with the mainland, being connected with the world and having the country's support so that we can be the springboard for mainland enterprises to go global. We are the super value adder. I think that this policy can be implemented to unleash our potential. When the government reports our work to the central authorities, this should be put in the list of requests from Hong Kong government to the central authorities so that we can further contribute to the Belt and Road Initiative with our advantages. The headquarters economy will definitely drive the development of financial and professional services in Hong Kong. Now, we need money as well as talents. I'm concerned about the Capital Investment Entrance Scheme, or CIES. The government should further consider the synergy between the CIES and other talent emission schemes to avoid policy risks, such as the stamp duty waiver arrangements under the CIES. The investment threshold is $30 million, and one cannot invest in the real estate property. Whereas if you come under the Top Talent Pass scheme, under Stream A, the threshold is lower. If you earn more than $2.5 million annually, you are eligible. They will also enjoy the stamp duty exemption arrangement. So an applicant under the CIES may then choose to apply under the Top Talent Pass scheme instead. And will this affect the popularity of the CIES? The government will also work on education, housing, healthcare, entrepreneurship. But apart from that, in order to help top talents integrate into our society and contribute to our society, the government should also consider financial services. And I need to declare that I am an office bearer of the Top Talent Pass Scheme Advisory Committee. In July this year, at the interactive exchange and Q&A session with the Chief Executive, I asked about the training for international legal talents. The Chief Executive undertook that an academy will be set up so that through a systematic approach, we can formulate policies to train international legal talents and give play to our advantage. I strongly support this initiative. I just heard from the Secretary for Justice in this regard. Digital economy is a major economic driver. Last year, I moved a members' motion. I advocated the establishment of a digital policy office. Now, the Digital Policy Office will be set up. The Commissioner post will also be set up to spearhead the initiative. I'm happy to learn that there will be high-level steer. The relevant legal framework will be formulated. From the recent cryptocurrency incident, we understand that it is very important to disseminate message with clarity and focus on public education. I think that the government should further improve the legal framework to protect investors. On innovation technology development, through Race Plus scheme, the government will promote transformation of R&D outcome and commercialization of the result. The $10 billion fund will be set up, but there are divergent views on the government's participation. I understand that this will help enhance the competitiveness of the R&D teams so that they enjoy an edge in the process. I hope that the transformation of R&D outcomes will bring more benefits to Hong Kong. So, for example, Hong Kong should be the listing place of the enterprise, and that the R&D outcomes should be able to reach the GBA market so that the money is well spent. It is important, likewise, to allow funding protocols, etc., to cross the boundary and reach the mainland market. The MOU was signed in June this year. It's very popular. We thank the central authorities for the support. The Chief Executive also promotes flow of data across the GBA, especially on healthcare and INT. I hope that specific measures will be rolled out so that on the premise of cybersecurity, we can facilitate the flow of data in the Greater Bay Area. Finally, in terms of International Financial Center, the Hong Kong MA will expedite the enhancement to the financial infrastructure, such as upgrading of the CMU, Central Moneymaker Unit. This will help bolster our status as an international hub, and also maintaining trading under severe weather. All these measures can help bolster our status as an international financial center. I so submit.
Mr. Sunny Tang, thank you, Madam Deputy. In relation to the 8 centers, well, we are very proactive, and in fact, the BPA suggestions as well as the textile and clothing industry suggestions have been mostly adopted. Well, it is good to see that we are going to have the Hong Kong Fashion Week. The Hong Kong Fashion Week won't just benefit our own sector. It will also add a momentum to our economic growth. Take the Fashion Week in Paris and other places. Well, it will boost their tourism and it brings about a lot of income to the retail and hospitality industries. And in fact, it is also a matter of export of soft power and export of cultural elements. Well, in the work report of the 20th National Congress, well, I think it's important to drive tourism by having a cultural element. Well, Hong Kong is well placed to become the East-West Center for international cultural exchange. The Fashion Week will be very effective. I think there are a number of points that we need to bear in mind. It should be a mega event so that we can have the backing of our country while we connect with the rest of the world, and we become the melting pot for Eastern and Western cultures. Buyers and visitors will come to Hong Kong. We should also have a local element, and we should help our local designers to go out, and we should become the bridge so that mainland brands, mainland designers can use this platform of the Fashion Design Week to go out together with our designers so that they can tap the international market. And we should also take this opportunity to highlight Chinese culture. Say, for example, we should have a dedicated sort of session to emphasize the richness and beauty of traditional Chinese culture, traditional Chinese costume, and our traditional Chinese craftsmanship. Fourthly, while we prepare for the Hong Kong Fashion Design Week, the government should take the lead to make sure that there will be interdisciplinary cooperation, collaboration, both in the private market as well as in the public sector. A lot has to be done. We must make sure that we liaise with the hotels, the airliners, the brand names, etc. We must make sure that we don't take it lightly when it comes to partnership. So policy bureaus, our public organizations and quasi-organizations should be pulled together to make sure that this mega event will be successful. We have a very strong foundation when it comes to our fashion and textile industries. Manufacturing doesn't take place in Hong Kong, but then, in fact, we take the lead in the supply chain. In fact, it contributes a lot to our GDP. There is a lot of room for improvement. The potential is huge. The government has been injecting a lot of resources in driving the growth of our industry, but we haven't got a dedicated authority or department to coordinate our development and make good use of the resources for this sector. So I hope the government will continue to consider the setting up of a council for fashion and textile industries so that we can cover different areas like supply chain, etc., so that there will be dedicated efforts, and then we can rely on our fundamental strengths, and we can make good use of the domestic, mainland, and overseas opportunities, and we can turn out high-quality products. I'm grateful to the CE for his efforts to improve our strength in becoming an international I&T center. We will be having emerging industries, like AI, etc. But what about the textile industry? I think you mustn't overlook its potential for development. And I hope that under the Commissioner for Industry, we can take a dual-track approach, and then we can transform and upgrade the textile industry. And then light industries can also be covered by blueprint, so that we have diversified industrial development, we have new industrialization, and then we can achieve breakthroughs in the bottlenecks. Smart manufacturing will be critical. Last year, the PA said that in 5 years, there should be more than 135 smart production lines. Their manufacturers could make good use of the subsidies to run smart production lines, and we have full garments. I hope the government can continue to find ways to optimize the scheme, streamline the procedures, put in more resources so that we can contribute to the new industrialization of Hong Kong. The ASEAN markets, the mainland markets, will provide a lot of good opportunities. I'm grateful to the CE for taking on board the BPA's view. That is, we should have the e-commerce. We should have e-commerce. We have the scheme called e-commerce easy. I think it is good. In this way, we can also gain a lot from that, and we should also look at the opportunities along the Silk Road. I welcome the ideas to raise the amount covered by the Hong Kong Export Credit Insurance Corporation. The statutory cap on contingent liability will be raised. In this way, we can take on more risk, and we should also draw reference from the BUD scheme so that the application procedures can be streamlined and simplified, and then SMEs would not find it that difficult to go to the main market as well as the emerging market, so that we can ride on the opportunities offered in the Belt and Road Initiative. There are uncertainties in the geopolitical scene. SMEs are facing a lot of challenges. We are still a far cry from full normalization of our markets. So when it comes to the review of the minimum wage rate, we need to be very cautious. Data is always lagging behind. Instead of arguing about the actual rate, maybe there will be debates about the mechanism itself. It won't be good for employers and employees. We have to add to the growth momentums of Hong Kong. The northern metropolis is important. There is an action plan for that. It is good. There's an action agenda. It is good. And it will be the major pillar for the INT development of Hong Kong. I think the two parks in the cooperation zone in the loop should be coordinated, and information flow, talent flow, capital flow, etc. Should be facilitated. I think we should have dedicated policies so that we can give full play to one country, two systems. I hope that for the northern metropolis, the government will tell us more about the location of the R&D institutions as well as the distribution of their different sectors. In this way, we can attract more talents. Talents, of course, are important. The government has got long-term, medium-term, and short-term measures to address manpower shortages and talent shortages. Top Talent Pass scheme should be continued. With the development of the Northern Metropolis and INT, there will be a huge demand for INT talents. We also need technically skilled people as well. I welcome the idea to have applied sciences, and in fact the VTC has told us that it is trying hard to sort of upgrade itself, and I hope the government will support that. And then we should attract more people to come to Hong Kong to take up vocational training. They should be allowed to stay in Hong Kong. And in this way, we can address the manpower shortage. So I welcome the vocational professionals admission scheme. We should draw for talents. Together with the industries, we will lobby for more initiatives so that we have a brighter future. Thank you. Dr. Wendy Hong. Thank you, Mr. President. I support the motion of thanks moved by Mr. Lee. I would like to take a broader view in relation to my views concerning the financial services sector. Well, there is an interesting point. There is the Wimbledon effect. For the Wimbledon tennis court, or the tennis competition, it is the most popular one. Every summer, when it takes place in London, London will become the focus of global attention. But then for Wimbledon, since 1936, for 80 years in a row, for the men's single competition, only twice a UK player won the competition. In other words, in most of the competitions, it was won by a foreigner. And it is also true for Japan. In relation to their national sport. So for such a Wimbledon effect, it is also true in the case of financial services sector in Hong Kong, where we're supposed to be a super connector. Capital flows freely in Hong Kong, but then the capital doesn't take root in Hong Kong. It goes from the east to the west and from the west to the east. It has got really nothing to do with Hong Kong itself. For the big firms in Hong Kong, they are not Hong Kong firms. In Singapore, they have got the DBS Bank. But in Hong Kong, I don't think we can claim ourselves of hosting a major international player. In the central, for the elites in the financial sector, it seems that they are not really that connected with Hong Kong. I did talk to one of them. They said that he had been in Hong Kong for decades and he never read any newspapers, local newspapers. He had only got 2 local employees, a security guard and a IT lady. Well, we have got 18A, Section 18A, being the revamped listing rules. So pre-revenue biotech companies were allowed to list in Hong Kong, and we became the second largest IPO for such biotechs. But then, for them, only 2 of them were really connected with Hong Kong. That is, they had a very small office in Hong Kong. In other words, what I want to say is that we're here to raise capital for the biotech companies, but they don't benefit our own industries. Now, we have the IFC, but then it is disconnected from our own industries. In other words, it is not serving the real economy. What is the price? In other words, our industrial structure is getting more and more undiversified. The financial services industry in the past 10 years or so has contributed more to our GDP, but then it doesn't create a lot of jobs. Only 7.5% of the workers work for this industry. In other words, it cannot create enough jobs for the 7.5 million Hong Kong people. Yes, we do have full employment, but then we don't have we have a wealth-driven economy now. In other words, when you have money, it's easier for you to make more money instead of relying on your labor. So we need to rethink the value of our financial services industry. We should change the outlook of our financial services industry. Other than having the international perspective, we need a local perspective as well, so that the financial services industry will benefit the local workers and can benefit our local industries. Well, industries are more and more reliant on financial tools to achieve our aims. So we can create some financial tools so that the government can take part in restructuring our industries. Well, I'm trying to have a 7-point set of proposals. From day one, becoming a legislator, I've already said that we should set up a Hong Kong version of the TMHK Corporation. Last year, I had my motion debate, and I am grateful to the CE for setting up a similar corporation last year. And we are going. I know that we have got the CEO for that corporation, for the Hong Kong Investment Corporation. I've got some proposals for the corporation, and we have got a lot of expectations. And I will refer my ideas to the CEO of the Hong Kong Investment Corporation. And then for Section 18A and 18C of the main board listing rules, I think we should have a two-tier system for the listing criteria. In addition to the current one, we should have a more relaxed one so that companies will find it easier to get listed. But then there should be a condition attached to it. That is, they must have their operation in Hong Kong, or their R&D outcomes should be transformed into products in Hong Kong.
平台
They can use our financial platform to help the development of INT. The third proposal is it is proposed that there will be a domiciliation system for companies. Again, we should have a three-tier system. We should have the lowest tier where the threshold is very low, and we should have a test for its financial operation. The company must operate in Hong Kong to benefit our local economy. Fourthly, we should encourage and lead our financial asset to integrate with our cultural and creative industries so that they can integrate to form a sector to serve the community. The fifth is the development of IP financing, intellectual property. IP financing is an important aspect of IP trading. We can use our financial strength to build up an IP financing institution. We can also consider having this system. A bank bankrupt in the U.S. not because its mode of operation did not work, rather because of its mode of operation. We should have bank. We can take reference from the mode of Silicon Bank because it can help to support enrich our INT ecosystem. Lastly, we should set up an international data exchange or trading center because data is an important aspect and is also important in world trade. We can set up international data exchange as soon as possible. We can promote the cross-boundary flow of data so that we can facilitate international data flow with a proper legislative framework. We must rethink the value of the financial services sector in Hong Kong. Financial services should not just serve the flow of capital. It should also serve our local economy to help our economic transformation so that all sectors of the community can benefit from the fact that we are a world financial center. Dr. Tan Yue Hong, President, I support the motion of thanks for the motion for the policy address. The policy address is very pragmatic and comprehensive. It has incorporated views from different sectors of the community. It reflects the aspirations of our people. It has helped us to integrate into the overall development of the country. It has attracted talents and enterprises, and there are policies to develop our economy on financial services. Now, we have a large-scale project enterprising scheme. Now, for this, we have to thank the Chief Executive for forming the mega project financing system. This has addressed my call to address a lack of financing in Hong Kong. We should continue to develop our financial sector. Now, the government for a long time has devoted little attention to this area. We should tap into this market. Otherwise, our financial structure will be incomplete. We do not have sufficient capacity for mega projects, and social resources cannot be effectively used to dovetail our economic development and our plans. Now, this is particularly important for the development of the northern metropolis. Otherwise, we would lack the support. So I hope we can have a structure for mega projects. We should have the Committee on the Financing of Mega Development Project up and running very soon. Together with the Guangdong provincial government and other sectors, we should support projects like the GBA development, so that for mega projects in Hong Kong, we can have more options for financing. I wrote an article on how, or a proposal on how we can expand the financing options of major development projects. Now, for reclamation and land formation, infrastructure projects. Second, investment in roads, railways, and tunnels. These are infrastructure projects. Third, INT and logistics park, etc. They are more commercialized infrastructure projects. I've discussed the various options for financing of different types of major development projects. We can choose the right approach depending on the category of projects we are working on. I will not elaborate on my own proposal anymore. And then we can have more green elements in the financing. Now, in the northern metropolis, we can use sustainable development as a target. Green principles and sustainability can be built into this for financing, so that Hong Kong can assess our green and sustainability transformation, and on enhancing Hong Kong's position as a world financial center. Now, lower the stamp duty for stock exchange transaction and a reform of GEM have by and large addressed aspirations of the market. However, in general, the market expected more innovative and aggressive measures. I suggest that in our stock market, we must further enhance Stock Connect. We must broaden the Stock Connect so that more small and medium-sized and tech company can benefit. And we should also put in place the new Stock Connect, which is much sought after by the community. We should use the Belt and Road Initiative and look at the feasibility of financing Belt and Road projects. Now, things are changing in Hong Kong. We figure in the past, we mainly had investment from mature markets. This might decline for a while, and therefore we must tap into new sources. Belt and Road is a new strategic development. We are now working on enhanced collaboration with Belt and Road countries and the Middle East and Africa, etc. We can fully utilize or leverage our advantages, and we can also encourage and attract Belt and Road countries in Hong Kong to use our financial services, and we can have more renminbi denominated products. We should enlarge the use of renminbi so that we can further consolidate Hong Kong's position as an offshore renminbi trading center. we should use strategic measures within a framework of 2 to 3 years. We can then restore our position as an international financial center, so that the number of IPOs in Hong Kong can regain its top 5 positions in the world, so that we won't continue to be missed out. Given geopolitical tensions, we must strengthen our system and awareness in risk management, so that we can be a firewall of risks for the country. We must have a risk management toolbox, and our insurance sector is developing rapidly. We can use that to boost the development of our shipping center. We have policies to become an asset management center. With these remarks, I support Ms. Starry Lee's motion of thanks. Mr. Yopatla, thank you. I speak in support of the motion of thanks. The policy address is a very rich policy document covering different sectors. The development dovetails the overall development of the country. We try for talents. We have policies for training and retain talents and enterprises. We try to increase the supply of land and housing and address the problem of subdivided units. We're going to be an educational hub to benefit our youth, and we have a promising future mapped out for us. The PA says that tourism is one of the major driving force of our economy. There are many paragraphs on promotion of the tourism industry and how we can boost the competitiveness of this sector. It has positively responded to many of my suggestions. This goes to show the importance attached to tourism by the government. The recovery of the tourism sector relies on the hard work of the sector and the support of the government. We have recovered about 70% in terms of a number of revivals, but there are uncertainties and geopolitical political tensions, and therefore recovery of the tourism sector are still full of challenges. We have to dovetail with GBA development. We have got 2 duty visit delegations to GBA, in which the Secretary also joined. We have to assist the sector to develop new markets and new products. Hopefully the government continue to lead the sector to go out and to attract enterprises to come to Hong Kong. In the interest of time, I will only comment on a few important points of policy address on tourism development, manpower, development of smart traveling, and also the collaboration of tourism and MICE industries. Now, we have a manpower crunch in this sector for the past year or so. Together with the sector, I have discussed it with the Education Bureau, the Labor and Welfare Bureau, as well as the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, to tell them the manpower crunch we face. I'm grateful to the administration for launching this supplementary labor importation scheme for the transport industry, so that we can import coach drivers, etc. And we have got a small door open to address this problem. This policy address also talked about relaxing the visa application for different countries, and also the vocational professional admission scheme. Now, for the vocational professional admission scheme, now for the professional diploma programs involved, the government has not included programs related to the tourism and hospitality industries. I think we should cover these sectors as well so that we can address the manpower shortage at the middle and upper ranks of this industry. Hopefully, the tourism board can enhance the collaboration between senior secondary students and also the sector so that the former can understand the operation of these latter and they will understand that tourism is a worthwhile career to pursue. The culture, sports, and also tourism bureau is going to set up a committee to work on this.
The first blueprint for the tourism industry was put forward in 2017. At the time, smart tourism was proposed. However, smart tourism at the time meant enhancing connectivity and using the internet. The matching fund to help travel agents only consists of measures to digitize their operations. When it comes to smart tourism, it covers a much wider scope. There are 4 kinds of smart operations. In this industry chain, the aviation industry is more tech-savvy, such as using Bluetooth devices and e-tickets, so on and so forth. But when it comes to transport services for passengers, for visitors, we should further promote the use of smart technology so that they can adopt technology in their applications. The 3-year plan in the Greater Bay Area was earlier promulgated on using digital services. There is an initiative on going paperless on the inspection of home return permits. These measures will help promote tourism in the Greater Bay Area. The Hong Kong government should proactively dovetail with a national strategy so that drawing reference from this 3-year plan, we can further promote smart tourism. For example, a big data platform for tourism industry should be set up to provide a platform for interactions for the tourism industry and the consumers, for them to better understand the habits and the preferences of tourists. Using AI, etc., we can relieve labor shortage. We can apply innovation and technology to developing tourism products so that we can plan ahead for the transformation and upgrading of the tourism industry. I hope that the Smart Tourism Working Group can delve deeper into how we can apply innovation technology in the industry. The matching fund for travel agents cannot achieve this objective. The government should make good use of existing schemes such as the technology voucher scheme and other initiatives to help develop smart tourism and enhance the competitiveness of the tourism industry. President, I think that we need to plan for the development of the tourism industry in new development areas. At the initial stage of infrastructure development, we should incorporate elements of tourism. There are a lot of places with tourism potential, but because of spatial constraints, these ideas have not been pursued. In the last term of government, the Northern Metropolis concept was put forward. Now, I am very concerned about details of the development. In this year's policy address, the Northern Metropolis Action Agenda has been put forward. There are 4 zones, such as the Blue and Green Recreation, Tourism and Conservation Zone. This can showcase the eastern side of the Northern Metropolis, such as Robin's Nest, Yan Chao Tong, etc. Apart from natural landscape, there are also historical relics. We can create a cluster effect. I thank the government for collaborating with the Shuttlecock Authority. Now, when it comes to further opening up of the shuttlecock in the second phase, Chong Ying Street is still being excluded. Chong Ying Street is rich with history. It can showcase one country, two systems. I hope that the government can expedite the opening up of Shuttlecock as well as Chong Ying Street so as to achieve the objective of making Chong Ying Street a tourist attraction. To plan ahead for the development of tourism industry in the eastern side of Northern Metropolis. Of course, we look forward to development of new tourism spots. At the same time, I'm concerned about Lantau. Lantau is rich with natural resources. I don't know if you subscribe to my views. In fact, if you go all the way from Mui Wo, Changsha Tai O, things haven't changed much in terms of infrastructure and other supporting facilities since my days in the secondary school. Now, in this year's policy address, it is said that in the southern Lantau, recreation, conservation facilities will be provided. There is a scenic trail for hikers from Tung Chung to Mui Wo, and also the Phoenix, the Lantau Peak, and other major spots, not to mention the fishermen's culture. Definitely, these are attractive places for tourists. For Northern Lantau, the third runway system will be fully commissioned in 2024, together with the airport authority's vision of building an airport city. There will be an organic integration between these infrastructure facilities and natural landscape in Lantau. We can develop tourism products, but we need to enhance publicity. The government should attach more importance to the development of tourism there so that we can grasp the opportunity and be the bridgehead, because we can build a new tourist attraction comparable to Sentosa in Singapore so that we can bolster our status as an international tourism hub. President, well, under the strong support of the CEDB, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, and the Hong Kong Productivity Council, the MICE industry in Hong Kong is doing very well. We have attracted a lot of visitors with increased footfalls. We have also brought in a lot of high-spending visitors, however, overnight visitors. But we face a major bottleneck, and that is shortage of venues. Well, at last week's motion debate on deep, in-depth integration of culture, tourism, and sports, many members talked about developing the concert city. Well, in Macau, they have much larger space. In Hong Kong, however, we only have 157,000 square foot of space for concerts. We need to expand the Asia World Expo and build other facilities. We need to catch up. We need to be able to attract more large-scale exhibitions and concerts to come to Hong Kong and bring economic impetus. In policy formulation, the government should enhance their work in two areas. Vertically, the government should adopt this concept of industry chains. Perhaps it has to do with how the policy address is delivered. When it comes to explaining the policy, I have yet to see a holistic concept of supporting industry chains. From hotels, tourist attractions, travel agents, transportation, aviation, so on and so forth, I have yet to see holistic support for the chain. Now, horizontally, there should be cross-sectoral collaboration. After establishment of the Culture Tourism Sports Bureau, the government has promoted cross-sectoral collaboration, but there should be more collaboration among bureaus, especially collaboration with different industries such as tourism, technology, entrepreneurs, etc. In fact, in last week's motion debate, members along members also gave a lot of food for thought for the government. The tourism strategy group will be upgraded to the level of committee to be chaired by the secretary. This is still not the same as what I have in mind. I wanted a high-level committee. Still, I hope that this committee will give play to its function. The membership should comprise experts and practitioners from the industry so as to drive the development of the chain. There should be collaboration between tourism and culture so that we all chip in to formulating the blueprint for the development of tourism industry 2.0 to bring impetus for growth in Hong Kong. I am going to suspend the meeting at about 6:30. Next, Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, President. In this year's policy address, the Chief Executive emphasizes that we must grasp opportunities and develop new impetus for growth. On enhancing competitiveness, there is continuity of government policies. We need to attract and retain enterprises as well as talents. In this year's policy address, the government puts forward the idea of developing the headquarters economy. Apart from attracting the mainland and overseas enterprises to set up presence in Hong Kong, we can invite them to set up the headquarters or regional offices in Hong Kong. In this way, definitely some important operations and offices will be set up. This can help enhance our capacity and help us draw for more talents. They will bring in capital, talents, technology, so on and so forth. These resources will bring new opportunities for other industries. We have no currency control, and we also have other advantages to help support the development of headquarters economy. Not to mention a series of measures in the policy address. For example, for foreign employees of Hong Kong registered enterprises, they can apply for multiple entry visas to the mainland. Tax breaks will be provided to these enterprises, and there will also be on-site support for expatriate staff for them to work and stay in Hong Kong. We can also help their family members settle in Hong Kong. This will create the favorable conditions for talents to come. I'm happy to see that the Chief Executive has accepted the New People's Party's suggestions. And a property stamp duty waiver arrangements will be put in place for overseas talents. The Talent Engage Office has also been set up to follow up on the various measures relating to talents. I hope that through cross-bureau collaboration, the government will continue to review the situation relating to talents so as to support the successful development of headquarters economy. As for the development of culture, sports, and tourism, the 14th five-year plan provides that there should be in-depth integration of arts, of culture, sports, and tourism. It is also said that impactful tourism products comprising sports and culture should also be developed. Well, the government should likewise be enterprising. They should proactively integrate tourism with culture and sports so as to bring in new elements as well as dovetailing with the national strategy, so that we can help our country build a new tourism brand to help the industry scale new heights and bring impetus for growth. In the policy address, I fully agree with the suggestion of signature tourism products. We should encourage the industry to develop different kinds of tourism products on pop culture, national history, intangible cultural heritage experiences, etc., as well as building a cultural tourism zone in Shuttlecock so that we can tap resources previously unused, so that even locals can learn more about their home, and we can also join hands with tourists in developing or discovering the beauty of Hong Kong. Well, I think that we should build Hong Kong into a city of concerts. We should invite international celebrities and pop stars to host concerts as part of the world tour in Hong Kong. That means bringing fans from all over the world to Hong Kong as well. We can also develop the concert economy. When these fans stay in Hong Kong, they will definitely benefit the aviation, tourism, and retail industries. When they make spending, they can help promote night economy. They can perhaps take cruise ships so as to support the development of the cruise industry. Apart from concerts, we can also promote other parts of Hong Kong's pop culture, such as films, etc. In the 1980s, Alan Tam, Anita Mui, Leslie Cheung, and the four kings of pop music, they supported the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. They were hugely popular in Hong Kong, and some of them even broke sales records, such as Jackie Chan's album in 1993, Kiss and Say Goodbye. We also had movie stars making themselves a household name in international cities. Now in South Korea, with strong support from the government, they have achieved a lot of success in the entertainment industry. We need to catch up. The policy address provides that injections will be made totaling $4.3 billion to the Film Development Fund and the Create Smart initiative. I hope that this can help promote the industry's development. The policy address also refers to funding schemes to tap the mainland market, as well as a Hong Kong, Europe, Asia film exchange funding scheme. This can help foster collaboration and exchange with overseas counterparts. This can also help our talents learn from their overseas counterparts.
In other words, they can turn out higher quality products, and then they stand a chance to go out of Hong Kong, go to the international market, and we can also enhance overseas impression of our movie industry. The policy address also talks about our sports development. We should make it a history, make it popular, host more mega sports events like the Real Madrid, Manchester City, etc. Should be welcome to Hong Kong to hold competitions. Well, in fact, Real Madrid came to Hong Kong in the past. They had excellent players. I went there as well. It was good to revive the vitality of the city post-SARS in 2003. With the pandemic behind us, in 2025, we have the Kai Tak Sports Park. We should make good use of that venue to host more mega events. We have the Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge. We should also have more events running races on the bridge itself. When it comes to sports events, just now we have just completed the cross rally race. In fact, it took place at the waterfront. It is an M-mark event. However, right before it started, it was said that 2 lanes would be sort of eliminated. Well, it has tarnished the image. Of course, I believe that the relevant organizer has tried its best to launch a successful event. I hope that in future they can make it better, learn from the experience, so that locals, overseas visitors, as well as participants will have a good memory and a good experience. And I hope that one day on across the road we are able to watch at a close distance Formula One races. So I spoke. Mr. Yang Wen-kit, thank you, Mr. President. The CE spent 3 hours to read out his PA speech, the longest ever. It has a lot of contents. I'm grateful to the CE to a very extent adopted the suggestions from the A4 Alliance, like mental health, increasing birth rates, etc. I would like to say that it is a substantial and substantive PA. and we should dovetail the national strategy. We should develop Hong Kong in relation to the 8 centers. Well, we should become the East Mid-West cultural exchange center. The policy address is realizing this direction. A number of measures have been raised, say, for example, covering the movie industry, the film industry. Well, in the last century, we had a prospering film industry. In the 1980s, 1990s, we became the Hollywood in the East. We had Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Leslie Cheung, among other mega stars. But then the momentum was lost, and then the movie industries, the movies were all produced on the mainland. Now, on this occasion, the PA has said that $4.3 billion will be injected into the movie industry, and there will be encouragement to production with the mainland counterparts, as well as cooperation with the European countries. In this way, we can tap new markets. Well, Director Bureau, I just want to know whether there are other ways to enhance our role as the window of movie industries. Can we not try to help the Chinese movies to go to the international market? Have it shown in different cinemas all around the world? Because we should rely on the advantage of having the backing of the motherland while having connections with the rest of the world. Can we not ask the relevant national administration to come to Hong Kong to set up an office here, so that our Hong Kong movies can also be screened and checked before they were shown in mainland cinemas? We should invite investors, producers, script writers, etc., from the European countries and from the US to join this platform. In this way, we should also help to raise funds, and this can go a long way to solve the problem of lack of capital. We have to sell our advantages. There should be more international forums, summits for the participants, so that there will be chances for them to exchange their views. There should be movie festivals as well. And stars, producers should be invited to come to Hong Kong, and then they can experience our movies. And our TV drama series used to be very popular, like the story about the Shanghai waterfront, etc. We used to have a lot of classic TV drama, and all of them were well received. It shows that local TV drama series are still very attractive. The audience like the special characteristics of Hong Kong TV drama series. And in fact, overseas Chinese would also like to buy the My TV Super TV box to watch our TV drama series. Perhaps we can cooperate with the southeastern countries so that their smart TV can have the My TV Super box set incorporated into the TV sets. In this way, we can tap into their markets. We should also publicize the brand names of our local TV stations. In other words, the audience all over the world can watch our TV series, and they can learn about our culture. In other words, we become the exchange center for the Eastern as well as the Western cultures. I'm also surprised by two policies in the policy address, and they're good measures, like the ultra-low birth rate. We know that this is a fact. If we do not do anything now, the birth rate will only go down further. The government has come up with a package of measures, housing, assisted childbearing, etc., among the various measures raised. Well, I have said that you must make sure that you put in a lot of efforts. The 25th of October was adopted as the cut-off date. I would ask the government to relax the criteria. Anybody who has children born this year should qualify. And in fact, there should be a relaxation of the criteria, and then it can add to the sense of satisfaction of the parents. Now, newborn babies will have their waiting time for public housing cut by a year. And also the parent applicants will also get priority if they apply under the GHS. Perhaps the government should further fine-tune the housing policies. For example, for pregnant ladies who are pregnant for 16 weeks, they should be regarded as having a new family member. I think the housing authority can adopt this as the criteria, and then we can process the applications in advance. Say, for example, let them know which district they can choose a flat, and then they can make arrangements concerning their work, concerning the schooling of the children. GHS used to be very popular. In the past 2 years, on average, 5,000 HOS units were sold. 10% would mean 500 flats. Last year, there were 32,500 berths. If 10% of them would like to be interested, in other words, there will be 3,200 applications. Now that the government has already got an oversupply of housing units, I think it's better for the government to increase the proportion so that they stand a higher chance to get a flat allocated. Now, it takes more than just talk about the grassroots families. Perhaps the first home buyers as well as the first home buyers should also have their stamp duties cut if they have a newborn baby. Again, we need to be flexible. Now, many landlords are worried that when they sell their HOS flat, it's difficult for them to buy a new one. So we have a limited supply of such flats in the secondary market. Perhaps we should allow the landlord to get a quota in the secondary HOS market, and in this way we can tie in with the government's measures to revitalize the HOS market. The turnover rate can be enhanced. In other words, the HOS will take up a very good position at the housing ladder. Mr. President, there's another surprise. There is the proposal to have the MTR extended to East Kowloon uphill, as well as having the Kai-Tak transportation system. I think it's good because it means that there will be better transport connection with the Kai-Tak Sports Park as well as the Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal. For the MTR extension, we should also we should look at the connecting stations like the Children's Hospital, etc. We should also have it connected with the Yau Tong MTR station, because Yau Tong Pei will see a lot of new developments. There will be public housing, there will be commercial developments. Seeing that, perhaps the Bureau should consider having the monorail being connected with Yau Tong from Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal. In this way, the East Kowloon transport network can be enhanced. It will be easier for the residents there to go to other places, and then the waterfront can also be revitalized, and it can add to the tourism attractions there. For the East Kowloon MTR line, I won't harp on that. Rather, I would like to make a new suggestion. That is the Central Kowloon line. As you know, that for Wong Tai Sin, 200,000 residents live up here. For Wong Tai Sin, perhaps we should also have a Central Kowloon extension so as to address the transport needs from Choi Hong to Hammer Hill, Chewan San, Lok Fu. That can become a very convenient link. So I spoke, Mr. President, I speak in support of the motion. We'll now suspend the meeting. It will be resumed at 9 o'clock tomorrow.